good evening, and happy Friday. Perhaps it's Saturday, depending upon where you are on the globe. Prayerfully, everyone has enjoyed their Friday or the beginning of the weekend. Tonight's broadcast is a very special broadcast, and it's entitled The Vulnerable Male. However, it is the vulnerable Black male, where we will go into males in general, but it's going to be concentrated on the Black male. And our special guest is Mr. Al. So without further ado, let us bring him to the stage. A couple of house cleaning notes. All opinions and comments are welcome. Just remember to be respectful to this platform, as you have done in the past and you continue to do, as well as our special guests. Also, please, no spamming in the chat or self-promotion. This is a very important topic, and I would like for us to remain on topic. If everyone understands that and is good with that, let us welcome A8. Welcome, sir.
Oh, I'm muted.
How are you? Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Okay, I thought I was muted.
No, you're good. How are you?
I'm good. Things are good. Let me take these glasses off. Things are good.
Well, happy Friday to you.
Thank
Make
you.
sure
Happy
that
Friday
the
to
audio
you.
is good. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Perfect. So, introduce yourself if you'd like.
You can just call me Al.
Sure.
My handle on YouTube is AH. Kind of self-explanatory. I'm 56. I come from Tidewater, Virginia. That's where I grew up. Went to high school, everything like that. Joined the military after a couple of years, well, the first year in college in Norfolk
Thank
State.
you for your service, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did some time in the Marine Corps, but I finished in the Army. I'm a retired Army vet. During that time period, I also had some breaks in service where I was in the reserve, and I took on a job as a Baltimore City police officer back in the heyday of the 90s, where it was very wild. A lot of the TV shows and movies that they made, like The Wire and The Corner, were based upon the area where I worked over in West Baltimore. I also had worked for various agencies in the government. I just say working in law enforcement in the government, whether you're doing stuff with the air marshals, whether you're doing stuff with the defense police that works as civilian police on military bases, whether you're doing anti-terrorism, counterterrorism type stuff, inspections. So I did a lot of that stuff in the so-called first half of my adult life. In the second half, I had to step back from that ripping and running, being out there in the field, as they say. And I worked adjudicating cases for immigration cases and working for the VA on the medical side, the business side of the hospital side. So dealing with the billing, the outsourcing, the contracts, and stuff like that. So I had a nice range of experience working with various agencies in the government and both the law enforcement and more of the, in the more compliance inspection stations.
That is absolutely amazing that you just said the VA. So
Yeah. I
I'm
also
still in shock. Okay, was it in Maryland or DC off of Vermont Avenue?
no, I worked for the VA up in New England,
Oh,
yeah, up in Vermont,
okay,
uh, in that area. So it
okay.
was definitely a little bit of some challenges up there. You know, it's no joke to be up there in that cold and snow if you're not from there, and you got to learn fast to really survive up there. Not joking. Um, I also lived outside of the country for about 5 years, living in both Belize and Mexico. So you know, I have a nice broad range of experience with some things. So uh,
Absolutely. A lot of mine, um, I haven't gone in a lot with you, but with the VA fraud in dealing with some of the veterans, some of the recipients of benefits where the actual veteran would pass away, and instead of notifications given out, people would actually continue. The, well,
ye-
you're shaking your head, so you already know. Yeah,
that's a considerable thing as far as the VA, Social Security. I mean, the bottom line, it comes down to resources.
absolutely.
And people, when they depend on that check coming in, they get used to that money, and they're not trying to give it up so quick. So
No, but what a lot of people don't realize is that those agencies that actually disperse those monies, like you just said, the SSA, they do monthly or every quarter cross checks to see if funds are still being dispersed. So a lot of times these people were double dipping. They're the the entitled recipient. I had a case where one was getting 100% service connected. It was a double amputee.
wow,
Those um, those with 100% service connected PTSD, those who are quadriplegic, those would get the most funds tax free. That's very important. Tax free. And the spouses or those that were entrusted with those funds would never notify the agency. In this one particular case, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I'll spell it. You're from, or you've been in Virginia, so you probably know it. But it's M as in Mary, I, D as in David, L O T H I.
Midlothian.
Yes,
Okay.
this woman had been collecting her husband's checks for over a year, and by the time we caught it, it was almost $250,000. But because it was that's Southern Virginia, correct? Or
I'm not sure. I have to look
West
it up.
Virginia, they didn't want to prosecute it because number one of her age, and they felt that the jury would have had sympathy for her. She was ordered to pay restitution, but not at that same amount. Where there's other places where it would have been considerably less. And each check that was endorsed, and we had a system where we could go in and see those checks, see where they were deposited, look at the handwriting. Some we even had the people going into the branches. I mean, again, that's a little bit off topic, but you would be surprised of
No, I
things that
wouldn't.
people, well, no, you wouldn't. People, it, just federally, that they don't realize that just because no one has caught you yet doesn't mean that they're not watching you. And they don't just go after you the first time. They wait 6, sometimes 7 months and just let it pile up. So people need to be careful with some of these programs that are made, if you will, available, and you're taking it for granted. These programs are for people who really need the help. Not saying that everyone is a criminal, but you do have that element out there. And I've seen actual government workers escorted out for basic things such as misuse of a travel card or admin card or if they had a G ride, not taking it home and to work. When you sign that document, you take that vehicle home and work. You don't stop at the dry cleaners or anything else. So I'm
Yeah,
not sure if
I could comment on that. A lot of that is sometimes I feel some unnecessary overreach, but that's not the topic here. We could laugh. We could have some laughs offline about
yes,
the fraud and the uninequitable way it's enforced, largely
absolutely.
depending on what you look like and who you know.
There you go. And you're
But
right
that's
about that.
nothing new.
No,
That's
it isn't. Unfortunately, some people may think it is, but no. But our topic tonight is the vulnerable black male and what may seem to be the reluctancy of avoidance and how it can lower or eliminate the risk of harm. So I'm going to let you segue into this. Graham is sitting here laughing. Welcome, Graham. Let me just go ahead and speak to everyone real quick. And you can speak to Mr. Al as well. So again, Graham Fishburne TV, welcome. West Bank VA 504 and Empress Spiritual Goddess. Thank you so much, Andrea Smith, Swag Life TV, and anyone else that may come in. Welcome, Life Journey. Welcome to you as well. And if there's anyone in the bushes. So again, this is Mr. A.H., formerly part of the Baltimore Police Department, a retired Army vet. So please, if you would in the chat, make sure that you give him his proper flowers by thanking him for his service, not only in the police, but in the military as well. So let's get into it. The vulnerable black male. What is a vulnerable black male? What is a vulnerable male?
all right. So I got a few disclaimers or caveats before we begin our discussion. First
Absolutely,
off,
sir.
we're all human beings. So I'm apologize right now because I may say some things, the time period we're living in that some people may not like or get triggered. That's the buzzword going around these days by the conversation.
Oh,
So,
please don't say that word trigger.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's an inside joke. No, you're good.
uh, so if that happens, if you got your care plan, call who you need to call, or take a break, get a drink of water, take a breath, leave a comment. You know, the other thing is we're as and you're gonna hear us talking about black people. I know right now a lot of people are I'm indigenous. I belong to this Native American tribe or this Indian tribe. Uh,
Asiatic,
yeah,
Moors.
I'm
Yes.
AD, I'm Moors. I'm Hebrew Israelite. I'm ADOS. I'm FBA. Okay, for
ADOS,
tonight.
give me one quick moment, sir. Welcome, Orlando Black TV. Thank you for your blessing, and may that be returned abundantly. Thank you
All
so
right,
much,
brother.
sir.
Thank you. Uh,
We have Baltimore or former Baltimore police in the house, so keep that in the back of your mind, Armando. And anyone else listening, we're not playing over here. All right, sir, carry on.
so what I'm saying, thank you, Andrea, uh, is that before we start a discussion, we're just gonna say, to make it very easy and simple and what we know, we're just gonna say black people. So don't get mad by us just saying black people and not using all those different pronouns and labels. You know who we're talking about and you know what we're talking about. And when we say black people, we're talking specifically about black American people. Okay. And that's whether you've been here 5 years or your family has been here as long as anybody can remember. That again just makes it easy because the things we're going to discuss will be more relevant I'm going to keep the discussion more focused on that. First off, that's my experience, so I can only speak from that.
Absolutely.
Second of all, that when you raised the question the other night and then you asked me the follow up question to it, I felt like that was the premise, okay, about understanding why there was this sort of, and that came from a comment when me and the brother were speaking, and I made the comment that, if like Sister Shahzad Ali always says, if you spent some time in the black man's shoes, you would see just how bad or badly he's treated, how badly he has to face the world every day, and you might have a better understanding of that man you are trying to deal with, or you having problems with, or you think you want to talk to, or you got rid of, and, just maybe have a better understanding. And so that's the whole premise of, like, what's really going on with these brothers. And so hearing that, my idea was that, okay, what we're really talking about is vulnerability, and that's going to be the discussion. So that's all I got to say beforehand. Let's dive right in.
Yes, sir. I'm ready to rock and roll. The podium and the floor is yours. And again, thank you so much for this very much needed conversation.
So you said, what does it mean to be vulnerable? And the word vulnerable means you're susceptible to physical or emotional attack or harm. That's the actual so-called official definition of the word vulnerable. Okay. And when we say susceptible, that means you're just likely or able to be influenced. So that means when we say in that word, we're talking about somebody that is likely or may be influenced to be able to be physically or emotionally hurt. Okay. Now, vulnerable can apply or applies to everyone. We're all vulnerable in this, especially in this world we're in right now in the present time. Okay. Uh, so vulnerable just means, okay, when a person is vulnerable, what they're really seeking is to be safe. Okay. That means they don't want to be vulnerable. I don't want to be physically or emotionally hurt. Yes, there's a very small percentage of people out there that may have an attraction to being physically hurt or getting themselves into emotional ties that they go back and forth with, that really puts some trauma on them. But for the majority of folk, they're trying to not have that happen to them. They don't want to be hurt. So, when somebody's vulnerable, bottom line, they just don't want to be hurt, whether that's physical or emotionally. When we talk about black men in America, we really don't want to be hurt, because regardless if we don't want to, at some point it's going to happen. Okay. And I'm not trying to say that as a, what's the word they always say, or the phrase they always say, as a predetermined thing for you, or to put that predetermined notion in people's head. That just happens to be our current reality. And from systemic, it means the systems, the institutions, and the people that are responsible for that. Systems and institutions are built by people. So, yes, the system is working, the institutions are working the way they're supposed to, and it's all run by people. And it's all by design to really put some physical or emotional hurt on black people, and black men in particular. Uh, not going to have a history lesson in the United States. If you don't already know the plight of black people, please go and do your own research and check it out, because you really need to do that. And it's a lot deeper than most of us ever learned in school. It's a lot deeper than some of the books we may have picked up as adults. Okay, it goes, we talking generations after generation after generation. That's a long time for all that pain and suffering to linger in our area, in our lives. And
Yep.
whether it's hitting us directly or indirectly, meaning from a family member or from the people that live down the street, or the people on the next block or the other community that just had some shootings over here. It's a lot of pain and suffering that we're dealing with. So when it comes to black
Absolutely.
men, they
May I
don't.
ask you a quick question before
Yes.
you continue? Why do you think, in your perspective, or do you think that some may be afraid to know the history and go back?
Again, the overall thing about the topic we're discussing is pain avoidance. And when you have to look in that mirror called your life or the lives or your, better yet, the way Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell talk about our heritage, our lineage from as Black Americans in the U.S., that lineage is filled with pain and suffering, unlike anyone else in the world. Not anyone else on this hemisphere or anywhere else in this country, anywhere else in the world. We have a very unique, painful, ugly, rough history. And just like when you hear people say, "I don't want to see no more slave movies out. I don't want to see no more crime movies out. I don't want to see no more thug movies. I don't want to see no more booty shaking. I don't want to see this and that," because all of that are things that remind them of this pain. Okay, and so anyway, most times when before she transitioned, Dr. Cress Welton would always say, "We spend a lot of time as Black people trying to get out of being Black any way we can." Now, I heard other people, namely from Breaking Brown and Tone Talks, talk about how people would do what's called escape hatching, meaning I find a way to duck out of the Black community and I go over here and pretend I'm not Black, even though I am Black. If I don't act Black, maybe they won't see me. Something just as ridiculous as that, but those are some of the things as people, we our minds will rationalize whatever we put in it. And so those are some of the things that we do to avoid that history. We just don't want to accept what happened and what continues to happen.
Okay, I have a couple of comments here if you'd like to address. One was from Graham, and it states, "They hide the secrets of life, probably because most people these days hate to read." I've heard that many, many times. And Empress Goddess Spiritual says, "They taught us his story," which we know if we put those two words together, it's history. Thank you both for your comments. Would you like to go ahead and address Mr. Graham first?
Well, I'll hit them both at the same time because
Oh, yes, sir. Let me
the
light my mute really quick.
his story is in the majority of the books that we're forced to read and forced to use as reference. And if we do luck up or get a blessing, if you will, and find a book that's written by somebody that puts more truth or sheds more light on just the type of atrocities and just the type of challenges that as Black Americans we had to deal with. Uh, so usually it's collecting dust, maybe on somebody's bookshelf, or you might have one copy in the library, or it's not promoted, it's not marked because they don't want that. There was a old saying in our community that always goes around: you want to hide something from Black people, put it in a book. Now Dr. Claude Anderson actually gave us information that kind of disproved that. And because one of the periods that's not talked about enough is the Reconstruction period. That's the period after the Civil War where they brought the troops down south and Black people were flourishing. In fact, Black people flourished unlike any other people that had ever been through any type of uh, of things that they had went through, meaning we self-taught how to read, became very literate, elected officials on all levels of government, started businesses, created wealth, maintained our wealth, created industry, invented things. Again, going on a higher education, very religious, strong spiritual foundation, grounded in the principles of the God. And there's a twofold thing to the church that, again, isn't talked about. It's not just dressing up to go to church. People just put on whatever and go to church now. I'm not judging. What I'm talking about is understanding the difference. Yes, there's something to be said for just being comfortable and you going to worship, but there's another thing to be said. Because I'm from the South, this was taught to us at an early age, around junior high and high school. They started going into depth about it because we were asked, well, why do we have to put on suits and do this and do that? And it's a respectful thing, and it's also a part of the fellowship. See, we parts of our own history we don't grasp like we used to because it's not enforced in us, the way it used to be, because there was a power in that maintained our safety as a community, and it also maintained our standards, and it also maintained our moral code. So there are several things to that. It wasn't just about this religious precipice of, yes, you want to worship the God you believe in, you want to show your reverence, you want to, build your faith, but there's also a fellowship component. There's also a business component. There's also a learning component, a literature component, because where you think the people were learning how to read and learning how to do business and getting together and learning how to build trust amongst each other so they could do business. If you ever took any business courses or do any study, one of the things in the last decade that they talk about is the speed of trust. I forget the guy's name who wrote the book, but in this actual course that you go and take, because businesses finally start waking up and realizing we're losing a lot of money from all this stuff where we got to keep looking over our shoulder or looking over somebody else's shoulder. And we can't just do business on good terms like we need to. So that's all I got.
Absolutely. I was trying to find the author. I think I have it. Hold on. Franklin Covey.
Kobe, that sounds correct.
Speed of Trust, Franklin Covey. So I'll go ahead and put that in the chat.
You want me to do it?
No, I'm saying I'll go ahead and do that while you
Okay.
continue. No,
Okay.
you're doing well. Go right ahead, sir. Thank you.
All right. So getting back to the vulnerability section, okay. And we're talking specifically about the brothers. All right. So when we have a group of people who come out of that type of experience, and the reason I say Reconstruction isn't studied, talked about, and pushed up as much as it needs to be is because we don't realize, how do you go from coming out of the lion's den, prospering, and then going into the fox's den? Nobody ever asked that question. Like Dr. Philip Shaw Matthews says, there's nothing, something happened to us. Stop thinking that it's some internal ugly thing in us that makes us deficient in this society. No, things were done to us. Okay. When you're looking at the Black experience in America, and you're looking at post-Reconstruction, you're looking at people who were disenfranchised, people whose land was stolen, people whose money was stolen, people who were lynched and shot and killed, burned, in some primitive medieval kind of craziness, burned at the stake, are literally just burned on a fire, raped, who houses were burned down, businesses burned down, ideas and inventions stolen, some ways put back into uh, false slavery, meaning like, when you become a sharecropper and they're always cooking the books, if you will, to make sure that you always owe more money. So you always got to keep working for them, and then you can't build any wealth and you're always living poor. You in slavery. So by another name, then, you got people who deliberately set out to create laws that makes you puts you back in slavery if you are convicted of committing a crime. And then since nobody who looks like you is sitting on those juries, you're always going to be convicted. You had the rise of the Klan and different union organizations to keep black men who knew how to do all the labor, who had all the skills, who could do everything, to keep them out. So the Europeans that they brought over to fill up the country could take those jobs and do those things because they didn't want black people to prosper, because they saw that, man, if they did all that in just 10 years, we can't let these black folk keep going. They're going to run the country. And literally, that's probably what would have happened. But, when the devil sees you coming up, you're like, yeah, I got to get him before you get to the top.
Absolutely.
So, let's keep it real.
Yes. Empress Goddess Spiritual says that all Freemasonry is esoteric occult knowledge. How do you feel about that?
I think she may be still talking about a part of that statement I made about the church was more than just about religion.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's cool. That's what that is.
Okay.
There's several things that for many years people have been delving into that information and telling the truth about it. So, more and more stuff comes out. So it's true. So after all of that stuff happened, then we got this perpetual negative experience in America where as black men, as black people, you're kept back. And as black men, you're made the scapegoat and you're made the number one public enemy everywhere you go. So you can't escape it. And then after generations of that, a mindset starts to set in. We always have people who fought against it to try to do their best. We always have people who still prospered regardless of what's going on. So, and we always kept hoping for a better day. Maybe, we can do what we can do so our children can do better. Our grandchildren can do better. I know that they didn't kept me back, but they're not going to keep my baby back. I know they didn't kept me back, but they're not going to keep my grandson back. Okay. So we've always kept pushing. Then, we always kept pressing for our rights, pressing for representation, pressing for respect.
Absolutely. And before you go further, when you just said pressing for our rights, Graham Fishburne TV says, as a registered voter since the tender age of 18, I've always questioned myself, does my vote count? How do you feel about voting? If you don't mind sharing.
Is a civic exercise. It's important to keep our system flowing the way it does. I don't want to get too much in the conversation about that because it begins to get, you start getting into political theory.
Absolutely.
You start getting into different nuances on the weight of the vote versus the vote itself. So, that's a whole different day,
okay.
if you will.
a whole day.
Yeah, actually, a whole day. So, when we go through and we look at the different time periods as black men being in America, from the American Revolution, actually pre-American Revolution, to present day, as a group, we've always served in the armed forces. We've always did our duty. We've always done our civic duty as best we could. It's been proven beyond doubt through verified research that black men make, I'm sorry, I don't want to say that. Black men have performed their fatherly duties more than others, unlike the narrative that had been going on for generations about us being deadbeat dads and no account, no good men. Okay, that's been disproven once and for all. So despite all the odds against us, like and don't take this, nobody take this badly, but like the cockroach, we keep surviving. And they keep saying, "I thought I killed them." Like, you can't kill me. I was here before you. With Robin Harris, the great Robin Harris comedian before
Rest
he
in
left.
peace. Yes.
Yeah, we baby's kids. We don't die. We multiply.
That was
Okay.
classic. Graham says these days, grandparents in the Black community are becoming younger and younger. Grandparents are still young, so they want to party and BS the kids, and grandkids are raising themselves these days. I could not agree with that more, at least where I am right now.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to that. So hold that because
Okay.
that's gonna lead into something else. And thank you, Graham, for bringing that up. Because that goes into the seriousness of parenting. So when we're talking about vulnerability, black male vulnerability, that's a whole part of it. So moving past this history thing, we had the civil rights that didn't start in the 60s, that started back in the 30s, okay, and it kept pressing. The 60s would have been the climax. The 30s would have been the warm up, the look in the eyes, and the hand holding. Okay, if you understand my reference. So that's when we're looking at a lengthy time period of agitating, representing, uh, fundraising, uh, fighting to watch ourselves, fighting to protect ourselves, to get to the point where we can get some national recognition and legislation passed. So, black male vulnerability is rooted in this treatment that we've received as a people in this country, in our society, in our communities. Okay, again, somebody being susceptible to being hurt. That's who we are likely to be hurt. That's who we're talking about. There's an Indian guy that did a study that showed whether you're a black man from a two-parent family that's got a six-figure income, or you're a black man growing up in the ghetto in a single-parent household and y'all ain't got no money, you still have bad outcomes. You still lose anywhere you go in America, which it's not news to us or new to us, but the world doesn't really give credit to anything until what they consider some serious study has been done about it, meaning some scientific form of research, some scientific form of application, comparing of data and facts, a write up, some peer review. Okay, it's solid. What are your findings? Well, we find that it doesn't matter where he's coming from, the black man is set up to lose anywhere he's living in this nation. That's a sad, sad reality. And that's somebody that's completely vulnerable. Okay. And when this is the wealthiest, most militarily powerful country in the world, where else you gonna go? We're gonna come back around to that statement as well, because of the things going on right now with black men. Okay. So you're past the history, looking at vulnerability. Nobody wants to suffer any pain or get hurt. Now, you ask this question as a black woman. Hey, what's up with these brothers? What's up with this whole thing about being in his shoes and understanding what he goes through, and then maybe that'll give you a little more compassion and understanding of him. I need some compassion and understanding too. It ain't easy for me. I'm black too. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
It is a dual thing. So it's not just black men that are vulnerable. Black women, black children are vulnerable as well. Uh, yeah, we're all vulnerable as a people. But again, the topic tonight is black men. So we're going to talk about this vulnerability of black men. Now, before he transitioned, Dr. Africa would always talk about we don't really understand the processes of being this human being that we are and how that happens. Because if we did, we would understand a lot of things are happening prior to birth. That means before you come out of your mother's womb, you're birthed into this world. While you're inside the womb, things are forming in you. There's not enough discussion about that. The older generations, through common sense and as the country folk would say, knowing what you need to know and passing down that knowledge, knew those things. So that was why certain practices were employed and were strictly followed. Meaning, you had to stay on code when there was no integration, and you had to stay in the community because everybody was going to make sure you were both responsible and accountable for your actions. Okay. And so as a pregnant mother, there's certain care you have to have. There's certain things you shouldn't eat. There's certain ways in which you have to be viewed. And as a group, as black people in America, we couldn't go to these hospitals and places where they have all this modern medicine and everything. Okay. All that stuff, like I said the other night, people don't give enough thought about the changes that came about after World War II. Prior to World War II, it was a very different country. Okay. And so we didn't have all these, even in the major cities, all these places for us to go and get medical care. Okay. First off, we didn't have the resources. And if we did have the resources, it was very limited. So a lot of times people gave birth at home, or they gave birth again at the church or at their parents' home. You know, uh, it's a big thing now and very posh, if you will, to do home birthing and water birthing and even orgasmic birthing. Okay, we did all kinds of ways. Oh, you have a baby this way. Well, you was designed that way, so it's really not a. If you really look at it in context, it's really not a that special. Meaning all these different variations on birth that you're experimenting with that as an indigenous folk on the planet we already knew. Okay, y'all just coming around to it, realizing that you could do that because you've been so off over here doing weird synthetic things.
Absolutely.
What he would say is, bottom line, we're ill, we're sick, we got things going on with us. Okay, what's he saying there? Breeding plays a major part in who the man or woman will grow to be. It's all in the breeding, same as pit bulls and horses. If two scumbag people make a child, that child will likely grow up to be a scumbag. And
I
there's
do
some
you agree with
probability
that
in that.
100%? Because I've seen children come up in families where the parents were
That's all.
scumbags, but the child, not in many situations, actually turned out fine. They did well.
Yeah, I said there's some probability to play with that, but he is correct that uh, who is getting together plays a big role, and largely that's because of their practices. Now, yeah, they may be some physiological things going on as well. It often is, but more often than not, the unproductive practices that go along with that are going to ensure that that's what's going to happen. Meaning, like you said, I've seen exceptions to that, and exceptions to the rule always. But you know, apple, as they say, apple don't fall far from the tree. So, and what Dr. Africa would always say is, we have to understand that we're controlled emotionally in this society, in this evil world we're in, because that's how you control people. You're not eating and buying things, whether that's food or clothes, the cars you buy, sometimes even the houses you choose to get. You're not really doing that we don't really do that from the most practical purposes. And it's not just us, it's more of a problem for us, but everybody in this country is emotionally driven from the different commercials and the different things. There's so many tapes playing in our heads that they've been implanted there, and different things done to influence us that we don't even realize is going on. So we got this emotional damage already going on before birth, and then after birth, you're born into a space where, like he just pointed out, brother Graham just pointed out, depending on the environment you're coming in, it's just going to start emotionally damage you even more. Um, Now, the one thing I want to hit on is uh, what I said the other night about SVU being one of the longest running, most popular TV shows. And my belief is that is because there's so much child abuse and sexual abuse and trauma that's out there, and we're not really addressing it. We're talking at it and not dealing with it. And in our community, it's very, very, very damaging and negative. It's not new. It's been going on for a very long time. In fact, since slavery days, uh, because again, as a people, you're vulnerable. And so that means you can be exploited. And so therefore, so can your children. Um, and I'm not going to go off too far into that, except for the fact that it is a reality and it is a discussion that it must be had. And there's prevention that used to take place that just doesn't take place now. We're so lost, and we're lost because of the breakdown in the generation gap and the breakdown in the family. Again, largely pushed by design and made to be that way. Dr. Creswell would always say, if you're not succeeding in America as a black person, things are working the way they're supposed to, because you're not. It's not designed. It's not for you. They don't want you to succeed. They don't want you to be the best you are. They don't want you to be the most productive. They don't want you to be the brightest or to get the best learning or to get the best food and health. You would think if you sit down, they have these games now where you can design the world that you want to have in the little towns and cities you want to have. And you would think, if I got all the money and I got the strongest army and this and that, my people are going to be hooked up. They're going to be looking good, feeling good. It's like Reverend Ike used to say, looking good, feeling good, and smelling good. Okay. It just in real time, it does not make sense. But when you understand and stop being in a fantasy about what's happening and what has happened to you, then you realize, okay, this is going the way it's supposed to go. So that means I have to do things to counter it. Okay. One of the things you talk about all the time, and this is Dr. Africa and his wife, Dr. Melanie Johnson, we talk about people as black people. We got to remember we have an emotional spending account. That means, there's a range to your emotions. Some of that is developed pre-birth by the hormones going on in your mother and when you're in the womb. And some of that is developed afterward when you're born as a child. And again, the environment that you're growing up in, what you learn, how much care you get, one of the major things Dr. Wilson, psychiatrist, used to say is the biggest problem for the children is they don't get enough lap time. What's that mean? You know, when you have a little baby and they're sitting on your lap and they're just sitting there rocking and feeling loved and looking around, seeing things and feeling safe because they sitting in daddy or mama or grandmama lap or granddaddy lap. Okay. Um, they don't get that enough. It's not uncommon, and maybe some of you out there can attest to this, that you might hear mothers saying, "Get off me! You know, you too big. I don't want you on me. You too heavy. You go walk over there. Go play with so and so." And the kid is crying, or the child is running around and acting, out of their mind, don't know what to do, throwing a tantrum or doing whatever, or are we just so frazzled and busy that we don't have time to just sit there with the child? When you have a rocking chair and you put your baby in your arms and you're in a rocking chair and you rock with the baby. You got mothers now, they put the baby in the crib and they going off and they watching something, they put the little mobile on and they going about their business. Put the little
Absolutely. You see that so much, not only depicted on some of these television shows, but once you walk once you walk outside of your home, or if you're at the market, you see it. And
yeah.
it's not only the younger people, it's some of the older ones, or better yet, and I really hate to say this, but it's true. You may have the women that are out working, and the men or males are the caregiver.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, even though the child is with them, they're rolling up a backwood.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can say that on air. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying exactly what it is, but I'm
Yeah,
sure everyone
keep
knows.
it real. That's we know.
Yeah,
There's nothing new under the
we
sun,
know, I
and
know.
we know.
Or as
We
we say in DC, the skunk.
okay, we know,
Yeah.
and we know what's going on. And again, it ain't new. The problem is there's the word. The judge uses this word all the time. I say, Judge Joe Brown,
Yes.
proliferation. Okay, and when he says we don't understand what survival of the fittest mean. It doesn't mean the strongest. It doesn't mean the best. It means who's reproducing at the fastest rate. And then if you take that, add what Dr. Africa said that Carter G. Woodson uh, gave to the world and said, when you're ill, you reproduce faster. Because he discovered that in plants, but the same is applicable to people. So therefore, when the society is ill and that group of people is ill, they start having children younger. It's a correlation to that. So that means the people who you don't want to be procreating at rapid rates are doing so. And the ones that you want to procreate and bring out other models like them don't. Because, they might be distracted pursuing life and traveling and I want to do my thing, or I got my career, so I ain't having no babies, and I want to keep my figure, or I ain't got no time for no children, or, there's a million things. Okay. Same thing with the men. I ain't spending no money on no kids. I ain't raising nobody else's kids. I ain't doing this and that. And, I get it. It's the society we live in. It's not shocking that those statements are out there, and people can rationalize them. And depending on which side of the fence you're on, you would agree or disagree, because some of that is very personal. But on the other side, there's a larger picture to it, and if we don't heighten the contradiction, we won't see that picture until it's too late, and it may have already been, to be honest. So we have this emotional stuff going on. Now, as a black male child, you got a lot more of it going on. Unfortunately, sisters, to say that black male child has more of it going on than you do. Uh, that's been shown again by the research in the home, particularly if the father is nowhere to be around. and there was negative uh, things going on between him and the child's mother. Okay, uh, everything from how the child is treated to how they're spoken to, the stories they're told, all of that. So all that's to say, we have some stuff going on with us, and we have to realize that some of it, is stuff that was already there. Now, when most people ain't thinking about it in their 20s. They start trying to ask a few questions in their 30s. When they hit 40, they have a moment where they have to slow down, and then they say, what is my life? Why is this happening? Like, how did I get here? This wasn't what I signed up for. What happened? What's going on? I did all the right things. Why is this not working for me? I did all the bad
Absolutely.
things. Why is it not? Why don't I have a chance to do better? Where's my second chance at?
So is
And
that wrong to ask that? Because my mom taught me, and you have to excuse me if I'm going in and out. Today is the 23rd year that she transitioned, and it's just been rough. I was committed to doing this, but my voice is cracking for several reasons, so don't mind me. But one thing she did say, and I remember both to myself and my little brother, who's not really little anymore, we're both over 50, but she said, never question. She would always say God. I say the creator now, but she said, never ever question. But as I grew older, when I fell in times of the wilderness, I'm in one now. I find myself, my faith is still there, but I do question. So do you think that's wrong, or is that just something as humans that sometimes that just happens?
no, we're all struggling, and we're in a particular time right now where there's a pressing energy, if you will, on us. Whether that's things that have happened in our lives or things that we're facing. Now, I want to do something with you just as an example, because this is going to be one of the things at the end of this that I say can help the brothers if you want to get over or lower the risk of that feeling that vulnerable and not being able to have the discussions and this and that, because that's really what we're talking about. Why the men don't want to be, why the men don't want to talk to me, or they don't want to do this. They don't want to be vulnerable. And they don't want to be vulnerable because every time they've been vulnerable in the past, they got hit over the head. How many times you got to run into the wall and get hit over the head before you say enough? Okay, so let's do this.
Oh, Mr. Al, I have to let you see this comment. Andrea is one of my mods. She is so sweet and to the point. She says, "Your aura lighthouse soul graciously, appreciated, Mr. Al, bringing grandmothers happy feelings, spark flame in my heart fawning with joy, total peace." Oh, that was so sweet.
Thank you.
Oh, thank
Thank
you,
you,
Andrea.
Andrea.
All right, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead, but that kind of touched me too.
All
And
right.
Mr. Graham, real quickly, says, I'm 41. Oh, now you make me feel like a fossil. Says, and it seems like I was just 21. Now, see, Mr. Graham, I'm getting ready to get put in timeout. Yesterday, the clock stops for no man. Absolutely, sir. It does not.
And
And
that's another grand way. Everything you're saying, we're going to hit on towards in just a little bit, because that's completely correct, brother. Thank you. So let's
yes, sir.
do this.
Thank you.
Can you take your left hand and put it in the center of your chest?
Are you speaking to me, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And take your right hand and put it on top of your stomach.
Yes.
And we're just going to take 3 breaths. Okay, you ready? Breathe in, let it out. Breathe in and let it out. Breathe in really big and let it out. Just keep your hands
Okay.
there for a minute. Breathing regularly, naturally. All right. Now, we have to constantly remind ourselves that our power is now. What we're experiencing right now is it. Right now. We can't be in tomorrow yet, and we can't go back. We can look. We can reference what's past, but our power is now. So we always have to remind ourselves our power is right now. What can I do right now that can help me feel better? Sometimes you don't have an answer. Sometimes we do know, whether that's give me a bowl of ice cream, and we'll talk about that. Drink a glass of water, some tea, a drink, smoke something. Okay, I'm not, you know, opposed to that. Besides super hard, crazy synthetic drugs, if just you do what you do. We none of us can really, people say only God can judge me, but what they're really trying to say is, none of us can really judge because it's an individual journey here. One to a birth canal, one to a casket. Okay,
Absolutely. Quick question. That exercise, what was that? Is there a particular
that's a
time?
little bit of a grounding exercise that I learned from my gurus at Tantra Nova, and you can look them up at tantranova.com. That's Freddie Zental,
Over.
Tantra Nova, Tantranova
Okay, hold on.
.com. And the teachers are Freddie Zental Weaver
I hope I spelled that
and
correctly. I'll look it up. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Dr. Elsbeth Muth. They're a couple that teaches a combination of tantric yoga and new age physiological principles. I've attended several of their trainings in the past. They're wonderful. They're wonderful people. The information that they give out and they teach you is, to me, mind blowing and very innovative. Uh,
Out of
and
Chicago.
out of Chicago.
Okay, I found them, sir.
Yeah,
And here it is correctly. Thank you so much for that. That's in the chat, everyone, if you're
yeah,
interested in that. But thank you so much. And
yeah. They have
for the
videos on YouTube where they go over certain exercises and they talk about things. They have different offerings throughout the year for trainings. They go to different locations if you get into that sort of thing. And that brings me to the next point. Okay. You're asking about vulnerability because the question is, well, how come I can't get next to this man like I desire to? How come I can't have the conversation I want to have with him? Why does he seem to be holding back or evasive? Is he lying? Is he just that aloof? Is he, some kind of goofball? Okay, what's going on with him? And the whole thing is he doesn't want to be vulnerable. And how you don't be vulnerable is either through reluctance or avoidance or both. That's the why of it. Okay, you're very reluctant to put yourself in that space, or you completely avoid putting yourself in that space. And sometimes that's situational. Some stuff you can ward off, and some stuff I got to go the other way. I see you coming. I got to turn the corner. Well, why are you doing that, man? She wanted to talk to me about, getting together. We had a couple of good times, and now, she want to do more than I'm really willing to do. That's the usual thing we hear sometimes. Sometimes it's I'm afraid. because man, I'm not going through it with no woman again. I've been divorced, and she put me through hell, and I'm still paying on this now. I ain't got time to be getting caught up like that. Or oh, I heard a rumor that they might be pregnant, and they might be trying to tell me that I'm the one that did it, but I know that ain't true. And just there's a variation of things when it comes to men. And I'm talking about, again, black men. I'm talking about present day society in our community. Why don't they want to be vulnerable? Well, when you grow up and you watch the men in your lives go through the ringer with society, with their relationships, with their children, you can either choose to do the same, or you can figure out a way to do something different. Most people, if they have a modicum of or a little bit of intelligence or some common sense, they're like, I got to do something different. Sometimes it's just the spirit that they're born under, and that's a part of it too. People dumb it down when we talk about the zodiac. There are some very hardcore truths to your astrological cycles, and I'm gonna just say this: we're all 12 signs. Okay, just because you're born in a cycle where the sign is, that's the major focus. But you have a little bit of everybody, because there's a little bit of something in all the houses, even if there's so-called no planets in your chart in that house when you get your chart read. Okay.
Absolutely. I feel like that my mom, bless her soul, Gemini, and she had this gift, which I say, and I've said before, is an eerie gift where she would see or feel things, and not more than 24 hours before she would utter something, it will come to pass. And as I've grown older, some of that has rubbed off on me. Do you remember the movie The Green Mile? Um,
Yes.
oh gosh, what was his name? Michael Clark Duncan. Rest in
Mm-hmm.
peace to him. We've lost so many people. But the
Mm-hmm.
role he played, John Coffey, where he said that he just wanted to basically leave because he saw things and it was ugly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say I feel like that, but I'll say that I can understand,
Right.
because a lot of the things I feel and see, they're not pretty at all.
Right.
And it involves and encompasses a lot of suffering. And because I'm an empath, and I've said this before, if I see a animal that was hurt or injured or suffering, I will actually pull over and start crying, and people will look at me like, "What is wrong with this person?" But that's how I am. I don't like suffering, and I definitely don't like seeing it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's there are things, again, we still don't know as much as we think we know, and a lot of the Western medicine doctors are lying to you. They don't know either how certain things work generationally, between a parent and child, between partners,
Perfect
between.
segue. You mentioned Tuskegee yesterday. When you talk about vulnerable males, do you believe those males were vulnerable, or were they used, or a combination of the two?
To be vulnerable means you're susceptible or capable of being used. So yes, they were both, and yes, they were vulnerable. Again, if you're a black man in America, you're vulnerable. You can think you're not, and that means if you were Adam Clayton Powell, Thurgood Marshall, if you the judge, uh, if you can name any black man. We There was a joke the other night about the whole Chris Rock and Will Smith.
Yes.
Okay, if you're a black man in America, you are vulnerable. So that means at any given time, somebody can choose to pull your card, as they, just said, and when you're playing Monopoly, and it says community chest, and you got to go pull a card, and it says, "Oh, pay each player $50." You're like, that ain't fair. Like, yeah, well, pay each player $50. I ain't got it. Take a loan from the bank if the rules are set up that way, or you out the game because you ain't got no more money, or sell some of your properties, or get rid of some of your stuff.
But
You know,
people do that in real life when they go gamble.
yes,
Oh my
well,
gosh.
we do it in real life all the time. So yeah, we're completely vulnerable, and the whole Tuskegee thing, the whole look, we're constantly being set up, and this is why another reason why black men feel so vulnerable. We brought it up. We talked about it the other day when we was talking about Marion Barry, and I brought up Sam Cooke and the several other instances uh, that some of them escape me right now. But usually, to get the man, Empress, when we were talking and we're talking about the metaphysical meanings in the Bible. Okay, if you don't know the story of Samson and Delilah, okay, Samson was a judge over his people. Okay, and he needed to have a wife. When he wanted to go get a wife, he went out and seen Delilah, who was from another group. Okay, and his parents asked him like, "You can't find a woman from our group to go be with?" No, that's who I want. Go get her for me, and this and that, because that's how it goes down. Well, Delilah's people was constantly, oh, Samson's been, beating up us and keeping us from doing the evil stuff we want to do and keeping us from getting the control of them people. So we need you to find out his secret so we can beat him. And she kept on playing with him, asking him, oh, tell me your secret. And he would just say, okay, babe, this is the secret. And then she would go off and tell the folks, and then they would go and try it. And they would find out that, oh, he lied to her and that wasn't the secret, and he would kill him. And, they did this 3 times. And then on the third time, he either got tired or, it was just that time. And he's like, okay, this is the real secret. You can't cut off my hair. My hair has never been cut off. Been promised to God, this and that. If you understand that, you understand Rastafari. So,
Yeah, so quick
cut off his
question.
hair and
Do
he
you
lost his
believe
strength.
3 is symbolic? Because 3, I've heard that mentioned many, many times. So with
Right.
this story with Samson and Delilah and the number 3 you just mentioned, do you believe there's symbolism with that?
Always. That's
Okay.
that's that's the universe talking to us. That's how the creator God arrange things. If you look at things from a scientific numerological formula based biochemistry, electronical, whatever label you want to put on it basis, metaphysical basis, yes, it's all intertwined. So therefore, there's something to it, meaning that woman played on his vulnerability. For black men, many times black women have been used to play on their vulnerability, meaning to make them more vulnerable, usually to adversaries or people who want to do them harm or, ruin their careers, kill them, extort them, get their money, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Sometimes the woman is innocent, so called, and doesn't really know the full scope of the plan, but your gut don't lie. So when some people trying to get some information on somebody and they're not telling you why, you should already know it's something up to that. But most of the time they do know, and they're paid off, and they're paid very well. They rewarded very well. And you know, people say, "Well, I didn't hear that. They didn't put it in the paper. There was nothing on the internet about it." Like, come on, stop, grow up, okay? That's not how the world works. And so, for black men to feel vulnerable, a lot of them feel like, well, I don't want to deal with no sisters because, especially if they're black men of means, maybe they got a good job, maybe they got a high profile career, maybe they came into a lot of wealth, and they're like, I don't want to be set up. There's plenty of times in plenty of little videos where they show the girls meeting the guy in the club, and he thinking, "Oh yeah, I met some wonderful looking girls, and you know what men want," and like, hey, I'm gonna go back with them, and we're gonna have a good time, and the guy gets robbed. or killed or gets his car stolen. And that's if he's lucky. Again, he may lose his life messing around with some people that set him up to be exploit his vulnerability. Okay, so when it comes to black men and vulnerability, that whole reluctance and avoidance thing is real. The whole reluctance part is that's his not wanting to talk, not wanting to give his personal information, not wanting to get into the deeper conversation, not wanting to share his information, not wanting to let you know where he may live since you only been on a couple of dates, or not want to give you the password to his phone so you can go in his phone and check it, which I don't know why that is a thing, but that's just me. Password his computer so you could go in and check and see if he's been going to sites that you don't approve of. We do some so-called crazy things to the people that we are so-called supposed to be in love with and want to partner up with and do some things. Yes, you do have to do your due diligence in the day and age we're in, but there's a manner and way to go about it better than usually gets shown or gets talked about, because the negative is always going to get all the press. People love the drama and controversy, okay, and nobody's pressing on the good stories or telling the good stories. Okay, there's still black people getting married. There's still black people having babies. There's still black people buying houses. There's still black people who are getting great jobs. There's still black people graduating and all this stuff. It wasn't so many as before. No, but they're still doing it. So if it's not as many as before, let's get to work and make sure we can get some more. Okay, that's just the whole thing with the reluctance. When it comes to the avoidance, maybe you two have already had some conflict or controversy or something go on where he's just in a space where he doesn't want to even be in a space where that can continue or a new type of conflict can arise. So that's why he doesn't want to talk to you, meaning he doesn't call or doesn't retake your calls, doesn't answer your emails. You thought you two was a good match, and maybe we could learn some more about each other. But he's like, I'm not. Maybe he saw something that reminds him of some negative thing in his past. Everybody's individual. Everybody's individual based upon their patterning, meaning what they saw growing up from the people who's around them. Usually it's the parents, but it could be grandparent, it could be siblings. It doesn't matter, and that's all goes to environment. And then it could be just that individual's nature, and that could be based on his astrological makeup, his biochemical makeup, his so-called spirit. That's all of that encompassed. Lets you know. And a part of the environment, the food is in there as a part of the environment because it affects your health, it affects your thinking. So that's a part of that. Okay, so let's not forget that. So you got reluctance and you got avoidance, and that is the why of the vulnerability. Now I'm going to say something here and follow along with me. Pretend, okay, this is the game, and the game is you're on the road and you got to travel the road up the mountain. And if you're a black person, when you get the starting line of the game, a pack is put on your back. Now, the pack, general standardized black pack, is 50 pounds. If you're a black male, black female, you put the pack on and it's 50 pounds. In fact, let's be even more realistic. If you're a black male, the pack is 50 pounds, you're a black female, it's 49 pounds. Okay. Not 40, not 30, it's 49 pounds. We'll give you 1 pound lesser. And that's only because sometimes, because of the demonic influence over the world we're in, there are perversions that make you more attractive to be utilized in that way than a black male. Okay. And then you got to go along the path up the mountain. And the path is a lifetime path. So you don't know when you're gonna reach the top. Your goal is you trying to reach it, where you can get up there and still have enough strength to enjoy being at the top. But, it could take you 80, 85 years, it could take you 50 years. You don't know that till you start walking on the path. Okay. So when you're walking on the path, you know, uh, you want to walk together because then, you could trade off carrying a pack. And hold on, Graham. I'm gonna stay right there. I'm gonna get to that. You can share, so the person can get the rest they need for their back and their feet, and they're not carrying that pack is so heavy. You can have somebody to help, you know, in case some other people try to take your stuff on the way up there. You know, you can have somebody to help in case you twist your ankle, get hurt, you don't want to fall off the side. They can be there to help you, save you from that, or help you watch out for something. Okay, so there's benefits to walking together, but if I'm vulnerable, I don't know if I want you walking with me. Okay, because when I was a young person walking with the pack, and I would look up, and I would always see the women putting the pack on the men and walking off and never coming back, or taking the water that he got, and he ain't got his ration of water. They got his ration of water walking up the hill, and he stuck with no water on the side, or he didn't got, you said the wrong thing, and now he's over there shackled to the side, and he's in the so-called timeout when he's shackled up in this little cage, okay, while everybody else is still walking by. Okay, and just as well for the women, you sit down and rest and have a good time, and over the night when you sleep, and you get pregnant, and then the baby, and when you had the baby, the dude then left you, and when the baby's born, the baby got a pack. Everybody get a pack if you're black. So guess what? Now you got to carry your pack. You got to take care of the baby. You got walking up the thing, and you got to make sure the baby pack is still there. That's a whole lot. You got to deal with like that. Ain't right. Sometimes there's monitors there, and then your ration of water. The guy's ration of water may be taken away and given to the woman with the little kid. That you're like, hey, that ain't mine. We didn't even sleep together when we sat down and was staying there. But things happen, so everybody's worried about this vulnerability. So you think of it as a game. You start to understand. Okay, I see why people would act in certain ways. But our lives are not so linear. Our lives are mixed in with all these other different things, with work, with recreation that we want to do, with stuff that we want to watch, with activities that we feel like we want to get involved in. Okay. And then there's past bad experiences that if we don't understand our present now, and that our power is now, and that we can't be living that we use it as a reference point only, but everything is happening right now, and we can make plans for tomorrow, and if we're lucky, we'll get up and be able to try to make those plans come about, but we can't be all thinking about tomorrow when we're walking up the hill today. So we look at it that way, then we start to get a better understanding of these back and forths of vulnerability that people are either reluctant to get involved in or avoiding altogether, and try and help us get some understanding and some answers and why they're that way. Because now when you walking up the hill with y'all black packs, other people just cruising on by. Some of them got cars, some of them in limousines riding by, all partying, woo, all out the sunroof, this and that, blasting the music, all kind of big bottles of water. This and then you're like, how come we can't get one of those? Every so often, you see a black person come by in a used limo, riding up, got their feet up, they don't bother to stop and offer you no water, do whatever. They just riding in their limo going on and up. Or, they might have a bike, and they looking at you as they riding by, like, yeah, you wish you had this bike, don't you? And they, that's the world we live in as Black people. If you think about that game, that's the world we live in. Okay, so the whole thing with being vulnerable is, if you look at it as a game like that, then it's very linear, and it makes clear sense to you. There's none of this over here. Well, maybe it'll be different, or well, maybe this one won't take my water. The last 5 took my water. Yeah, the last 5 took your water because you don't have common sense to put your water up, and you still ain't caught on yet. So, and I'm gonna get to that now, because the whole thing about the vulnerability for the Black man is, how do you lower the risk of your vulnerability, or how you eliminate the risk? Now, Graham said something a few minutes ago that dealt with the whole relationship thing. And what he was talking about was, like, when a person don't call you back, you don't waste time trying to call them back. Their fingers work just as good as yours do. Okay. And it's a whole bunch of scenarios we can go with that. But the other thing of that is, there's such a thing as the golden rule, treating people the way you want to be treated. But that's under the premise that you want to be treated well, and what good treatment is. Okay. We're assuming that person that is going to practice the golden rule wants to be treated well and knows what good treatment is. And that's a bad assumption to make in Black America. Okay. And just in America, period. But in our communities, in our present day society, it's definitely a bad assumption to make. Okay. So you have to speak up for yourself. You have to speak clearly. Sometimes that's more difficult for others because of, again, the patterning that they got growing up, the background they came up in.
Quick question. I'm sorry. West Bank, I don't want too many comments to get past, says the self-hate in our community is so real. Oh, he's applauding. So where do you believe, in your perspective, that this originated, and why?
I watched the lecture earlier today to prepare for this. Sister Shahzad was on.
Thank you, West Bank.
And some other people I listened to as well, I watched. And the whole premise, when we have this whole healthy or identity thing going on, is this self-hate is real. Okay. Self-loathing, and all of that has to go with a lack or deficiency in your self-worth and self-esteem. I heard Les Brown say this before, when, now we got the thing where all the kids get a trophy for participation, not from their excellence. Okay. All the kids get something, a star on their paper because we want everybody to feel good, instead of so-called earning it, meaning you earn it through your performance. Well, everybody can't think well. Well, you know what? They don't get a star. And then ain't no question. They know they don't think well, so they know they got to do something else. They ain't going to college. They got to do something else. They're not doing that. Or maybe they're not athletically inclined, so they ain't getting no trophy. So guess what? I don't want to play sports no more. Well, you got to do some kind of sport, some kind of physical activity.
Now, I was about to ask you that too, because Judge Joe Brown always says, that's fine, but what about STEM? How do you feel about that? I think you were on that live stream when he spoke about.
I wasn't on that. I might have been. I mean, I wasn't in the panel, but I watched the show. Yes. STEM is great, and definitely, yes, we do need more of it. My biggest issue with STEM has become a buzzword. Everybody has these buzzwords. Just this week, you had the LA school district, kids out of school, teachers and workers and people all deal with the school district on strike because they ain't got a living wage. You got people in Paris on strike because they want to raise the retirement age or the pensions. And if you haven't been paying attention to the politics, they keep going back and forth with, oh, Social Security ain't gonna last. We got to do something about it, and all this other stuff. So there's all kinds. The world, the powerful people that are controlling things and pulling the strings are making it harder and harder for people to get and do the things they need to do because the people aren't pushing back. And the people aren't pushing back because the contradiction hasn't been heightened enough. Uh, there was an opportunity during the whole pandemic, but it quickly got watered down when them stimulus checks went out. Okay? Because people love to spend money they ain't got.
But
They
I just
get
want to know, how long does a person think, whether you're single or maybe with one child, how long $1,400 or whatever the disbursement was, or 600, whatever it was, how long do you really think that was going to last? And their taxes to be paid, and they're going to come back with something else like higher. I say this when people talk about they're waiting for their, what is it, living wage increase that government workers may get every 2 or 3 years. But when you go back to renew your health insurance, your premiums, if you don't pay attention, slowly rise back up. So the point I'm trying to make is, sir, people think, oh, this is free. There is nothing free. You're going to get it back some way or another. You, not you, sir, but you in general, you have to pay attention to FICA tax, this tax. I mean, when I first started in the civil service, so I'm telling you my age, we didn't have all of these different lines. It was FICA, Social Security. Now there are all these other things that have been slowly built in. That's how they're getting it back. Can
well.
I say amen?
That's definitely an amen on that. But there's never enough. But we have to understand the game of that and what's going on. The game of that and what's going on is we have to be careful of getting caught up in the buzzwords and not saying, yes, we need STEM. And the estimates say we're going to need an extra $1.5 million to create the programs, put the kids in the programs, and give them extracurricular stuff to practice the stuff that they're learning so they can learn it at not even a more rapid rate, but learn it and be grounded in it. The danger we're facing is the technology is surpassing the capabilities. And you still need people, and we're still always going to need people, but then it's going to be even more specific, and only those very top people are going to be going in. We used to understand the principle of the talented 10th till people who weren't in that talented 10th and never had an opportunity to make it into that talented 10th got tired of that. And, you know, uh, got in with the controversy and the conspiracy and got some things changed. There's always these different levers being pulled here and there. Our kids need to be pressed in excellence. Again, I talked about people going back and taking a relook and a review of the whole Reconstruction period. The principles that were in place, the moral codes we had that were in place, the self-policing, the self-preservation, the sense of self-worth and self-esteem that we built up.
Yes,
People
like,
coming out of chattel slavery to becoming people sitting in the nation's houses of government within that decade.
right.
Okay. Those are, again, nowhere else on the planet did a group of people who had even come close to going through what we went through do anything so miraculous. Okay, so it's there. which lets you know why we're being kept and made to be so vulnerable, why they constantly are doing things to play with our emotions to stress us out, because that's how you mess up the kid. You stress the mother out when the child is in the womb.
Yes.
So the kid is going to come out, there's already some issues. And then the bad environment you put in just exacerbates those issues. Now, if they're lucky, they got a couple of parents that'll kick them in the behind and do the best they can do to try and keep them straight and try to give them some right choices. And then they only got 7 years. After that 7 year, it doesn't matter. The pattern is set. There could be variations on it. They just shoot somebody instead of killing them, but the pattern is set.
So is this set on the little girls or the little boys
It's
more
set
so?
on all children.
All children.
All children. The development stages are very early. After that, the patterning is set. The patterning is set by what they hear, what they see, and what they observe. Because body language is the number one form of expression. Most of the things that we convey is from our body language, not what's said out of our mouth.
So for a little boy whose father may have been incarcerated or no longer with the mother, and he grows up feeling as though he has to be the male figure or is the male figure of the house. Do you find that those males tend to be more vulnerable than others, or does it matter?
Okay, I'll say this as a personal experience, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the research that's out and what we know for
Okay.
that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Um, I was a child that grew up with my father, but it was after the patterning. So early on, my parents were together, split up. Then at a few years after that, you know, I want to say 8 or 9ish, my father picked me up one day and I was living with him. Okay, there were some traumatic things going on in my mother's household uh, that, when as a child, if you see somebody having a medical issue or maybe having a substance abuse issue, it is going to affect you. That's why you have what is the name? You know how you have AA, and then you have to, what is it, AARA or AAPA, or the companion to AA is what I'm saying. That's the spouses and children of alcoholics. They have a meeting group as well.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yes, same thing for our Narcotics Anonymous, same thing for Sex Anonymous. There's some people that could benefit from that. You know who you are. We don't have to have a deep discussion about it. Okay? Especially if it's going into the criminal activity involved.
Yes.
Okay. But it's all out there. These are addictions. Gambling, Gamblers Anonymous, spouses and children of gamblers, because it is Dr. Africa says this here, and even in his books he put out, African Holistic Health, the updated one came out in 2017. It's a family thing. Like when he talks about pregnancy, the mother's pregnant with the child is birthing the parents. The father's pregnant with the mother. It's a unit. Okay, and we've gotten so far from principles that we knew and understood and practiced. Okay, we gotten so far from what makes common sense. There's certain things that, okay, we're human beings. So as human beings, there's certain physiological functions and things that work to help relieve distress on levels that we don't really haven't studied or discussed because we either lost that knowledge or it's never been presented to us. We haven't been exposed to it. And then when we are and we get into the practices, we realize, wow, it really works. It's like, yes, it works because it was designed that way. You're designed that way. Like the breathing grounding technique that we went over.
Yes.
Like I learned at Tantra Nova. There's several other techniques. You get into healing modalities and different things, and you learn a different way. people have a different connotation about it because of the name, until they realize that these are tools, these are practices. Um, in our world, again, there's a demonic influence. So we've been misled about things that can help us, and the things that are promoted are dumbed down, and we're given the worst examples of them. So then, you know, our gut is telling us, well, I don't want to be involved in that, and rightly so, because that's the worst practice if you're going to do that. You know, like that old Chris Rock joke. Yeah, you could drive a car using your knees, but it ain't necessarily the best way to do it now, is it? You know? So what is Graham saying? Blacks have
Graham
been.
says blacks have been through the most, yet get the least. And many of our people who do have developed that house Negro mentality, he feels like he or she is above the field Negro.
Oh, absolutely. Malcolm broke that down the best that could ever be.
Thank you,
Uh,
Graham.
yeah, thank you, brother. Malcolm broke that down the best it could ever be. But we should know that there's a space in which all of us see, and people reference this all the time. We're not going to go backwards. You're not going to get black people as a whole to stop living in some of the fancy areas that they brought into, give up the fancy cars, the clothes, the hair, the makeup, the this, to that. Okay, but there was a time, and even the judge talked about this because he was right there in the midst of it. But there was a time when, we really, and the afro was the perfect expression of that, because nobody else, except for maybe a few of those people and a few of the people on the Iberian Peninsula, if they have curly enough hair, can get a perm and they can mimic the afro, but nobody get an afro but black Americans. So you see somebody else in the world with an afro, we're cousins. And there's only a couple of places I know where people got afros, okay, that, look at us, and Hawaiians, Samoans, and people like that are cousins. When you look at them, the Hebrew Israelites do a good job of connecting the dots on that. But you know, it's like it's undeniable that the Negroid features are there. Okay, that's why they can blend in when they come over to the United States, and we accept them, and until they talk or give us their backstory, we don't know who they are. We just think that you're light skinned cousin of somebody or whoever. It is what it is. But yeah, that's perfect on that. Getting back to what we're talking about with the self hate and the self worth and the self esteem. Les Brown always said this perfect thing. Uh, we don't realize that almost 90% of our self talk is negative as people. Okay, negative. We're very critical of ourselves. More so, we're always our own worst critic, and there's never been a statue erected to a critic. Okay, erected for a critic. Sorry. Okay, so that means we have to make ourselves a little bit more aware. Now, when we do those breathing techniques, sometimes, and you saw how fast we could do that. It didn't take long to do that. So you go off in a corner somewhere. You might sit at your desk, do whatever. It's just 3 quick breaths, hands on certain points. Okay, and there's different uh, ways to go more in depth in that, but not going to do it here. But we have to become more self aware, and sometimes the self talk is necessary because as especially as men, sometimes we use that to motivate ourselves. Like especially like if you're doing something very strenuous, like you're working out, you tell yourself, "Come on, man, you can do it. Don't punk out." This and that, but you're talking to yourself. You're not talking to another person. You
Right. I
know,
was about to ask you, do you believe there's a difference in self talk and daily affirmations, or are they one and
um,
the same? Or could they be Or is there a correlation between the two? I mean, I
They're
believe there is, but a difference.
they're really one and the same, because your daily affirmations you should be saying out loud, because there's a metaphysical component to hearing your voice, saying your name. And like I have a list of I think it's about 11 daily affirmations that I say, that, and they're not all about money and, oh, I'm gonna be rich, this that stuff, but it's things that are important to me. There's some images I'm using. See, we've been given watered down versions of the stuff that actually works. That's why Reverend Ike says you can't lose with the stuff I use. And people say, well, how come they work for me? It's like, did you really apply it? Because you can get the workbook, but did you go through the whole workbook, and did you do the stuff that he said to do? Did you write down the stuff he said to say? Did you get up and say your affirmations out loud? Okay, did you declare? Did you listen to the tapes? Did you do that? See, there's the big word in this whole thing is discipline. Okay, now when you talk about the self-talk, you could try to delineate between the self-talk and self-critique, but it's just easy to say self-talk, because if you put it all in the same category, it forces you to deal with it as a whole. So that means if you're talking to yourself, you should be talking to yourself positively. You can motivate yourself by calling yourself a name and saying you could do it. Or you can motivate yourself by saying, come on, man, you a champ, you could do it. That's not negative. But you can use other words to try to say the same thing, and it will sound negative. You get where I'm coming from?
Yes.
I
I
could
try
say,
to
come on, you bum, you know you could do it. Don't punk out. Don't be a wuss. And then I could say, come on, champ, you got this. You can apply your strength, and you're gonna do it. You can make it happen. Which
Right,
one
you have
sounds?
to eliminate the negative words, like I think I can do it, and say I can do it, or I'm
Exactly.
going to do it.
Exactly. That's just what it is. The semantics. And it takes a minute. You have to apply it for it to work. And yes, some days you're going to do it, some days you're going to forget, some days you're not going to feel like doing it. But the more you do it, the more consistent you become. Like anything as a human being, the more you do it, the more consistent you become. Period. Like somebody wrote that it takes so many hours to do something to master a subject or a craft. Okay, and that's their opinion in that. But what they're really talking about is your proficiency. When you see the athletes, yes, most of the professional athletes have some kind of natural gift or to their physiological body that makes them able to have to play or be in a certain way for that particular sport. But they still have to hone their craft and practice, because they're not playing against average people. They're playing against other people with natural gifts that make them good at that particular sport as well. So that means like the brother Kobe, God bless him, that transition. Um, his work ethic was phenomenal. His it was legendary. The guys that did follow the sports would always talk about Kobe and his routine and what he would do and this and that. And it's like, look, if you're going to be there, be there. Yeah, he set out to be the best. Say, hey, you see what I'm saying? So you got to apply yourself. It's not rocket science. It's not anything new. So that self-talk, gotta see that for what it is and understand you have to have that self-worth. And Dr. Wilson would say this: self-respect is more powerful than a nuclear weapon, because when you got your self-respect, certain things you're just not going to go for. And the self-respect will make you have the self-confidence that will spur you to see your self-worth and then develop your self-esteem.
You just said something really important with self-confidence. How come with some people That's confused with vanity
People
or being
confuse.
or
I'm sorry. Go
being
ahead.
or being pugnacious, if you will.
People make the confusion because when you don't see it on a regular or the way it comes across to you, it's easy to misinterpret. It's easy to make the wrong assumption, or to second guess what you're seeing. Particularly when it comes between men and women. Oh, she thinks she all, we talking about our community. Oh, she thinks she all that in a bag of chips. Remember that expression? Okay. People would say, he
Yes.
he think, he ain't all that. He think he king rooster. All that stuff. Okay. People mistake that. And a lot of times it has nothing to do with you. That is their expression of their own lack of self confidence, self esteem, and self worth. Because a self confident man will appreciate a confident woman. They're a match. They not be a match for each other, but they're a match in I respect myself so I can respect you. It's impossible for me to respect you if I don't understand how to respect myself. Let me say that again. It's impossible for me to respect you if I don't respect myself. And when you, as a man, I have, especially when I worked as a police officer, a lot of times when you see some of the women go through trauma with men, that clearly, if they have been paying attention, you see that he doesn't respect himself. So why the heck would you think he's going to respect you, especially when the deal goes down? I can fake the fun for that moment or that night or this or that, but when real, so-called real life kick in, and the bills got to be paid, or I got to get up and go to work, or I got to handle something that came up, or there's an emergency. You see who someone is.
Absolutely. So, vulnerability in the black man. Are there any telltale signs, either textbook or general knowledge?
Meaning, can you tell if he's vulnerable?
Yes,
Well, the
and let me
first thing
read
is,
Graham's comment first. Graham says, you have to be obsessed with what you want to strive to be great. That's what separates ordinary from extraordinary. And Andrea says, amen, amen. Andrea, turn to your neighbor and say that again. Amen,
thank you
amen.
both. Thank you both. And
Yes, thank
Graham is
you,
right.
Andrea and Graham.
You have to be relentless. Okay, you have to be unreasonable when it comes to what it is you want. Now I'm gonna get to that because that's a deeper, that well, it's not a deeper, it's on the other side of what the next part I'm going to get to. But I'm going to answer your question when it comes to that. um the signs. Okay, again, the first thing is all black men, whether they realize it or not, are vulnerable because they're in America. Okay, if you're a black man driving in your car and you run across the wrong policeman or get pulled over by the wrong policeman, you're going to have a bad night. It may even cost you your life, depending on how you react. You're vulnerable.
Or
Okay.
depending upon that officer and what type of night they could have possibly had, either at the station after roll call, or may be something that happened at home before they
Yeah.
got out.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. You're vulnerable to someone else's whims. You're vulnerable
Absolutely.
to someone else's idea of you or what they're going to act out. Okay. So that's a reality, and you have to understand that. Okay, that's the first thing as far as recognizing it. So the first recognition is, as black people here, we're all vulnerable. As a black man, he is vulnerable because, like some of the movies and some of the lectures that are out there, there's the target on his back, and there always has been. And as long as we don't like this system that we're under, but it's what we know. We know there has to be changes, and we have to be the catalyst for that change. So that's just, as long as these things continue to exist, that target is there, and we have to understand that. And women, when you come across the brothers, you have to understand that. So just know, and it doesn't mean pity him, look down on him, all this other stuff, because we're all vulnerable. It just means I know I'm dealing with this brother that may be a little more vulnerable. And Dr. Africa used to always talk about this too. When you meet somebody, you're walking in on the story. You ever picked up a book and just open the book to whatever page and just start reading from that page? Not start at the beginning and read the preface and get to the forward and then start reading the book in chapter one. No, take the book, open the book to whatever page, whether it's page 76 or page 120 or page 300, whatever, and just start reading from that page.
I'm guilty of that. I never go, well, only one, I think, and it was a while ago, I actually read the preface, the dedication, the forward, but most of the time, no. I'm looking for the plot, for the juicy parts.
Right. So how many times do you know what's going on in the whole story, or just what the juicy part is? Because the juicy part, there might be several juicy parts, there might be only one juicy part, and juicy part might be the climax, juicy part might be the setup to the climax, juicy part might be, the epilogue, just depends. What you're looking for is the juicy part. So when you do that, you're not getting the bottom line is you're not getting the whole thing. So you might be missing out on why a certain character did what they did. You just may know the murderer turned out to be Mrs. Plum, and it was this and that, but you don't know that she did that because the Candlestick Man did something to her, a couple of years ago and kicked her off, and the other person that she killed helped him get out of jail. Just using that as an example of when we walk in on the story, we don't have all the facts. We don't have all the information. And so it's easy for us to make a mistake. It's easy for us to say something that maybe we shouldn't say. It's easy for us to insinuate something. It's easy for us to misread a person's reaction. So just remember, when you first meet someone, you're walking in on the story. Sometimes the brother, even though he may be trying to avoid vulnerability, may have had a bad day at work and don't want to talk to nobody. It's not just you. And understand that. That's the first clue. Is this happening to just me, or is this how he's treating everyone?
So is that noticeable by body language or knowing that person? Or again, the
body language will tell you everything you need to know when you encounter a person. So if you get good at either halfway being able to read the body signals, you'll know what you need to know. And first, before all of it, your gut you should be listening to that voice. And if it's not saying anything, maybe you need to do a little more breathing and quiet time, and just everybody's different, don't know what's going on, but you should always be able to be in tune with that inner voice. That's one of the things of our whole self-worth, self-confidence. Our inner voice, trust in ourselves, is what's going to give us self-confidence. And the more we trust ourselves, the more confidence we're going to have. So, and that will help build our self-esteem. So, and we get that by that inner voice that's putting us through the divine. Whether you want to say the creator, or you want to say the God, it's or whatever your version of God is, that is how it is. So, Graham, hold that statement because I'm coming to that.
I'm going to start that. Okay. Andrea says, You're joyous exactly how I am. Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah, thanks, Anja. So that's how that will go. Another way to tell is certain actions. If somebody is returning things you gave to them, uh, if somebody is, our people, like I said, Dr. Africa said it to us, we need to realize, the majority of us, practically all of us as Black Americans, we're sick. We've been messed with, we've been messed over. Things have happened to us. Things have happened to our families that have led up to things happening to us. So we're gonna have some issues. So that means there's some work that has to be done. And unfortunately, when you use the word work, a lot of people turn it away and start running. So they don't want to do the work. Okay. Can I find an easier way? Can I just find an excuse? Can I do this? Can I do that? Oh, I don't care. I'm going to be all right. No, you're not. And eventually it leads to these more negative experiences and traumas that we have and the dramas that play out. And then we say, well, why is this? Or, I don't want to feel so vulnerable. Well, you have to do something about it. Okay. And sometimes if the man is very negative towards you, name calling, cursing, explosive, very irritated, you probably need to leave that person alone. Not just for that time period. You probably just need to leave that person alone. I didn't put a caveat at the end of it. Leave that person alone. Okay? Not, well, he had a bad, you should leave that person alone. Okay? How come you ain't answering my call? Well, I just been busy. I don't have time to re-talk right now. I gotta go. They'll get it, but now
But can
we,
that
we
possibly,
have. Hold
in
on.
this age and time, agitate that person,
I
which
was
could
just.
actually lead to something more detrimental?
I was about to say that.
I'm sorry, sir. Go right ahead.
Now we unfortunately have some men that if you try to give them the soft shoulder, they will take it as completely detrimental, and it could cost you your life, if not cost you some damage to his property, certain types of harassment. Like I said the other night, the one thing we have to do is as women and as men, stop playing with people. Stop giving people these, well, I give them a second chance. Now, we know how the system works against us. We don't want to put nobody in jail. We don't want to cause nobody to lose no money. We don't want to cause anybody to lose their freedom, okay, or get hurt. At the same time, you're not to tolerate any type of harassment, abuse, physical threat, or this or that, okay? And I say this in total all experiences, the things I've seen, too many women now, even today, like I'm talking about, when I was working, it was 30 years ago, running up and down the streets, chasing bad guys and catching people. But, even today, it's still prevalent. Just like when we talked about the girl that went to Mexico and her friends, messed her over, and then, they lied to the family coming back, okay? That's the kind of goofballs you got out there. So you have to really be discerning, and you have to really not play with people.
Quick question. Do you ever think there's going to be justice for Shanquella Robinson? That's the lady you just spoke of. Young woman, rather, who went to Mexico.
There'll be something, and it's up to the family to determine how they feel about what happens.
Okay.
All of us can have our opinions, but it wasn't our loved one. So justice is personal. There's no real definition of justice, because justice is personal. That's why you have that biblical law, an eye for an eye. Because if somebody take out your eye, and Dr. Randy Short, we say this all the time, if somebody takes out your eye, you're not trying to take out their eye. You're going to try to take their head off. So an eye for an eye wasn't for the person that so eye got taken out. It was for the person that did it. To make sure that you don't get more than what you bargained for, because most times you're going to get more than what you bargained for. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you can't play with people. That means if you don't have any other recourse but to take out a warrant on them, and you can go swear out a warrant on them, warrants don't go away. They either get served or you die. That's it. They'll know not to mess with you. If you think you've been messed with by or you're dealing with someone, and again, listening to your voice, like, oh man, I done messed up. This dude is on the edge. It's always good to have a couple of friends. Now, woulda, shoulda, coulda. If I had my druthers, I'm gonna play that role right now. If I was a single young lady and I didn't have any other recourse, I would try to find a way to make sure I had a couple of friends that could handle their business, that I could always just be a phone call away and like I need some help and know that I'm gonna receive that help. However you work that out to have that available, it depends on how valuable you think that kind of service is. I'll just put it like that. Uh, the Russians don't seem to have a problem like that. Certain other groups don't seem to have a problem like that because people have all kind of things, whether that's cooking, whether that's pleasures, whether that's money, whether that's I'm gonna treat you on a night out once a month. But hey, if I call you, I need two knucklehead brothers to show up to be like, hey. And when I say knucklehead, I meant to say knuckle. When I'm saying knucklehead, I'm talking about the knuckleheads like they're working out in the gym. They call them knuckleheads because they're big and beefy, you know. Uh, like you just lift up your car with one hand kind of people. Like, hey, if I call you and tell you where I'm at, or I'm gonna just text you my location, I just need you to be there. And it's men who will gladly do that, depending again, once you find out what they're willing to do that for. Everything doesn't have to be seedy or or somebody getting over on you on an advantage. We used to barter like that all the time in our community. We seem to have lost that capability. The only people seem to be able to do that is the people dealing in negative stuff. But what about the positive people? Y'all don't know how to barter? Stop playing. We know how to do the things we need to do to get done what we need to get done. That's really what it comes down to, what I'm saying. So we need to get back to that. But the bottom line, don't play with people. If you have to cut them off, cut them off. You have to block them, you block them. You have to, and they have to figure out another way to call you. And yes, the technology is there. People really want to do that. They might find a way to do that, create a different account and start sending you messages, or, get a different phone and call you from a different phone and say something sweet to try and get you to answer and DM them. And, but you got to be more discerning and better than that. See, again, the first person you start playing with is yourself, and then you start playing with other folks, meaning you stop allowing their foolishness into your world. Foolishness, look, the movie Dracula was about the devil and demons. It wasn't about this and that, because what's the rules of Dracula? Can't come in your house unless invited, right?
Absolutely. And your house doesn't always mean that foundation where you lie your head. It could mean who you convene with, who you converse with, who you break bread with, who you sit and eat with, and who you think are your confidants.
Yes, there you go. So, can you bring up the? I'm gonna move to the next thing about lowering your risk of vulnerability and eliminating the risk of vulnerability for Black men.
Absolutely. How do you do that? Is it
Okay.
possible? Are there charts? Are there statistics and methods used to lower the risk that have been shown to be actually positive? Or is that something that's in the works for many?
There's always been modalities and things you can use to do that.
Okay.
The number one word to remember is discipline. If you want to lower your risk, and that's really with anything, whether that you're talking about your health, whether you're talking about your finances, whether you're talking about your life choices, um, to lower your risk or eliminate your risk, the first words you need to remember is discipline. Let's see what Graham's saying this time. People get furious when you block them these days. People love drama. If this live was about Charleston White versus Takashi 69, there would be hundreds of viewers right there. Yes, it would. And people love
Yes.
calamity because we're under demonic influence and nonsense and BS and stuff that is not going to matter tomorrow. Talking about rich people's lives that don't know you and don't care what happens to you as long as they keep getting their money because you tuning in because you feel like your life is so you don't have the self-worth and self-esteem not to put yourself to look at that nonsense and get trapped up in it, and because that's just, come on, just what it is, nonsense. And
So,
yeah, well, the kids did, and when you was young, just stop it. Again, what I say, stop. First, it starts with you. Stop playing with yourself, allow foolishness, and stop letting others play with you. You know what's what. You know, and yeah, nobody's ever going to be 100%. So if you like to listen to some jazz or listen to some rap or, watch certain shows or do whatever to blow off your steam, have a drink of scotch, uh, have a soda, drink some juice or do whatever, that's on you. And that's what you do. And you know what? It's perfectly fine and good. All things in moderation, correct? But the problem is we don't live in a world of moderation. We live in a world that tells you moderation, but they're going to go to excess. As you go,
absolutely. So,
you're the person who's
textbook
no
and
day.
your Graham
I
is
hear you on
no
that, brother.
Graham is no joke. So, textbook definition and your definition of discipline.
Discipline is for a textbook. Let's go to the textbook. It's the practice or training to obey a rules or a code of behavior that has punishments to correct disobedience. Ooh, that means the whole reward and punishment things, but they ain't talking about no rewards. Discipline deals more with if you break the code, if you violate the code, if you violate the rules, there will be punishments for your disobedience or your unadhering to the rules and the code that you said or agreed to follow or need to follow. Okay. So, and my ideas about discipline are pretty much the same. In my ideas of discipline, I would just say in my own words, the daily application of the things that you need to get done to move in the direction you say you want to go. Uh, because I'm talking about myself, people aren't usually that good at giving themselves correction in the way of, oh, you're going to you pay a penalty or punishment. You could set up a jar where you have to put $1 in, but most times, we're not carrying around cash like we used to. So that might not be the best thing to do. You could set up a thing where you have to put some things down or you have to do some things or you have to drop down and, if I said I wasn't going to drink soda, okay, before I know it, I was in the fridge and pulled out a soda and now I got to do these 25 push-ups that I said I was going to do if I slipped up and drank the soda. Well, you got to take the soda out of the fridge.
So, is
Oh,
that discipline or routine?
Routine is a part of the discipline.
Part of okay. Okay.
It's more than routine. So the routine is a part of the discipline because the discipline is the application of that routine. Because the whole purpose of using discipline is you're looking to achieve a certain result. That means a certain behavior. You want to accomplish a certain goal. If people are going through some sort of academic program, it takes some rigorous discipline. They have to do a certain amount of study. They have to do a certain amount of testing. They have to do a certain amount of writing. Okay. And then it's going to be graded and they have to be able to convey their ideas. that takes a certain amount of discipline. Okay, if people are going to go through certain types of physical training, that takes a certain amount of discipline. You got to get up and move your body. You got to keep yourself fresh. You got to stretch. You got to drink your water. You got to hydrate. You got to have the proper gear, your right tennis shoes, the right, gym clothes. Okay, in order to successfully do the physical training. Okay, that's all the discipline. Okay. That do you have that statement that you starred by Graham?
Yes, he had to. Give me one moment, sir.
Okay, while you're pulling that up, I'm going to talk about a couple things.
Here's the first one. The vulnerable man relies on others' approval to get through life. This is a terrible way to live because no matter how hard you try, one can never satisfy others for long. Round of applause for Graham.
As a man, and we're talking about black men, and most black men, usually by their teen years, they've gotten this concept down pat that you are not going to be able to please everyone because somebody is just not going to like you for you. Somebody's not like how you talk. Somebody's not going to like how you dress. Somebody's not going to like your breath. Somebody's not going to like how you write. Somebody's going to not like your beats. Somebody's not. Okay. And particularly as young teenagers, because the hormones are raging, is usually get the attention of some nice looking young lady. Okay. A lot of lessons there. But that statement is true, and it's akin to the statement that we've all heard at one point or another in our lives. You can't please everybody, so you might as well understand how to please yourself. You're never going to please everyone. And when you attempt to do so, all you're going to do is usually piss off everyone that you're trying to please. Because what's going to happen, you're not going to be able to give the inadequate amount of time and effort to what they may particularly want from you, if you even know. So the parenting thing we addressed with parents. So that whole parenting thing we talked about. But great, thank you for putting in that comment before, Graham. But sticking on that previous one about pleasing others, you have to know, first off, you have to know yourself. When you know yourself, again, going back to what we said about the whole self-worth, self-esteem, self-confidence, knowing yourself, knowing your own limitations, knowing when you have that self-confidence and self-esteem, will let you know what you're willing to do and what you are not willing to do. You don't figure that out in the moment. Okay. I sometimes, as a guilty pleasure, I would watch that horrible show. Oh my gosh, how could I not think of the name? Give me just a second. Fatal Attractions, TV One. Okay, and those are the ones.
Fatal Attraction.
Yes.
I love those shows.
I'm gonna send you an email at the end of this, Doc, because worried
that
me.
And Snaps, and when I do watch Investigation Discovery,
okay,
those are my guilty pleasures. And
those are good too.
Special Victims Unit, I binge watch when I have the time.
Okay,
so I'm guilty.
So I say that because I don't necessarily laugh. But, as Black people, we have a very sometimes unique sense of humor because of what we've been through as a people. And so when there's certain shows and things that depict us, the representation of us has really got a long way to go because it's so lackluster and so done incorrectly that, it's almost like when you watch the Black exploitation movies of the 70s. and you see the badly dressed stuntman trying to look like a black guy with a wig on and stuff. You can't. And these days, we laugh. Back then, people was looking at him like, wow, they got this thing going on and everything else. But when I watch the Fatal Attractions, there's always that moment in the show where they're like, oh, and her boyfriend said, they ran into hard times, and the boyfriend suggested they go rob some people. And, she wanted to back up her man, so they was going along with it. It's like, stop. Stop right there. Stop right there. Me and you, though, we in the house. We didn't, we got together. We got our little relationship, and money is tight, this and that. And you say to me, oh, well, I know where some people got some money at. Maybe you could go over there. We get the gun. We go rob them. Now, what kind of fool do I have to be to say, yeah, baby, that sounds like a good plan. Let's go ahead and do this criminal enterprise because we need that money and go take this chance and do that. Stop it. Stop it. Now, I know I'm being, as they say, a little bougie with that, a little elitist with that, a little, well, you don't know, sometimes people get, again, that patterning. Stop it. No. You suggest some criminal stuff to me, especially one that is probably not going to work. I'm not going to follow that. But the decision to not be that way doesn't happen when you suggest it. Yes, most of those are for my man. Fatal Attraction is where, usually the dude wind up killing the girl. But all of them still have the same kind of premise. Somebody suggests something that's not a good idea, and the other person readily goes along with it. There's no question. There's no, what are you talking about? We're not going to do that. We're going to go work some overtime, or I'm going to get a second job, or we're going to go borrow the money from somebody that we know may have it, or some other thing that makes more sense than let's go commit a crime and put our lives at risk and maybe put somebody else's lives at risk and then get caught up in some negativity that we truly don't need to be dealing in. We didn't make that decision at that moment. That's what I'm trying to get at. It was already there. Whatever pushed you into, okay, now's the time for you to go ahead and show your moral turpitude. No. And I'm using broad terms that law enforcement uses, so excuse me for that. When you show you're a faulty way of thinking.
Oh, absolutely. VA used that all the time, and I was going to ask you, what do you think has happened where moral turpitude for many has either dissipated or has been lost through osmosis?
Well, again,
even in our age group.
Yeah. It's not new. It's always been there in certain groups. But again, that word, the proliferation, when more and more and more people get caught up and it becomes, and look at the clothing styles from just 30 years ago, just 10 years ago to now. What young ladies will go out in, and what young ladies will go out in without their parents questioning them, without somebody saying, you really want to wear that out? I mean, there's a false sense of security. There's a false sense of bravado. It's a lack. It shows out. Elise says it all the time. The less clothes you have on shows the less confident you are, the less self-esteem you have. It's not the other way around. Yeah, think about it. Okay. Or women that complain that all men want from them is sex, and she say, you need to show them something else. Oh, yeah. Wow. These are some really broad and commonsensical statements that we keep taking it for granted and overthinking it or overplaying it. Okay. Now let's look at stuff when it comes to discipline.
Yes.
Attention, discernment, and scrutiny. Okay, if you want to lower your risk or eliminate the risk, you have to give the proper attention or use the proper discernment or give the right scrutiny to the situations and to yourself and to that person. So for the black man that's feeling more vulnerable than he may need to feel, or is experiencing more instances of vulnerability that's coming out bad for him than he needs to. He needs to reapply his attention, discernment, and scrutiny to his life situation. That's not blaming the victim. That's merely saying some situations, again, you're either reluctant to get in or avoid. If you're giving the right attention to what's going on, if you're using your discernment and honing your discernment, the more you use your discernment, the better you will get at it. The more you analyze, the better you'll get at analyzing stuff. Okay, the
So,
more
quick
you use.
question before
Uh
you go on, because I see you're on a roll now.
huh. Okay.
One that's vulnerable, and I'm speaking of men in their early 40s and below. Would you say that some of them can be or are easily manipulated by certain women?
Oh, absolutely. But that goes by them being emotionally damaged, which, again, like Dr. Africa say, all of us, especially as Black Americans, we are the number one with emotional damage prior to and after birth and in development. So by the time we get to the stages you're talking about, absolutely they're more susceptible because it might be from the household they grew up in and what they saw their mother or their father or both doing, or what they saw their siblings doing, and the way they believed about stuff. One common belief that used to, is still prevalent, but used to be an accepted norm in the South, Black men would say, no one woman is going to carry around all my stuff. Now, I'm using the word stuff. If you get creative, you know what I'm replacing the word stuff with.
Yes, and thank you very much, sir.
Okay. So uh, that will set you up in a couple of ways. Uh, I will tell you from my own development, it takes a long time to get past that because not only can you rationalize that, you will make that a reality. And I mean that like most brothers from some way, shape, form, or fashion make that rationalization and make that a reality. Because from a man's perspective, it will make sense, especially a Black man's perspective that is in a place where he's vulnerable. I'm living in a capitalistic country with less resources than everybody else, constantly subjugated, where I can't guarantee if I'm going to have an opportunity to do what I want to do in my life. Why would I regulate myself like that? Instead of you need to be better than that, you need to. That's how far you think that's going to get you. Other than having a real conversation with him about why is that his thinking, and when I get further towards the end, I'll go over that part of some things a little more that will make sense. So, did that answer your question?
You most certainly did. Empress Goddess says, say the ways of a woman will never be known by man. And then further up, we have Graham says, some say women are the root of all evil. Hope not, because I love me some women. Graham is a mess. And
Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Graham.
Empress also said there aren't any virtuous women. Empress, can you please leave in the comments why you feel that way? And let's see. Andrea says the body is our temple. Mm-hmm. And then you were just speaking about those shows. And let me see. Any new comments? No.
Okay, so we're talking about our present society and we're talking about Black community.
Yes.
So first off, uh, you have to apply the attention, discernment, and scrutiny I talked about when it's necessary and or appropriate. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, this is going to help a black man be less vulnerable or have lower risk of the vulnerability or eliminate the risk of the vulnerability. Uh, when is it necessary? Your common sense to tell you that when it's necessary. Meaning, most of the situations where the attention, discernment, and scrutiny is particularly for anybody that has been a soldier or a policeman or a fireman or even a nurse or somebody that's people dealing with some emergency situations where it's life or death really quick, this and that. You got to be Johnny on the spot, as they used to say, with that stuff. And your common sense should kick in that sometimes it's not so common, but your common sense should kick in like, okay, I need to do this. It's not really too much of a choice. Either I'm going to do this or I'm not. If somebody's shooting at you, you either good. If you got your weapons up, you ready, you know you was going to the fight, you either start shooting back or, you find some cover and hope they don't find you. Okay? It's not a whole lot of options. Okay? Uh, appropriate means there are times when, I may get away with not paying full attention to something and, it's okay. And I don't have to come back to it. Or I can give attention to something, but I don't have to really get so deep into discerning or doing a lot of scrutiny about it because, it's just not the time for it. We may be out in public somewhere at an event, or we may be in the movie theater, or we may be at a party, or we may be at a family gathering. And it's not the time to scrutinize some stuff and, maybe start asking questions or maybe start looking. Again, your body language is over 85% of what you convey to people is through your body language, not what you say out your mouth. Sometimes even what you say out your mouth, your body tells on you. So you saying one thing, but your body's saying something else. Okay, and though you may know this, interrogators, investigators, people like that go to specialized training for that at all levels of law enforcement, of all levels of inspection,
Yes, I'm
anti-terrorist
a proud
protection.
graduate of FLEXI, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Brunswick, Georgia.
Okay, you went to Brunswick. I went to Artesia, so
Oh, okay.
congrats to you.
Yeah. Oh my God. I just want to say that the first time I went, and you have to keep in mind, and this isn't being sexist, this is being the truth. Most of the people there were from, or they were trainees for the Bureau of Prisons. And the
Uh-huh.
majority of them were men. We stayed in barracks for like 2 weeks. And again, a lot of them were male. We had to eat at a mess hall.
Mm-hmm.
That I enjoyed the training, but I was so glad when it was over.
I can imagine.
I mean, we had shuttles, but they would let us off at a certain place and we had to walk. So I'm not really sure if people are so familiar with Brunswick or or Glencoe.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they called it either or. But at that time, oh my goodness, it was so humid
Mm-hmm.
and the water smelled like sulfur. The people were very nice, but I couldn't wait to get home. I mean, the barracks, I think, is what really got me because I
Yeah.
felt like I was really in a prison and we had to study. The only time I got out was on the weekend where I went to Savannah, where I said that's where I really wanted to move. But someone said you may want to think about a different area than that.
Right. Right. Well,
Mhm.
it's not for everybody, so but you got through it. So hey, well, congrats to you for that.
Thank
You
you.
know, You're stronger now for it. So
or crazier. But no, I mean, there's certain things you have to do. And like you said, you learn a lot. And body language was one of them. Certain tactics, like if you were to interview someone, most of the
mhm,
time, and you know this, you already know the answers before someone comes in, but you put up props. And this is a secret I'm telling some people, but you can put up some empty boxes and make it look like it's a lot of files. When you see the chest moving really quickly or they're breathing hard, you're pretty much able to get what you need in writing.
yes,
And a lot
indeed.
of people don't realize that. So, yeah, when you say body language, that means a lot. And I hate to bring up Kells, but you remember that song? Your body telling me no, but your mind. Yes, you're
well,
right about
well, those are true idioms in our community.
that. Yes.
Again, we're talking about present society. We're talking about Black community, and so a lot of the times our struggles, our contradictions are heard in the music. So yeah. Now, when we're talking about appropriateness, part of that appropriateness is tied to your mental health. Okay, there's a difference between mental health and being healthy, because healthy is we talking about your overall physiological wellness. You could be nice and fit. Oh, girl, look, he fine. He ain't got no belly. He just, yeah, yeah, okay. But he got a couple of switches off, and you're not gonna find that out until you have a few conversations. Okay, so you know you got to understand, or you might have a couple of switches off, and the stuff that you think is appropriate to say to that man is like, and he looking at you with the side eye, like, what the heck did you just say? And I've been there a few times myself. Like, what did this person just say to me? And I had to even a few times really let somebody have it about you, not physically but verbally, with the way they were talking. Like, hey, you don't talk to people that way. You don't say those things. You don't come across that way. And sometimes, we are having a association with somebody because he may look like the guy that we broke up with 2 years ago that stole our money, or our girlfriends are having a hard time and this and that, and we don't realize our mental health is a little bit off, and we're saying stuff that we should not say to someone,
No, I'm
especially
guilty
again
of
when
that.
we're walking in on a story and we don't know what's going on.
I'm guilty of that because when I'm speaking to someone and I think it's just in me now for this long. It may not be in you, but it's in me. Sometimes in my conversations, that part of me, instead of just conversing, I find myself questioning people, and I don't even know that I'm doing it sometimes until someone brings it to my attention. Like, what is this? An interrogation? And I have to sit back and think, like, oh my God, am I really doing that? I'm very serious.
Well, part of that is it's your trade craft, and unlike we been lied to so much about, oh, you leave your job at your job, you don't take your job home. Come
Okay.
on, okay, uh, especially when you're using a lot of your own mental energy and the things that you do, or with things you're involved in, it takes a lot of mental energy to work it out, because what people don't realize is there's a certain segment of law enforcement that's like, uh, the best way to describe it would be you're putting together a puzzle, and you don't necessarily have the cover to look at every so often to know how it's going to look. So you got to go on the pieces that match and fit. And sometimes you got to feel them, and sometimes you got to hold them up and look at it. See what I'm saying? So it's a lot of mental energy you're expanding, and
Yes.
sometimes you know uh,
It's overwhelming sometimes.
it can be, and People in the service professions, it's very hard to have relationships because you're dealing with everybody else's stuff. And I'm going to hit on that towards the end because that's a part of the vulnerability for both men
Absolutely.
and
Thank
women,
you.
because it really takes its toll. So before I move to that, I'm going to bring up this scripture. I know Empress is going to back me up on this, but I'm only going to speak about the last sentence of it. One of the most important things that Jesus the Christ said, Matthew 6:34. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. And I hope we all understand what that
Name that again, Matthew 6,
Matthew 6:34.
34. Okay. Thank you.
And that's not the whole scripture.
No, I just wanted the.
It's the last sentence.
Oh,
It's two sentences in the whole scripture. I can read the whole scripture. Hold on a second. Take therefore no thought for tomorrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. And basically, so there's no misconception. Bottom line, don't be worried about tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to take care of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, meaning there's enough going on today that you're going to have to deal with. So let's get to it. And what I say, your power is now. Okay? You can't go back. And that scripture said nothing about going back. They talked about future, because when I get it, and I'm gonna get this, and like, yeah, that's nice to make plans, but be present, be in the now as much as possible, and use your power to propel yourself forward. Okay. The last parts of this vulnerability I'm going to talk about, because we talked about the whole self-love is really how you could just identify all those things when it comes to your self-worth, self-esteem, self-respect, giving over to self-hate, because that's a part that will become a big part in our self-identity.
absolutely. Empress says we wrestle against principalities and powers in high places.
Well, yeah, that's a paraphrase of that scripture,
Mm-hmm.
and that's cool. That can help us understand some of our vulnerabilities, meaning some stuff you're just not going to be able to do anything about. Again, that's why I say the reconstruction period is one that we have to go back and look at and study and really have serious discussion. And then now Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks have done some of that. And there are some books out. I just don't have the stuff in front of me. But there needs to be more, and we need to really look at that, because when you're talking about we're battling stuff that's higher, like, it's not the people in front of us. It's bigger than that. And right, it is bigger than that. But then there are some other things that we can do. So we need to look at, again, sufficient to the days the evil thereof. What can we do that's now in the present, so that when we start working on our plans and we start trying to affect those plans in the present, when we get to tomorrow, we can move forward. And because that is how it was done. We weren't, when they give us freedom, we're going to do this. No. We wasn't in that. We was in, okay, right now we got our freedom. What we're going to do? We're going to go fight and hold it. We're going to fight and make sure we got it. We're going to go fight and make sure we keep it. And now that we got it, we're going to learn. We're going to learn how to talk. We're going to learn how to read. We're going to vote ourselves in the office. We're going to get some money. We're going to open some businesses, do business. They ain't got to come do business with us. That's okay. We can do business with ourselves. You make enough to buy a can of beans, or to get some seed so that you can go out there and farm the land that you was able to get that's behind the shack that y'all live in. You be all right. Okay. No, you may not be living the best, and It's very hard when you live again in the most wealthy, most powerful nation on on earth, and you're struggling. Sometimes struggling harder than people that just came over here, and you're like, how is that possible? My family been here, and I can trace my roots back to the slave plantations in Virginia. But how is this? These people got more than I do. You know, I did everything I was supposed to do. I went to school. I paid my taxes. I voted. How come I didn't get the opportunities they got? How come I didn't do this, get that? Some of the stuff is bigger than the people that are in front of you. But it doesn't mean we don't have to apply ourselves, okay, and have the self love enough to do that. Now, Shahzad Ali has said this, and because of the fast paced world we live in, see, the judge brought this up too. Things are moving so fast, and we so quick, and we so want things our way, and we so sure about what we can deal with and how we can do stuff that we don't use our patience, and we jump to too many conclusions instead of letting things play out. Sometimes we have to let things play out. It doesn't mean they have to play out in a negative fashion or in a disrespectful way or in a rushed, pressing way. They just have to play out because to get to know somebody takes some time. This whole hookup culture thing where you get together and it's just about the sex. That's the whole goal. And it's like people people must have never been teenagers when it was a great special thing where you could just get together with the person that you was all in puppy love with or enamored with, and y'all just spend some time holding hands, be able to hug and get some kissing in maybe, and do this, especially if you was older teenagers, and you wasn't going to cross that threshold of sex quite yet. Maybe if y'all had started officially going together and you had went together for a little while, you could move into some a little more risque activity, but not full-fledged sex until you were both comfortable. It was a mutual respect and understanding and following the code because the young guy knew he couldn't violate the girl because it was going to be hell to pay for him, and the girl knew she couldn't be too so-called loose because uh, that was going to ruin her chances at being able to being able to go out and being able to date and see boys hang out. It's like we can't trust you to do the right thing, so you ain't gonna see no more boys. But that's when you had parents and you didn't have these, child watchers that you got now that don't care what the girl do. Like, oh, I'm going out. Okay, like that girl's 16. She went out here with her behind out. You just gonna run out the door? Are you kidding me? But that's what's going on. And don't even get to the young men since we're talking about vulnerable black men. When you're a young black man, okay, and I saw this as a police officer, even though you got the so-called young thugs out there on the street, they got guns, they're 15, 16, sometimes 14 years old, and they got cars they done stole or drugs they're selling or doing this and that, and you would pick them up or they get locked up and they're doing this, and they might, want to be calling their mama, they might want to be doing some other stuff, but when you hear them talk, you realize it's a kid in the back of my car. This is a kid. You hear the stuff they say, you hear the stuff they worried about, and you're like, this is a kid. You're like, what the heck?
And they're serious about it.
Well, yeah, but they're a kid. So they're thinking about and talking about kid stuff. And you realize no matter the heinous crime they might have just done, this is a kid. This is still a kid. This is still a child, especially mentally. Okay. So there's patience that has to play out there in that vulnerability. Um, and you think about it as a young black man, kids want to be led and cared for and have somebody that has authority over them to be told what to do because they don't know. They can be guessing and doing stuff, but they don't know. You can have all the Google in the world. That's information. That's not experience. It doesn't really teach you anything. These are children. And so when you're talking about the vulnerable black male, you got to remember his development, uh, especially in fatherless homes. And we can get in debate about whose fault is that. But, I say it like this. The woman ain't get pregnant on her own. Sometimes you know, sometimes you don't know. Okay? So just like it took you both to bring that about, it's going to take both of us to make it right. I remember a time when, especially in Southern Virginia, I grew up, nobody cared if the woman had some children. Now, she had some children because maybe she got divorced or was a widow, or maybe she did, get a little loose out there and she might have one. If there was more than one, it was definitely, now this, I'm only talking my personal experience. I know it's different now. I know the dynamics is different. I know sometimes the how it plays out is different. But I'm using it as a reference point because it's like, it's not that men really even care that much about taking care of, and I'm gonna okay, let me bring it all together here. There's a lot of back and forth and anger about the black manosphere, passport bros, those whole MGTOW people, all of that stuff. And we have to remember for every action, there's a reaction. Okay. And that's all we're seeing, especially with all the vitriol and negative stuff in his passing that was said about Kevin Samuels. And, as a black man, I just felt that was horrible. His material wasn't stuff that I watched a lot because I didn't feel it was going to be that helpful to me, that my own personal stuff, but I valued it for what it was. And I knew who he was. And I did feel it was valuable for the people in the market because you got to remember he's marketing to our community. And to our community, if you're going to tell people the truth and try to give them information that's going to be more uplifting, you got to market it in a way that they're going to want it. Because what's the Bible say? I'm dealing with a hard-headed, stiff-necked people. Okay? I heard one preacher say, you're dealing with them cans, them Africans, Americans, cans will mess you up.
Absolutely. Empress just said something my mom used to say all the time. An idle mind is a devil's workshop. Then she follows up with cause and effect. And then Mr. Graham says, can't blame the upbringing all the time. Some people must choose to be bad. I've known cases where the child was raised by both parents, didn't want for anything, and still chose a life of crime. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr.
That's
L, I know for sure when I mention this person's name, the hairs on the back of your neck is going to stand up.
Go ahead.
Back in the 80s, I kid you not, I know the prosecutor in the case. A gentleman with $1 billion empire went through DC like a hurricane. He was almost untouchable. A friend of mine whose mother worked at the post office, gainfully employed, his children wanted for nothing but one, for whatever reason, liked that lifestyle. So when they had their gang activity on R Street and O Street, across from McKinley Tech, he lost his life and expired in his mother's arms. And that was all behind the empire of rifle Edmund.
Mm.
You do remember that name?
Offhand, things have been so long for me. I
Drug
can't.
kingpin. Drug kingpin. Google it
Yeah,
real quick.
that's what I say. I
Yes.
know. You know. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Drugs were rampant in DC at that time.
Well,
But
throughout the Mid Atlantic. I
oh my
mean,
goodness. That's when we were the murder capital.
it's well. I don't want to say it's sad for our community. See, that's when you talking about that vulnerability, and again, how Graham says it. Where he said you can't blame the upbringing all the time, and sometimes just the child is going to choose that. That's where you have to get in as a parent, and you really have to deal with your own self guilt and negative talk. Remember, I said most of your talk is going to be negative. That's a very hard thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us have more experience in that than others, but it is a hard thing to do, particularly for black men. There's going to be comparison made. There's going to be this, and then there's the whole you just feeling bad because you think people going to look at you bad. It's not you didn't really cared about what's happening to him, which then is going to lead into a revolving cycle of just all this negative self doubt, self pity, self hate, guilt, and none of that is going to serve you. That's why that whole discipline thing comes in, and you got to do your self talk, say yourself good, because at a certain point, you are not responsible. Okay, um, especially when you've done what you can do. There's can be something else said to that where maybe and I don't even want to. I'm gonna say it, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to have any discussion about it. Where maybe when you're dealing with a child that doesn't want for anything or sees things coming easily because of the good choices the parents were making and the affluence they were able to afford, it sets up a false expectation in their mind about what they're going to be allowed to so-called get away with, and just let that sink in for some folks. um, I'm going to go to this right here because after patience, you know do we want to use our patience to get to the place where we can stop dealing with this vulnerability so much, or do we just want to just rush to the conclusions? I just want to have the good time I want to have. I just want to hook up. I don't want to go through all this rigmarole. I don't want, and I'm gonna tell you something as a black man. Okay, there's a time in my life in the younger years, especially when I was working the street. And when you're young, you're fit, you're good looking, you're healthy. All young people look good. Don't think so. Wait till you hit 50 and start looking at the young people. Okay, uh, just you're doing your thing. You might be dating more than a few people. You might be going out partying. You might be dancing. You might be boozing or substance abusing. When you work in public service, dealing with other people's problems all the time, you are very vulnerable to finding an outlet to get rid of your stress. Stress is the killer. Stress is what messes up the child in the womb. Stress is what makes you sick. Stress is what puts the weight on you. Stress is what eventually winds up killing you, particularly black people, more sooner, is that even a word, quicker than everybody else.
Absolutely. And one more caveat to that before you continue, sir. And studies show that the black male normally expires before the black female, sometimes at a younger age.
Well,
Oh,
absolutely, absolutely.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing some action, but I'm sure he has the means and tools to take care of himself. Go, go, gadget, go. Welcome back.
Sorry, I had to handle something. Um, yes, the stressors work differently depending on which direction they're coming from. The sisterhood working themselves to death, give their children what they think is a great opportunity. And sometimes maybe the children should have less. Black men working themselves to death to try to get some symbol of status when sometimes you need to just drive forward and be happy. You know, and I'm characterizing here, and maybe I shouldn't, but again, we're talking about our folk, we're talking about our community. You know what we're saying. Okay. Yes, there's some stuff, and it's not everybody that's doing those things, but it's some stuff that when I say those things, people can definitely relate to because if they're not doing it or they're not in those behaviors, they know somebody close to them that is. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
So let's
again,
let's not kid ourselves. All
so
right.
would you say that somebody is vulnerable if they don't seek the help that they already know they should get? Like most
Can
companies get or they offer services like EPA or EAP.
let's save that for a second
Sure.
because that's a little bit as a contingency.
Welcome, Stacy Galore. I haven't seen you before, but welcome.
Uh, the last part about the vulnerability I'm going to talk about because we talked about the avoidance versus reluctance. We talked about lowering the risk versus eliminating the risk. And I heard Sister Shahzad say something that some of the brothers in the manosphere, some of the brothers that have online channels that don't get a lot of play have brought up. Some have tried to do it in a nice way. Some have done it in a very, no other way to say it, in a disrespectful way. But the message behind it is still quite the same. As a black man, the vulnerability, some of the vulnerability you're having to deal with is the fact that, unlike pretty much the races, all the other races of men, you're the most vulnerable because society has chosen to prop up the black woman in a way that's both misleading to her and disrespectful to him. Being a strong woman has nothing to do with your physicality, has nothing to do with your so-called bitchiness, has nothing to do with you being you're free to be me. Growing up, those women that took care of me, fed me, clothed me, taught me everything from my mother, with even though there were certain things going on, to the teachers in the school, to the bus drivers, to the lunch people, to whoever, the people in the community. Okay, some of those women worked, some of those women didn't work. Some of those women did work that people thought was controversial. Some of those women did work that was on a high level. Okay, very well respected and well status. Some people was high up in the church, and some people never went to church. Okay, but there was a respect that the men gave those women, regardless, not based upon, oh, she tell him off, he better not this and that and that. Now, yeah, my mother was a spitfire. Okay, my mother's one of the women that you better not cross Pauline the wrong way, you might get shot. Okay, let's keep it real. Okay, I'm from Southern Virginia. I'm from, again, that negative self-talk we talk about. Sometimes I talk too negative to myself about things. I have a doctorate in public administration, so I'm a doctor of public administration. I can say Dr. Hill. Okay, uh, I've talked about my career, both military and law enforcement and government administration. I talked about. I didn't get into depth, but certain places I traveled, certain things I've done. The marriages I've had, the children I've raised, certain things. Everything go the way I want? Absolutely not. But I look back and I know where I came from. I know what the common experience might be. And the people that went to my high school, there's several doctors, black professional people, some in the who's who. I mean, these are some people that was rocking, okay? So it's easy for somebody like me to look down like, man, you ain't be so and so already got they been a doctor so and so many years, they got this money, they down there in Atlanta, they doing this, or this person is over here. You can't compare, it's not a competition, and don't complain. Three C's. And that'll help you with that negative self-talk. So let's remember that. Don't compare, don't compete, don't complain. All right. Patience over jumping to conclusion or getting to the conclusion. Take your time. I always tell, part of that being vulnerable for black men is if you're a single man and you're dating, it becomes very tricky because if you don't make enough advancement as a man, especially in this day and age, in our present society and community, you may be seen as less than a man, or not a man, or not the type of man the woman is looking for. If you get my drift, you're not color. You might be colorful. Okay, I'm trying to be politically correct. Uh, if you make too much, then you're a jerk, and you just want one thing, and you're disrespecting me, thinking I'm some one night stand or whatever, and I want to build something more serious than that. And it's like, okay, let's all be adults here and stop it. We all are adults here. We understand that people, in some way, shape, or form, are seeking pleasure. That pleasure, with maturity, may be understood to it may just be a conversation, or like again, go back to those teenage years when a lot of people, for different thoughts, and not everybody, but a lot of people just didn't cross the sexual threshold until a certain point that they were both comfortable. But they did hold hands and kiss and hug, which even from a biblical perspective is fine because that's not fornication. Okay, so um, and it should be fine with people. Thank you. Uh, People need to get back to that. There's not enough, and especially as women, should be teaching women and then having that as a way to meet men who, because if they show up, that means they're interested, which means they'll learn the techniques of learning how to take your time. Back in, where was I at? Where was I was stationed at? I think, I think I come back from Germany, and I was back in the U.S. I used to go over a little mini course before all the internet stuff and doing this stuff and this and that. And I only did it for a few friends and do whatever. But I would tell them, you're on the 4 week plan when you meet a guy. And they say, what does that mean? And so I would teach them 4 week plan. Okay, your first week, you go out, no more than a date because people, for some reason, especially in the day of internet dating, all this other stuff, they think, especially if you're looking at these men, you think people and the women too, but definitely they look at these men that they got all this time. Okay, if a person's doing what they're supposed to be doing, they don't have all that time. So you know what? We pick a day that we both can meet, whether that is you can meet me at my church on Sunday and we going to have coffee afterward, or you know what, meet me at the bar on Wednesday and this is where it's at, or none of that. I'll pick you up and all this other stuff, romanticizing it, this and that. We're in a different day and age, so let's get there, innocence, needs, see if you can deal with having a conversation. If the person's attracted enough in person, if their energy matches, all this stuff that's never talked about on a bigger level. And then, that's week one. And maybe if you like, you can give a light kiss or a peck on the cheek or whatever. And you split, and the person ain't driving you home, and you ain't dependent on them, and nobody's worried about stuff. And it's quick and easy, and you're done. Okay, and then you do the second week, and then if you want to do some hand holding and some touching, maybe some light kissing, you can do that. And then you're learning that you're still talking and you're doing some stuff, and then maybe you can start learning each other, and that also helps break down the vulnerability, because guess what, you're giving each other time to trust. Okay, and you're also giving each other time to figure out maybe this person has something going on, so they're not able to get to a point of trust no matter how much time I give them. And that's very real in our world today. And you have to use your discernment and maybe ask certain questions, or sometimes just be blunt about it. Say, hey, look, I'm only going to give you 4 weeks, and we can't get to a space of trust, and the energy's working good, and I feel like it's right. I'm sorry, I got to move on. This is the world we live in, bro. I can't look. Time and effort is an investment, not just money. So let's not kid ourselves. And so the vulnerability is there for both, particularly for the man, because there's a lot of men, of course. Well, I want to hit them skins. I want some sex. I want this. Yeah, bro, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe the prostate issues that older men are having. Dick Gregory talked about this. You're in violation. You're doing things too much and too readily crazy, and there's a lot of demonic influence in the world that's making you think about stuff that, yeah, you could do it, but it's probably not going to get you where you want to go later on.
Instant gratification
You could
and
sum it up.
societal pressures.
You could sum it up to that, but in my view,
Yes, sir.
instant gratification is like part A, and there's a part B as well, and that's why I say there's a shadow side that's not being talked about.
Why is that again?
Why is that?
Yes, sir.
Because I'll use a biblical reference first, or religious reference first, and then I'll get to a practical reference or a
All
more
right.
worldly reference. Uh, God is omnipotent. The God is omnipotent. I see what you're doing. Like I'm not, because people might get mad that I use that reference. Uh, Sees all, hears all, knows your heart. Okay, has all power, can be anywhere, go anywhere, do anything, is in everything. Okay, the devil does not have unlimited power. Is not omnipotent. The devil can't be everywhere all the time. The devil can't do everything all the time. The devil can't. He has limited resources. He has limited time. The Bible tells you that. Okay, so that is, of course, why he has his minions and demons to go out and do stuff. But so when the devil sends a demon to you, do you really think he's gonna send one that's not the one that's gonna be effective to you? I don't think he's
Absolutely
gonna
not.
come this way.
And I say this all the time. They will never come disheveled or not in their Sunday best. They're going to come as their best. They're going to come with the vocabulary that's more than 2 or 3 syllables. That's how they fool
It's
you.
going to be what you want.
Yes.
Like, hey,
What you
baby, I got
crave,
you.
what you desire.
The devil is like the best used car salesman ever. I got you, baby. I know what you want. I know what you want. Look, I got this right. And you're like, oh my gosh. I just got
Oarsmen,
a minute.
you'll always get your way.
Okay.
Remember that commercial?
Yeah. So that's that reference. Now, a more worldly practical reference is the way things work metaphysically is We think, see, that's why I said the other day, the law of attraction, the Oprah vision boards, all this other stuff. Yeah, there's truth to that, but it was chunked off. And we have to get more like in the Esther Hicks kind of phrase of things where it's like we got to be better at minding our own business because you live in a free world universe that runs off your vibration. You can say what you want. Oh, I'm pious and I just want, I'm looking for to get married and I want this and that, and that right thing walking there because what you vibrating is, look, honey, I need me good looking, this way tall, this much big, off tomorrow and can hang with me the weekend, man. And look who just walked in. Mm. And I've been wanting to talk to him too. He coming this way. Wow. Because that's how it happens. Like when you got to get somewhere and you just so focused on getting there and you think about all the good stuff that's going to happen when you get there on time and you're going to do your presentation, this and that, and you get all green lights going down the avenue and you're like, yes, I'm going to make it. Are you angry and frustrated and you're like, oh, I got to make it. I can make it. You keep saying yourself you can make it, but you're angry and frustrated and you hit every red light at every corner you got and you know already you're going to be 15 minutes late. And it happened every time, and we keep missing how we bringing that stuff to us through our vibration instead of what we're saying. Yes, what you say is important. Our daily affirmations stuff is important. That's why I said you have to say them, and you have to say them out loud because there's power in your voice. Okay, but that's not the most important. You have to get to the good feeling. You have to feel as good as you can at the moment. And sometimes the best you can feel at the moment is I'm mad as hell or I'm sad as hell. I want to cry right now. I just want to throw something right now, break something. It's okay. It's like Dr. Africa say, you don't have just one emotion. You have a range of emotions. Emotions are like grapes. You don't just have one emotion. You don't just have the anger by yourself. You can have the anger and be sad, or you can have the anger and be, scared. Those are different emotions. Okay, you don't just have one thing of emotions. Usually, it's a little bunch at a time because you're a complex being that's going on. Things are running off your vibration. Your emotions are telling you what your vibration is doing. So pay attention. Remember, I talked about you being aware. Pay attention, and that's going to help you get past this vulnerability, particularly if you're a Black man, because when the cop get behind you, when the person next to you is screaming about something that you don't know nothing about, when you got the other stuff. Thank you, Empress, when you said balance. But, balance, again, that's a part A. That's a part B. That's the shadow side that's never talked about. And this is what I'm talking about, that vibration. Okay? This is the shadow side because it's not all hearts and roses. Shadow side might be, you know what? I just need somebody to smack me on my behind today and let me know I'm alive. And people say, oh, that's weird, or that's, ooh, why would you do that? Or that's fair. Like, you know what? That might be the thing you need.
Absolutely. I believe everyone has a different stimuli to make them feel alive or to get that fluid, if you will, through their veins.
Exactly. That's a part of understanding. Like when I went to the training with Freddie and Elsbeth, that I was able to delve into so much deeper. I mean, they do some really, like when you watch the videos about them, you see, if you're paying attention, you'll see their work is very unique and it's just so, because they bring a nice balance of the practical and the esoteric together, where nobody else I've heard doing that. And trust me, back in 2011 to 2010 to 2012, I spent a whole lot of money because I had it, and I had it like that, going to a whole bunch of stuff like that, and sitting in them places, falling asleep and being bored and not getting what I was looking for until my vibration matched what I said. And the universe was like, I'm going to just leave this article right here in this magazine. And when you walk by, you're going to see it. And just from the picture, you're going to know that you're going to go to that. And then it was on from that moment on. And for the next year, I was back and forth in Chicago, getting the real education. Even my healing energy work,
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
healing energy body work. Freddie teaches. It's like I saw it was like you gotta teach me that. I gotta learn how to do that. And it's really it's a blend of different modalities. It's really good because it's interactive.
And how long would you say it took you to get into that routine where it's not even a routine anymore? It's a lifestyle
Uh,
for
you
you.
for me, everybody's different.
Yes.
I was drawn to it because it's something that I like and enjoy and I'm very interested in. So it didn't take me long at all. Uh, but you got to go where if you have the desire for the information, it's going to show up. Now, if you show up with challenges, you got to check your vibration and see if, okay, let me try to vibe this and work this out because I might not have it. Or there might be ways that I can work around not having it. Again, if we get creative, we can get anything we want because we live in a free will universe. Just remember that. So, just saying that there are different sides to things that we have to stop being so judgmental about. Yes, some of that came through the church. Yes, some of that came through the school. Yes, some of that came from our parents. But as adults, we have the ability to say, you know what? I got these inklings and these feelings, and I don't think they're bad, and I want to explore this. Or I'm going to use these techniques and do my breath work and see what shows up. And when it shows up, I'm just going to write it down and I'm going to go do some research on it. Okay. Oh, Graham, stop, by default. The patterning is there when it comes to the clothes, when it comes to a whole lot of other things. When you're watching your mother be an unofficial prostitute, how do you think that's going to work out? That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh my, Graham.
That's all I'm going to say about that. Because Graham, I know you know, but for anybody else that might listen or hear, that's what happens. That's why that's so important. But like Dr. Africa say, in the womb, the thing's already messed up. Okay, a woman that's drinking when she's pregnant has just messed up 3 generations because now you put the baby that's in your womb at risk. You're already ruining your life. You're putting the baby at risk that you're carrying because you might get alcohol fetus syndrome or this and that. And then you mess up the baby you're carrying's eggs if it's a female.
Absolutely. But these are things that we know.
We know, but we don't know because we don't stress that instead of stressing other things that are more either controversial or more easy to talk about instead of saying, hey, this is why you can't do that. It's not just you. It's not just, well, the baby ain't going to get messed up. You know what? No, we talking about 3 generations before anybody can have a chance to get right or we find out that it's okay. So stop it. And the same thing with men. When I was talking about the prostate uh, problems that's particularly black men have over 50 because of all the breaking the code activity they're having in their 20s and 30s and sometimes 40s, all that, there's a balance. I hate to use that term balance. There's a method and manner on the frequency of sexual activity that he should be engaged in and a different form of things. Again, sex isn't what we've been taught it is. Uh, there are certain things that we get into that we think are good that aren't. There's certain things we avoid that we think is good for us to avoid, and it's not that way. But we got to do our own research and get the real information. I'm not going to, I don't judge people based on that because I'm a very different person. As a Pisces person, I'm already on the other side of the line. So you don't have to really do much for me across the line because I'm already over there. I might be standing, it may look to you I'm standing on the side you on, but that's just because that's my duality. I'm two fish. Okay, so I'm faking you out, but I'm already crossed the line. I'm waiting to see if you're gonna go over there. It's okay. So I keep swimming with you on your side. It's cool. Two fish. It's all right. I can do that. Everybody can't do that. Just like how you spoke of your mother being a Gemini. My dad was a Gemini, so trust me, I get it. Sometimes there's some stuff with that. Okay.
Absolutely. And for Graham, you're absolutely right. I'll put your comment back up. Many women and men are entangling with people they aren't attracted to because of monetary gain and or perks. Absolutely.
Well,
And a lot
that's
of
why
men
people
are
feel
doing
vulnerable.
that.
That's why people feel vulnerable, particularly men, because let's face it, what's the old adage from so long? It's not maybe not so much these days, but still to a certain degree it is where it's the men. I mean, when you're a man and you see billionaires getting divorced, and you would think in your head, I would think in my head that if I took the time to marry somebody and I was a billionaire, you're not leaving me. We got enough time and money to work out whatever we should be having. And if I was capable of doing that, then I should have enough skill and discernment that I didn't just make some haphazard choice when we got together. Now, yes, nothing is set in stone. So it's not like it's impossible, or it's this and that shouldn't happen. But from a practical standpoint, as men, remember we talking about the men and the most vulnerable men who've been kept from getting resources and always told you don't have enough resources. I told you got to get more resources now that you're with me. And all that other kind of stuff, all the games that get played on the black men. So, yes, you're feeling very vulnerable and feeling like, hey, just not all men are looking for an exchange. Some men are looking for a connection. Like Les Brown always says, at the end of the day, people want to feel respected, accepted, and connected.
Absolutely. So would you say some of this vulnerability came from the age of buck breaking?
Oh, long before that, but uh, the butt breaking itself put a put okay if there were points and say once you got to 50 points you were most vulnerable, butt breaking would be like 35 points.
Okay.
Okay, and that's on top of all the other stuff. So the whippings is 10 points. So you got butt breaking and then you got a whipping, and you got 45 already. And the day just that's just the first. You got a long way to go. So you got points to spare. See what I'm saying? And when you learn certain tools and practices, even though there's trauma in the womb, even though there's trauma in childhood, you can learn to use breath work. You can learn to use some tantra principles. You can learn to use positive affirmations. You can learn to use certain things that you can read, certain music and sounds and smells and things to help get through those things and put you in a better space so you're not feeling as vulnerable, particularly as men and women. When you got strong black men, you can't be a punk because that's what they're gonna call you if you're sensitive. As a Pisces person, I'm sensitive. I can't have you seeing me cry.
But is it wrong for a man to
Not,
cry? You
it's
have
no, it's
emotions.
not. Of course, it's not wrong. But again, we talking about present day society, and we talking about our community.
Yes.
So I can't cry in front of everybody. I have to be discerning about who I'm with and if I'm gonna let a teardrop fall or not. Even if I'm feeling the thing inside where I saw something that moved me so much that I might feel like shedding a little tear. You know, see that's the vulnerability you're talking about because I can't as a black man if I'm single I hear I can't have going. Oh man, I was with him. That so and so cried. That Ian cried. I can't be around him. Something go down. He might not be able to protect me. That has not one thing to do with the other. Okay, but that's how it's going to be seen because that's the low mentality that we've been kept in. The other thing is, Shahzad talked about is men who feel vulnerable, like when everybody else can check their women and you're not allowed to check your women who are out of control, you are not only doing damage and making the black men feel more vulnerable, all those boys that see that are now completely vulnerable because they see as for them there's no answer, there's no cure.
Wow.
Okay, we in the store and you say you married to the woman and you in the store and you got a son and a daughter and you get up to the counter and somebody is just made a mistake and your wife starts screaming at the counter person and going off and this and that and you trying to tell her calm down, this is in control, and she snap at you in front of the child, this and that, and then the daughter sit there laugh and then the boy looking like, man, he just she just screamed at dad, this and that, and then the people and everybody's watching this and that. And that, unfortunately, in our community has become somewhat of a common thing. Okay.
Now
Because,
that I can agree with because I've witnessed that so many times, and I'm like,
yeah,
wow.
because see, as the man in the old days, if they didn't, I was watching a Donahue show and he had these two pimps on there.
Oh my God.
You might have seen it. One of them was the Don Juan dude. The other was an older guy, older pimp, elderly man. And the question came up, do you put hands on the girls to do whatever? And of course, the Don Juan dude was like, but if I have to, this and that and that. And the older dude was like, I might shake him. If I do have to smack him, it's just one little smack to bring him back to reality or something. If they didn't go crazy or something
What's
like
a
that.
little, wait a minute. What's a little smack?
Oh, wait, don't jump on me. I'm repeating what I saw.
Okay, I'm
I'm
sorry.
not saying
Let me go
this
back
is
inside my body. Okay.
okay. Now, when in Sister Shada Ali's book, when she said had that one little line about an open hand smack in the mouth when a woman is belligerent and coming off and this and that, and again a little physical check to bring someone back to reality, not punch in the face, closed hand fist, hands around the throat, choke me, beat me, push me down, throw me over this counter, do this, do that, all the crazy stuff that actually happens in our community. But when somebody says something about a smack, people lose their mind. Same thing was about to happen right there. And when the older guy said it, I laughed because I said, you see the difference from a different perspective. The older man is talking about, I'm trying to get somebody back into some quick shock so they can come out of this fit that they're having about whatever.
Okay. Don't you
Versus the other one
remember
talking about,
smelling salts back in the day?
uh, hold on. We again, nobody talked about knocking somebody out or punching them or this or that. The other one was talking about a physical chastising, and the elderly one was talking about what sometimes you see parents might do to a child in public, and they give them a quick slap on the butt. Hey, this is gonna come on, and you give trying to quit slap on the butt. Nobody should be, so perturbed about that. You in the store yelling at your kid, hitting them across the back and the back of the legs with your shoe because they was pointing at some candy and you told them not to touch it and they touched it. Okay, that didn't start there at the store. You just felt like going off that day because that started way back at home, some other different. Okay.
Absolutely, because my mom used to do it. Before we went, she was like, don't you touch anything. And I had a habit every time we went through the produce, I would go by the grapes and I would get one. And I would always wait until she was in the other aisle. She caught me one day and, well, I don't like grapes
Children
anymore.
are
I'll
going
just
to
put it
be
that way.
children are going to be children. Okay, and sometimes you know you're gonna get caught. Sometimes you ain't, and you know how you are when you're young. You believe you're never gonna get caught.
Absolutely, and I did. I was bad. Oh my
we
God, I was
all
so
we
bad.
all can attest to that. Okay, but the whole thing is okay, and I bring up that example because as men, when you're not allowed or given those parameters to do that. Now, people can, because everybody's up in arms when you start talking about putting your hands on somebody. Uh, we come from a group of people who used to get beat in the school and then get a beating when you get home. And your grandma might catch you on the way to the house and give you one too. Okay, so and yeah, people say, "Oh, well, that was this and that." Okay, you so religious, y'all go to church and give more church money to the church than any other group. Is spare the rod, spare the rod, spoil the child? Stop playing games. Okay, let's keep it as they say 100. Nobody's talking about beating a woman. Nobody's talking about being abusive and domestic violence. And I know for some people that can be one of those things that sets them off because somebody really violated them and beat them. I have handled several cases firsthand of having to go in and put my hands on men that have put their hands on a woman in the improper manner. So nobody's a bigger proponent than being against domestic violence than me because I've done it. I am not talking about it. I'm not, yeah, I'm a protest about it. No, I was the guy that you call when the guy that you can't control is acting up. Okay, so I've been there, done that. And I can't tell you the number of times when you got to take Leroy or so away because they was drunk or acting up or high or just mad and did the wrong thing, that somebody's jumping on your back or grabbing your leg, please don't take them away or doing whatever. So, there's another, again, that's that part B shadow side that I'm always talking about.
Absolutely, and I
Uh,
never understood
Playing
that
with people.
dynamic. You call for help, and then when help comes, just like you said, they're like, "No, we'll work it out." He said, "I'm sorry, but your lip is busted,
No,
or your
no,
eye is turning purple."
that might be in somebody else's community. In our community, it's either still going on or the whole no, I don't want him to go or don't take him in. Don't happen until they see that okay, you putting hands on him and he's about to get bounced out of that house or whatever. Okay, because you know how it is. Oh my gosh, especially after that whole OJ trial. I don't even want to bring that up. That's was the worst time to be one of the worst times to be a policeman and have to go in and handle domestic violence. Uh, just crazy because that is there's no routine call as they say with it, but that is one of the more common reasons you wind up getting called to a house. Now you don't know what it's going to be like till you get in there, but that's why you called there, and it can be a stabbing or it could be a little argument. You don't know. It could be nothing. The person might be gone. You don't know.
Wow.
And you will learn a hard lesson if you don't take it seriously when you're coming through that door. Because people will jump you on your back, people will be throwing stuff, people are doing stuff. And then when you coming in, breaking up the party, and they see that and they don't want that person to go, oh my gosh, it's on. In Baltimore City. Okay. So Baltimore's a rough blue collar town. Let's not forget that. So you're gonna earn that money.
So, are you familiar with Greenmount Avenue?
Yeah, I didn't work that section, but I know it.
What about what is it? Is it East or South Fayette Street
For what?
in Baltimore City? As far as crime area, or just working or being around the area?
Baltimore is a crime area. I mean, we could delineate some of the bigger crime areas. Okay, is either west side or east side. Western District always had some of the more rougher crime because it was a smaller district and very violent. Now this was in that day. I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
30 years ago. Eastern District has always been larger, but you have the same amount of crimes.
Oh, wow.
So, you know what I'm saying? So there's statistics on how they play with stuff and everything. But bottom line of what I'm saying is, with the vulnerability with men, when you got to remember, and I know it said don't compare, don't compete, this and that. But when
Yes.
other men don't have that same issue in their community, but in your community, your woman is always seen to be out of control, and you can't say anything. You better not attempt to do anything about it, you know. And then you got this weird social behavior now that when bad things are happening, people are more inclined to pull their camera out, their phone out, and want to be videoing and take a picture than breaking
Yes.
up
Where did that
the fight.
culture come from?
Yeah.
Whereas people are afraid now to step in. And I do know there's something um, considered the quote unquote good Samaritan,
Right.
but you can end up getting yourself in trouble for that in some cases. So it's like, darn if you do, darn if you
Exactly.
don't.
Exactly. Well, it's again, the system is under demonic influence, and there's a design for it, and there's a reason for it. But particularly as a black community, we have to understand the game being played with us. We have to understand when you're trying to figure out some of these vulnerability issues with black men, and just understand better where it comes from.
So
Um,
vulnerability in that situation, if you see a domestic situation going on and the black male decides not to get involved because of those reasons we just spoke of, would he be looked upon as being vulnerable for not getting involved?
he's vulnerable because he cannot get involved, and depending on the woman he's with and how well they know each other and their disposition, she may feel like he just got chumped off, or that he's a punk and she doesn't want to be around him because if something happened, he won't protect her or he won't do anything with her. Or um, she may understand. It just depends. If he's with that woman and some man accosts her, like touches her, like it used to be common. I don't know how common it is these days, where there's goofballs never sleep. They're always out there. And, somebody may touch you. Me and you, we coming back from an evening out, and we happen to walk by this one place, and one of the guys, they just hanging out, and we walking past them, and he reach out and grab you, and, grab one of your body parts, and you whip around like, what the hell? You grab me, touch me, okay, I'm there with you. I'm your date. Uh, what I'm supposed to say? Oh, it's all right, man, and you keep walking, or let you handle it yourself, and hope he don't punch you out.
That reminds me of that scene in the movie Crash with Terrence Howard and Tandy Newton. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because that's a perfect example of when you as a man get chumped off. It
Yes.
really messes with your manhood.
And he was messed up
Yeah,
for
it
the rest
really.
of
I
the
just said
movie
it
towards the
really
end.
messes with your manhood. And as women, sometimes, especially again our community, because of the lack of care and concern, they're not really given the benefit of the doubt and understanding, like, okay, this was really messing him up, and he got to talk to somebody, and he may never get right. He's going to have to do something as a restoration, or have to do a lot of processing and different physiological work to get rid of what's in his head, because uh, when you're thinking and doing stuff or having these traumatic experiences, chemicals are released, and your liver is what cleanses them. And most people aren't taking supplements and things to cleanse their liver, particularly after a traumatic event, because
Absolutely.
they don't understand how
Graham
it
says,
works.
and I'm not sure how accurate this is, but Graham says blacks ain't allowed to make citizens arrests. It's a double standard. Doesn't it depend on what type of industry you're in?
Um, okay,
Thank you for that, Graham.
From a law enforcement standpoint and a legal standpoint, I'm gonna just tell you this: unless it's super serious to you. Now he's talking in colloquial terms, meaning there's a double standard for black people, particularly black men, all the time. Okay, but unless it's something super serious to you, I wouldn't get involved with trying to make some citizens arrest. Okay, like I gave you the example, like we walking by and a guy accosts you, touches you on a certain body part or whatever, and you whip around, oh, he grabbed my this and that, and I'm yeah, with you, okay, and I handle my business with him, and say, he pull out something and I take it from him and I stab him with his own knife or do whatever, or I beat him up and throw him and he gets hurt or break his arm or say do something. Okay, we're not gonna run away and do whatever. And the cops show up and he's like, hey, he broke this guy's arm. And like he grabbed my woman's bottom, or he grabbed her arm and tried to pull it towards me. I don't know what he was trying to do. So, I got her out the way and, had to handle some business because, I was afraid he's gonna try to attack us. Okay. So I'm gonna get away with self-defense. Now in that scenario, we really wouldn't be talking about a citizen's arrest. But if I work at a carry out or a store and we're leaving and somebody's trying to rob the place and I happen to get the jump on them and I take the gun from them, or I do one of them Eddie Murphy Come to America things with the broom on them or do something, whatever. Okay.
Gee, no,
And
that
then
was Simi.
right. And well, they both
Yes.
was doing something and I hold them back and we hold them down, and I tell them, I'll make a citizen's arrest till the cops get here, because basically all you're really doing is holding them, and it'll be seen as that the citizen arrest it's because so you won't get a charge like unlawfully kidnapping someone or restraining someone or detaining someone
Yes.
and have to go through all of that stuff. All that legal stuff you wind up having to go through to learn.
No.
So,
Wow.
well, court is all about money anyway. So it's not about justice or the crime. It's about money. If black people understood that concept better, then we would maybe do things a little differently. But court is all about money. That's why it still only runs 9 to 5. In 2023 is no understanding, especially after we just went through COVID and you saw the capability for people to do streaming and do whatever else, that you still have 9 to 5 courts. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. So again, the vulnerability. Okay, can you tackle vulnerability in family? Say the male just abruptly lost a position due to downsizing.
Well, that really goes into the first part of what we talked about when we talked about the history, okay, of being black and being a black man in this country. And the other night we said it that the Honorable Mr. Neely Fuller and Dr. Cress Welsing talked about, who wrote the ISIS papers, talked about
Yes.
all the time as a black man. For you to get married to somebody when you can break the door and you don't know if you're going to come home that evening, whether you are murdered, whether you are arrested, whether you wind up losing your job and have a psychotic break and go take your life, go delete yourself. There's several different things that could happen and that have happened as a pattern. So it's not like guesswork. These things happen regularly to us as black men. And it happens to black women, but especially the ploy on how to control black men is to give more power to black women. No other group in the country is doing that and being seen as that. Okay, and it is obvious. You cannot say it's not obvious. Whether even if you were blind, it's obvious on the deploy of what they're doing when they do that. And when the manosphere, people talk about, black women would have to be willing to take a step back and say, hey, we're not going to allow this. We're not going to let you jump off our men because they're our men and we want our men with us. And so that means they have to have some standing and power. And we're never not going to no longer allow you to use us to belittle them and to use them. But that would take a lot of gumption to do. And I'm sorry, people are self-interested. They're not going to do that. Sorry, I just there's it's not about having faith in it. It's just they're not going to do it. We're talking about human beings, self-interested human beings. They're not going to do it. And it's not that yes, black women are self-interested human beings. All the people are self-interested human beings. Okay, that whole "what's in it for me." The majority of people are about what's in it for me. They're not going to fall on their sword just for you.
Absolutely. So you spoke of the manosphere a few times. What is your thought on passport brothers? In other words, men who are fed up with American black women and they've decided to take their passports and go abroad. Would you consider them as being vulnerable or just fed up with certain women here in the U.S.?
All black people in America are vulnerable. All black men are vulnerable. Passport brothers are vulnerable because, again, part A, what they talk about, part B, what's never talked about. As somebody
Mm-hmm.
that has lived outside of the country for not just vacation, as somebody that has lived in a couple of countries. In fact, I lived in more than a couple of countries because I lived outside the country when one time when I was doing my military stint with my family. So it's very different when than some of the things. See, some we have to remember the guys that are the black men. Okay, first of all, you got to remember we're talking about present day society, our community. So you're very fortunate if you're a black person that can get their passport. First off, a black man, particularly since you were the most incarcerated, uh, that you can get your passport and you have enough money to go somewhere on long term to travel to be able to meet somebody to set up a relationship with. Now, if you're going on tourism, like some of the people try to make it out that it's just sex tourism, you know what? Other people have been doing that for decades, for actually centuries. So just be quiet about it. Let them do what they're going to do. It's their time, it's their money. Nobody has no right to tell anybody what they can and can't do. Uh, but the majority of them are just like the larger conversation is, hey, I don't want to deal with negative attitudes and connotations. I don't want to deal with taking care of more than one child that doesn't belong to me. Because it is an investment. Let's just be honest. Like I said, it, a woman with children wasn't seen as not dateable, and it's for a lot of different reasons. I know because it's generational, but there also wasn't this laissez-faire attitude about having children out of wedlock that proliferated, and it proliferated at the same time when more and more different types and natural types of birth control became available. So it's like, okay, how's that happen? Stop it. Stop playing games. So the brothers that can go and the places they're choosing to go, they're going all over the world. And you know what? More power to them. Good for them. Black women could do if they want, but it doesn't kind of work that way because they're going. Most of the time, you're going to countries where or if you're going to go to countries now. I have met some older retired black women, several in fact, that left the United States and went to these foreign countries and doing the sisters can do it, doing it for themselves thing. And some of it just did not work out because other countries are not the United States. We keep missing the fact that we live in the wealthiest, most powerful nation on earth. So when you go to other countries, you get to see that, oh, they don't have it like that here. Like, no, they don't. And guess what? That means some of the stuff you used to, not just something you can't buy because there's no mall, or certain luxuries you can't have because they don't have that. Most of the goods that you can buy wherever these days. Most of the luxuries you want to have, if you have enough money, you can get it. In certain countries, you don't take a lot of money. In fact, you can go to Mexico and live pretty good on probably about $800 a month, and not be like on a starving beans and rice, just only beans and rice diet and this and that. And I'm talking AC and this and that. But no, you can't go to Tulum and live like that, where everybody, I want to be seen and I want to go where the big malls at and this and that. Yeah, and you're gonna pay for that. But
Absolutely. A friend of mine, my former stylist, she would send huge bags of rice and beans home to Haiti, and it, that was so expensive. And she was telling me how poor Haiti was.
yes, I mean,
And
look at Haiti's in chaos right now, and you don't hear about nobody talking about giving them no help.
no, none.
Okay, and again, like the minister would say, it's a hell of a thing to be black in this world, and that should be a sign for folk. Ukraine, oh, we have billions for you, baby. We gonna help you out. But Haiti, well, we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do. Stop it. Stop it.
So for the black
Yeah, the
individuals
passport bros
that know
I
about
see it as
this,
a good thing, because all it's gonna do, again, like the judge would say, it's gonna heighten the contradiction. Okay? It's gonna heighten the contradiction, because the claims that the more mature people that are in that discussion, the claims they're making are valid. The way they're going about it is correct, and it can't be disputed. So if you're going to come around and say, oh, they're wrong and they should stay, then you got to be able to make your case. Are you putting together groups of black women that are doing things and having workshops to teach each other some things, or do some of the work using some of the tools I talked about, like stuff I learned from Tantra Nova and physiological practices and affirmations and other stuff, to get beyond some of the stuff and coming up with strategies on how, look, we don't use the obedience word anymore because we know that's a bad word. But people aren't really looking for obedience. They're not even looking for submission. I know there's some younger men who say that, but it's not submission you're looking for. People need somebody they can cooperate with. Because at the end of the day, we got to do some stuff, and then we got to have a little fun, and we got to show each other that we can give each other pleasure, and then get to the next day. We don't have time for the back and forth. We don't have time to play, oh, I can have it all, and I can be a mom and
absolutely.
have a career and do this. Stop it. No, that's a lie. You were fed a false bill of goods. This is what we can do. And there's only 3 questions. Does my partner know what I want or desire? Are they able to give or help me get what I need or desire?
Hmm.
Are they willing? That's it. If you answer no to one of those 3 questions, you
All
have to
bets are off.
sit down and have a deep discussion. Usually, it needs to start with, what do you want? Uh, if you answer no to 2 or all 3 of those questions, you need an exit plan. Whether you exit
Absolutely.
smiling or you exit crying, you need an exit plan, because it's gonna come.
I'd rather
Okay.
it come sooner than later. I want to go back to a word you used, scrutiny, and the
Yes.
importance of that. Please.
Scrutiny. Let's say it. Critical scrutiny just means critical observation or examination, right?
Yes.
Critical is the key word in there.
Yeah.
Not just looking at something, not just checking something out, critical. And the thing that comes to mind for me when we talk about scrutiny and the word critical is this good for me? Dr. Africa would say all the time that they ran off a lot of well, everything is based on African principles because that's all it really is to study. Whether you want to talk about that from a bigger space, a more nuanced conversation or not, but everything was based on ma'at. And if you're not familiar with Egyptian principles, ma'at is basically the right principles. Okay, that when the soul passed on, it was weighed against the feather of ma'at. You know, it's a fundamental philosophical concept permeating every aspect of ancient Egyptian culture. Well, no word can truly just encompass the complex meaning of ma'at. Just think about truth, justice, balance, and harmony. Okay, so your relationships or the people you're talking to or trying or are looking to make a match with should be serving my eye, meaning that truth, justice, balance, and harmony. Okay, um, serving the greater good. You know, in the spirit of the Lord. Okay, as the church would say. Under God's grace, it says be fulfilling God's purposes. If it's not doing that, what are we doing? We're just looking to have fun, so-called fun, get together and pay the price for that, whether emotionally or physically or both. And it's not to scare people like that's gonna happen to you. It's just that what are we really doing? If we slow down, take our time, we can give each other pleasure without having to do certain things. And then that way, if we don't work out, neither one of us has to feel chumped off or violated or whatever because we didn't go into a space that now creates some kind of bond with us that we don't really want because we violated certain universal code by going into the course versus just okay, yeah, it's nice to feel good. We want to see that we're both willing to give each other a little pleasure, but we don't have to be perverse and we don't have to go the route of entering the course. There's different things we can do. Okay, as male and female, that's pleasurable. Again, go back to your teenage years, pre-sex. What were you doing? Oh well, I was on the bleachers and we was kissing and we hugged all up this and that. So you can't do that. You're like, what's the difference in that at 16 and 40 or 16 and 25? Well, it's a big difference because my parents ain't gonna say nothing. You don't get to that. Oh, so you mean you don't have artificial boundaries set up on you? So you just gonna not put up any boundaries? Stop it. See what I'm saying? That scrutiny, like it's just really the best thing for me. And yeah, he's gonna be disappointed, and I don't want to see him moped. And I don't want to. So you gonna let somebody else, like a pouty child, manipulate you into something that you say you don't want to do, whether you're the male or the female, and both of them wind up in that way.
So
Maybe,
again,
man, I
going back
didn't
to
want to
your
give her
word,
that money.
does that
Huh?
lead you to being looked upon, or can you feel vulnerable after that? Or is there ever a point that you get to the point where you accept, okay, this didn't work, or this is what it is, without feeling that vulnerability? Or is that always going to be a, a, a piece of fabric within us, or the blackmail?
There's certain things in certain parts of vulnerability that we're going to have because of who we are in this country. Because we haven't been made whole. We don't have reparations. We don't have the capability to do some of the things we want to do. We don't have the ability to push past some things because we don't have the resources. Okay. Um, then but it doesn't mean we can't operate. We operate very well under the trauma, considering. I made the joke, funny or not, that like the cockroach. We was here, we're gonna be here. Um, you have to think about it. All the negative stuff. I'm talking about Black Americans. All the negative stuff, the poisonings, the poison the air, poison the food, the bad housing, the brutality, the
Media.
killing, the murders, all this stuff, and you still got Black people thriving, rising above it. The fact that you just here, you got to remember, if your ancestors could see you, and just the fact that you just still here is enough that we don't get it sometimes. And yes, that's not going to do a whole lot for you when you going through the pains of today. But again, that's why that certain practices, certain statements, and that's why I talked about it from different angles. Just like the religious scriptures, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Just you gotta just the only way to get through the vulnerability is to walk through it like the fire. Okay, yeah, you're gonna be scared. Yeah, you might you might get your money taken. Yeah, you might have sex, and you know what? He don't call you back, or you don't see him again. Yeah, you might go someplace and get stood up. Yeah, she may laugh because you don't look like her last boyfriend, or you not this way or that way, and they thought you was gonna be this great lover, and you was just a so-called average guy or a lame. Okay, you know what? Okay, it's gonna hurt for a minute, but the bigger problem is things have gotten so polarized. It becomes harder and harder. See, one of the reasons you got passport bros is because these guys, it ain't like they went on one bad date and said, okay, I'm done. No, some of them been married multiple times, several dates. Some of them are young professionals. A lot of them professionals, so they
Yes,
have money. They're what they were told they were supposed to be, but because they might not have a certain look, because they may not have so-called game and know how to rap to make get in your head, and
that's
all
right.
that nonsense that we play, all the
Yes,
games that
that's
we
right.
play. You know, that yeah, it's all fun and games in your 20s and this and that, and then you wake up, and where little Peanut at? He was like, oh, little Peanut, and then left the country, and he married down there with Maria in Guatemala, and is chilling with his two kids. Okay, living, they go on boating on their yacht and stuff because he made a lot of money because he was studying music school. All the time she kept turning it down. He ain't had nothing to do but read when he was sitting in there by himself. You know, where that dude you were seeing at again? Mm-hmm. Okay. See, we keep missing it, but we only missing it because we want to miss it. The vulnerability is never gonna be something that on some level you're not gonna have to face. Just like I say, the judge is vulnerable. Okay, yes, he talked all the time about different things. Like that time they locked him up in there wrongfully at the jailhouse. Like the time people was after him and all kinds of stuff. As a black man, in America,
Absolutely.
you are always vulnerable. No matter how much money you got, no matter how good you look, no matter how this and that, athletic star, this and that, this and those persons. There's different ways. Everybody's vulnerable, but as a community, we are the main people that are vulnerable, and as black men, you are the most vulnerable because there are people literally after you because you're a black man and seen as a threat.
So, is there a balance? Or do we just continue to, it, I don't even want to say the word accept, but is
The
that a,
word balance means is like you're going to get to some equaling out, and the equaling out is in our community we got to get the discussions back together, and Look, you could take 4 women right now, and you could change the outlook for Black women in America without doing a whole lot of talking, with just some of the actions they would take, and I would give it within 90 days. You know, like when you want to change a behavior, you don't have need to have 100% of the people change the behavior. You only need a certain quorum for people to change the behavior, right? So if I took that famous young Black singer whose name starts with a B, if I took Oprah, if I took Whoopi, and what's the other girl? And I'll even give it to her, even though I don't like the girl. If I took Kamala and say I had for that 90 days, I had similar powers to the Most High, and I said, and I was like, okay, what you gonna do? And they say, this is what I'm gonna do. Uh, Natural hairstyles, modest clothing, meaning you can be sexy without revealing yourself and showing it all off. Uh, Consistent, positive speech about Black people and Black men. Not that you can't say something good about the sisterhood, but consistent, positive speech, Black people and Black men. This is for 90 days. It's not forever, like I'm going to wage a magic wand, and they got to do that for the rest of their life. 90 days. And then Kamala, specifically Kamala, since she isn't Black but wants to play Black, um, she would have to do, when she's not doing her vice president duties, a roundabout tour of every HBCU, every major Black city, have the events out there talking to the Black folks, just like she tried to hook up the people with the H-1B visas. She gonna hook the brothers up with jobs. No, not the STEM jobs. I want to work it out. I don't want to work it. Look, we give you an opportunity,
That's not going
particularly
to
the
happen.
Black males leaving the prisons that need work. I would get her as the vice president to get her pulpit to talk about doing away with, uh, the disenfranchisement that happens to brothers that get incarcerated and then come out. Meaning, I would make it illegal for you not to be able to hire people who have a record or who are felons or this and that, whatever. Meaning, you take away the box, you take away the question, and make it that if they have the skills, you must hire them.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, brother Al, that sounds beautiful. Sorry, that sounds beautiful.
Welcome. I'll let the two of you
Thank you, Graham. Thank you,
go
Graham.
first.
But I'm saying this in a fantastical way that just I took those 4 women for 90 days, and you want to see a change in the Black female behavior, and on the reverse, you take 4 influential Black men, and you do the same sort of things, but you do male specific stuff.
Right. I seen a movie similar to that back in the days where they was trying to reprogram people's way of thinking, but they were a little more harsh than what you're saying. I think Ving Rhames was in the film. I forget what it is. It was a white woman that they kidnapped and well, excuse me, YouTube. That I'm just talking about a movie. This wasn't real life. And it, I think it was based off a true story though, where the woman they actually took her and she ended up turning against her white people for them. And what was that
Patty,
film?
you are talking about the Patty Hearst
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
in the Cymbalese Army. That's back in the 70s, bro.
Yeah. I seen the film. Hey, listen, I'm an actor, so I watch
Right,
film.
right,
I watch film.
right.
I observe. I observe film. The average man watch film. But I observe. But yeah, the Patty Hearst story. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah,
Crazy
yeah. I
situation,
mean,
but
true deal.
But yeah, I had no idea Kamala Harris wasn't a full sister. I had no idea.
Absolutely not.
What's her mix?
She's an Aryan. She's Indian. The
Oh,
father's Indian Jamaican, and the mother's Brahmin.
she's like West Indian, like a West Indian mix.
No, well, the father is, but
Gotcha.
he's not Jamaican black. He's Jamaican Indian, and the mother is East Indian Brahmin.
Right.
And like
What?
the judge went and covered this like several times. So did other people, Tone Talks, Bacon Brown, a few other Brother Ron, a whole bunch of people covered. Oh yeah, we ain't gonna talk about her husband, but we do know he is a member. So we just gonna say when you a member, you get the perks, baby. And,
Yeah, most definitely. So is it safe to say that we haven't truly even had our first black president yet, let alone a first vice black president, a first vice female black president? So we haven't had either or yet, because they say Obama, he's related to the king that they're all related to. I forget the king's name when you look back. A student did like a president family tree and linked Obama to a king from way back. So I guess we got to take what we can get in this country, huh? They not gonna just give us a full blooded African American.
Right.
They're not gonna let us have that. One that grew up in the neighborhood.
That's
One that grew up in the neighborhood.
that's the controversy that
Right.
everybody's saying. We've been here the longest. We've given the most support. We've been the most loyal. But every time, when it's time for somebody to come up with something, it's anybody but us.
Of course. We really should be the ones with sovereign rights, but that's another story. That's for another time,
Well, that's how I go. So,
yeah. Hey, listen.
any other questions about the vulnerability? Because I think we pretty much covered the major big points. There's a lot of granular stuff you would have to get into because it's all individual. But from the larger base points, I feel like we hit all of those. So,
Right. I'd like to say this real fast. Hey, Doe Eyes. Good evening. Good evening to the chat.
Good evening, Mr. Graham, and thank you.
Oh, listen. Thank you, Queen. Anything I can do to help. That's what I'm here for. The thing is, I want to say this. Dear America, this is from Graham Fishburne. I appreciate this country. I appreciate the privileges that you all and the freedoms that you all have provided for me and my people. We just want to have equality. That's all we want. You guys are still probably going to remain in charge, but just, give us some more equality. In order for society to run smoothly, it has to be governed or policed, so to speak. We get that. This can't be like the wild, wild west out here, but just treat blacks, whites, and Hispanics, brown, beige, treat us all the same. That's it. That's all we're asking for. Your country is already built up. It's just enough is enough with that. Because I say this to say this, in other countries, people get treated way worse. Like what we consider bad here is light in these third world countries. You know what I mean? If you got,
we get that, but we're talking about, particularly when we're talking about being vulnerable in the historic context. When we're talking about here, we have to remember that the experiment and the project and the final product has always been us. That's a hell of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And now when you figure out a way to stay in power is to put us at odds with our families and our woman, which you did from inception, you know, that we've never been made whole as men, and you've never been able to come into your full womanhood.
Right.
Children aren't protected. This is the worst place for children. Yes, there are other countries that are bad, but a lot of it is the sex tourism. Yes, there are bad people everywhere, as they say, but there's a lot of stuff that we are just not wanting to talk to that we know better. Okay, and we're talking
Right.
for
I
centuries.
agree with you. I agree with you. I'm
That
just
have,
saying it could be
oh,
worse. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying it could be worse.
well,
It
yeah,
could be
yeah,
worse.
absolutely. I mean, I hear what you're saying too. It's completely on point.
People are running over to be over here. They want to be over here. you know.
Well, yeah, and it's all in context. When we're talking about, look, most of the brothers ain't gonna get a passport and be able to go nowhere. If they do, it's gonna be a weekend. They coming back. So as much
Right.
as they might not want to deal with Letitia and want to go deal with Flores over in Brazil, it ain't gonna last because they got to turn around and come back. Okay,
Right.
we talking about us here. We don't have the wealth. We don't have the connections as much as we think we do to go and do that. I tried doing that with a group of black people who had enough money to pull some resources and do something and need something together. Because unlike people think, if you're going to live longer than you plan out, you probably need to, it would be smart to, like some other groups do, and live together and not apart, whether you get two places close by or you find a place that's big enough for everybody to be in, and then it costs you less to hire help to come in. If you do it staged, meaning everybody's not the same age, there's some people 70s, people 60s, some people 50 there. You can help each other out if somebody falls, if there's an emergency, you got to look out for each other's back. You want to travel a little bit, you need somebody to go to the mall with you. You need somebody to go to the grocery store with you. And somebody just want to stay home. I don't want to go nowhere, and I'm glad somebody else here can go with you. Sometimes that's how it is. But
Right.
no, 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 not our folks. And I'm not saying that to put down Black American people. I'm saying that to say we've been so embedded with distrust of each other and all the vulnerabilities that even when we go somewhere that we see there is so much that makes sense monetarily, financially, emotionally, spiritually, and practically, but still we want to hold on to that. No, I can't do that.
You know what happens, my brother? I'm noticing that our people, for the most part, for some reason, when we get a little bit of control or power, it's
Mm-hmm.
like we overdo it sometimes. And for instance, uh, Dr. Malachi York. Now, I don't know if it was a setup or what. I don't know. I'm just going based on what I've seen and heard and whatnot. Or I'm basing it on hearsay and from some educated brothers that I've actually spoke to. One being an imam, a Muslim imam, and I was told that this brother actually made it like he had his community that he had on his land and whatnot. He made his own little private community and whatnot. And part of blessing the marriage, he had to have anal fornication with the wife as a blessing to the marriage. I didn't make this up. You can Google this.
No,
This is this.
I know.
So
I'm
this is
very
what I'm
familiar with
saying.
it.
Like people, like often, for some reason, often it sounds beautiful for us to have a place for us where we can. It's all black, a black town, and it's policed by black, and we grow our own food and all. But then it's always that. Usually, the leader turns out to be someone who I don't, with all
Brother,
due
when
respect.
you aren't
Yeah,
using
You got to
your
be realistic. You like
no. Hear me
you
out,
got to run
man.
it the right way. Like that's the problem. We don't want to run it the right way when we get a little power. You know?
When we're not using our attention, our discernment, and scrutiny, then we get involved with things that are cults that we think are some higher level of religion or spiritual
Right.
enlightenment. And no, you so-called drink the Kool-Aid. Okay, stop it. Um, and
Oh yeah,
yes,
Jim
sometimes,
Jones. Jim Jones. You're speaking on Jim Jones,
yeah,
not the
sometimes,
rapper, not the rapper, not the
right.
rapper. Yeah.
Why a rapper would take that name anyway? That just shows you where it's gone. Anyway, we really have to look. The common sense has got to be there. Uh, there's all kinds of places that have all kinds of weird practices and things going on, but if you're not able to discern when you're dealing with a megalomaniac that oh, I gotta have sex with the women, especially as some elderly guy that's just like, dude, are you nuts? I'm always the one that's getting kicked out of the. We knew he wasn't gonna do right. He's like, yeah, I'm not, and I'm taking the rest of the time, and I'm taking all these kids with me too. Now step over
Mhm.
here. That's always the character I would play.
Right.
you know,
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah, brother like me, they'll have me and you dead. They'll want us out of here.
exactly. Like
You
what
know.
did I say yesterday? A real friend is in the jail or the grave with you.
Yeah. 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 A friend in need is a friend indeed. You know.
Right.
That's
So
that's something else we dealing with. But you
yeah,
know.
yeah, that is a problem. See,
But
again, that all goes back.
remember, gentlemen, Houdini said, friends, how many of us have them?
Uh huh.
Yes,
Uh huh.
yes.
Yeah.
So
Carry
that
on,
is,
gentlemen.
and you're right. See, again, that shows you the difference in the hip hop of yesteryear when it started and what we have today. It also shows you that from what the brother was just talking about, why, as a community, we're so vulnerable. Because
Yeah.
everybody and their brother at some point in time has come through and grifted us, scammed us,
Yeah.
taken advantage of us, stolen us. There's already happened by the people in power.
Hey, we got to be
But
on
we're
high
so
alert. Look at what happened to the ancestors.
right,
We
and
got to
because
stay
we're
on high
so
alert.
because we're so thirst. I don't want to use that term. We're so hungry. We're so in need of something good to happen, of somebody to make a come through, and we don't have the resources to just. I'm gonna light out here, and I'm gonna be a trailblazer, and I'm gonna do it on my own, and then I'm gonna bring everybody else with me. Nah, brother, you just not gonna happen like that. Man, I moved out of the country. We had a big house. I had space. Everybody come. Oh yeah, we gonna come visit, and oh yeah, it's so nice there, and this. Oh yeah, the flights was still cheap back then, and oh, you can just show up and this. Yeah, nobody ever cared. And after the first year, it was like, no, I'm not paying all the extra money to have this space I don't need, and that I have to keep up and clean, and all I'm gonna do is do what you do in the US and try to find a way to fill it with stuff. No.
Right.
Is that coming from a place of need or desire to be like everyone else? Or if you follow Maslow's hierarchy of needs, trying to get to the tippity top, which is self actualization?
Keep
Yes.
on climbing to the top.
And
Give
self
it
actualization happens when you
Right.
realize it's not about everybody else. It's about you being in a space that you're comfortable and
Okay.
you're happy in. Your contentment will come when you can really realize that you're comfortable and you're happy. Because when you're comfortable and happy, you're gonna think you gotta find contentment. You're not gonna find contentment. The contentment part is the awareness that I'm comfortable and happy. I really don't have to worry about nothing. I'm content.
Listen, In all reality, let me tell you, on all reality, all we need is food, clothing, shelter, and medicine. That's all we really need. But everybody want to be the man. Everybody want to be the king or the queen. Everybody want to be the chief. Nobody wants to be the Indian, and that's the problem. Like everybody can't be the leader. You might be leading people to the hellfire. You know what I mean? You might be leading people to an early demise. You might be leading people to prison. Everyone can't be the leader. You
Exactly.
know, you just, and that's, people don't want to accept that. That's not how life is. If everybody was the leader, nothing would get accomplished. You know,
Exactly.
nothing would get accomplished. Everybody can't be rich either. That's another thing. It's obvious that it has to be levels to it, but not everybody should. There should be no one starving. That's all. That's all I'm saying. There should be no one starving. It has to be levels, otherwise nothing wouldn't get done. If we all had the same thing, if I don't need you, you don't need me. I can't tell you what to do. You won't. You know what I mean? Nothing to get done. So
Exactly.
it has, the system works, but they just have to, like, and the way I see it, if you give us equality, meaning like make the laws equal for everyone, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying, oh, give everybody the same amount of money. No, people get whatever money they work for, they earn, they win, whatever, however they get it. You may trip and fall and get a lawsuit. It has to be
Exactly.
like that. The money can't be even. I get that, but there should be nobody out there starving.
Well,
Or homeless.
the reality is, it's
Yeah,
really not people starving as much as it's made out to be. What it
right.
is it has more to do with nutrition, and it has to do with the sickness. See, Marianne Williamson in her campaign brought this up, which I was hoping she was going to raise the level of conversation during the presidential campaign. It's not about us getting universal health care. It's about why, if we're spending the most money out of everybody and we are the most wealthiest country, are we getting so sick all the time?
Good question.
Wow.
The
You know
poor
You
why?
go
get
back
more
and watch the
food.
original Batman movie with Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton, when the Joker wanted to get those people and everybody was all messed up, and the Bat computer figured out it was certain combinations of products they was using, and he broke the code and told people which stuff to use and which combinations to not get sick. Oh,
Well,
remember, we live in a
if you
free
want,
will universe.
I
We
can
telling
dig
you
that.
what we doing to you. As long as you accept it, we're not in trouble.
I can dig that. I'm not gonna read the dialogue on here, but I will say this. It's floating all over the internet, even on YouTube right now. When y'all finish with this, there's something called the Secret Covenant. You should really listen to this.
The secret covenant.
Yeah, the
Hold on, let me
Secret
type that
Covenant.
in.
The
Okay.
Secret Covenant. The Secret Covenant. It's on YouTube. It's like I said, they hide stuff in plain sight. When you listen to what's being said, you're gonna say, "Wow, this is crazy," and this is exactly. See, I'll give you one thing that it says in the Secret Covenant, and that's not a movie. I don't know who came up with this Secret Covenant, but from what it sounded like, they're saying it's the people who came from the heaven and down to earth from which they came and whatnot, who are controlling the entire planet. And one thing that it says is, when we tell them that we're going to give them medicine, we're gonna keep feeding them poison. We're gonna tell them it's medicine, but it's really gonna make them sick, like more sick. You know what I mean? Like the fillings in our teeth. You know the mercury fillings.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, the metal filling. It's mercury, right? I believe it's mercury. The fillings are mercury, right? I'm not talking about the white fillings. The metal fillings are mercury, correct?
Yeah.
Right. The mercury fillings. They say that they're gonna use soft metals that will mess us up over time. You know what I mean? It won't kill you right away. Allegedly, I have to say allegedly, it won't kill you right away, but it slowly but surely weakens you, and it says in the secret covenant that they're going to use celebrities that we look up to promote their to promote and push their agenda and their poison. You know what I mean? And this is what's going on and been going on. And they have this right on YouTube, on a few different channels on YouTube for the public to check it out. You know, because half the people are gonna say, "Oh, this is fake. This is made up. This is some white supremacy type stuff." You know, just check it out. I've known about it for years. Just check it out. And I've told some of my people, and some of them believe it, some don't. No. And usually the ones who don't believe it are the ones that I know that don't even believe in God. So I stopped associating with people that openly admit to me that they don't believe in God. You know why? Because in my opinion, someone that doesn't believe in God is capable of doing anything. If you don't believe in consequences for your actions, you're capable of doing anything. And I don't want to have anything to do with.
Wow, man. Wow.
Yeah.
You just said something,
Well,
man.
what about those that identify with being agnostic? My cousin is that way, which I can't understand, because my auntie was a devout Christian, grew up Catholic, had rosaries as well. So go figure.
Hey, listen, I got family that they say they're spiritual, and that's fine, but my whole thing is this: life is too perfect for this to have not been created by someone or an entity that we have to call God. Whoever created us is God to us. You understand? Whoever created man is God. So it's no way I'm gonna just believe that everything is just so perfect, or just some big bang that just happened. And have you ever lit a firecracker and everything just let's say something bigger, a M80 or something like that, you know, a blockbuster, half a stick of dynamite or something on 4th of July. When has anything ever just, you get what I'm saying? It had to be something more deeper than that. It's not, you know, yeah, it probably was some type of bang, but it was by design, by the creator. By the creator. It you know, it spread everything out perfectly. You know, God makes no mistakes, man. You know, God makes no mistakes. And you know, like I said, a lot of the I have high ranking people in the military, well, in the military, that are actually related to me and whatnot. And so I know that there's certain stuff that the general public just isn't being told. Like, for instance, how the Bible has been altered. You know, how it's information about what Jesus really looked like, but they're not going to tell us that. You know, they do everything for their benefit. You know what I mean? If you make Jesus a man of color, guess what happens? Now we think that we're you know, we start thinking more of ourselves. A lot of us already know who we are, you know, but a lot of us don't. You know, it's like half and half, you know. And the ones with the money are usually the ones that's leaning to the other side. It's very few with money that's living righteous. You know what I mean? It's not
You're
that many.
absolutely right, Graham, because my pastor actually altered, if you will, the Bible. It's tailored to our church. And I remember, and I question a lot, and it gets me in trouble, or quote unquote excommunicated, but I just can't sit idly by and not ask questions when something seems wrong to me. Back during the pandemic, they were still raising money to build a brand new church. But nothing was ever discussed about nutrition. How do you do that?
Wow.
You pushed the medication, but you didn't push what you can do to try to strengthen your immune system. Because I'm not a doctor or physician, so let me put that disclaimer out there. But I do believe in natural healing. For me,
Yeah,
I can't
holistic,
speak for
holistic.
anyone else, but even the church, like I said, there's a medical ministry, but nothing during that time ever came up about nutrition. And if you remember, when First Lady Obama was in the House, that's what she pushed. Um, Healthy eating for kids, getting out and exercising. How often do you see that now?
It's very seldom.
I'll
Right
wait.
Very,
behind.
very
So
seldom seen. It's seldom seen. Very seldom. Uh, this. I seen this pastor named Pastor Gino Jennings the other day. You know, my mom, she watches him. She's the one who made me privy of the gentleman, and he's pretty good. He sounds like he means what he says, and he means well. But it's just certain things, like for instance, when like when you take in the body of Christ and the wine, the blood of Jesus and whatnot, he's saying that everyone's supposed to drink from the same cup, like the entire church, like they did back in the days. He said those churches that have the little glasses, the little shot glasses, they're doing it wrong, and basically it's just wrong. I'm not gonna try to quote him, but I'm just giving you the gist. And he's saying that his church is supposed to drink from the same goblet by their mouth, even with COVID and all that. He said, "Oh, I know what you're gonna say. You're worrying about getting illness, and that's the blood of Jesus. You're not gonna get ill." See, this is when I say people take things overboard. You can't be a fanatic. When you start being, come on, that's like saying if I go jump off a building right now, I'm not gonna break my leg or worse. No, and I believe in God, but I know that's gonna happen. You understand? Like, and when I get to the hospital or to the other side, the Lord will probably say, you know what? You're an idiot. Send him to hell. I don't, but Lord forgive me for even joking when I'm speaking. But y'all get my meaning. It's just people become fanatics about certain things, and I believe everything should be in moderation. You know what I mean? Everything should be in moderation. For instance, I said to my mom one time, I said, Ma, because she's really religious today. She's getting old, you know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's beautiful. Uh I said to her, listen, I hear you, Ma, and I believe in God, but at times I question certain things because I'm like, the slave masters are the ones who gave us Christianity, who forced that on us. You know what I mean? The ones who enslaved us are the same ones who forced it on us. So how am I supposed to believe that these evil people, like, you can't do both? I'm going to enslave you, but I'm going to teach you about the Lord also. And the Lord says you're supposed to work for me and do my bidding as my slave. You understand? That's what they taught the slaves, for the most part, these slave masters, because they basically said that we weren't men. Like, we were less than a man. You know what I mean? Like, we're just animals, And so they treated us as such, like savages and what. So, like I said, yes, God is real, but everything's been altered in their favor, like to keep us under a certain control. You know what I mean? And you know, just like, for instance, people say you shouldn't gamble and whatnot because it's written in the Bible. With all due respect, how do we know that the people in control who control all the money didn't add certain stuff like that just because they figured, look, we can do this, but we don't want our slaves and the peasants of the world doing what we do, So, every, like, in my
Leon, are
opinion,
you kidding me? Do you know how many older women, I wanted to say something else, but I'm not,
yeah,
would leave right out of church and hop upon the bus to Atlantic City?
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I know because people are fanatics about what they believe, you know? And how many times how many times I've had like church people want to fight me over me not totally agreeing. First of all, did y'all realize that the Muslim believes the Christian is going to hell, the Christian believes the Muslim is going to hell, the Catholic believes both of them are going to hell, and so on and so forth. You understand? I'm not going to speak on the other parties, but every group feels like the other group is going to hell. Who's right?
The person that made them all divided.
Right. They created a holy war
And don't
amongst
forget
people.
about purgatory.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I forgot it. I forgot which faith has purgatory. What's that? Catholic?
Catholic, lay away.
Okay.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Dr. Al. Yes.
Then you know that you got the Jehovah's Witness. They believe something totally different. What they believe in reincarnation. You got the Buddha. That's all I'm saying. You
I
know.
don't know. My mama made me and my brother go hide every weekend when they came. I shouldn't even be saying this, but it's the truth. When they would come knocking at the door, she'd be
maybe
like,
it's many
"Be
paths.
quiet."
Yeah, well,
Maybe
you
it's
got
many
lucky
paths to
because
God.
my
Maybe it's
father
many
was a
paths to
deacon,
God. Yeah.
and he made me sit down and talk to them, whether it was the witnesses, the Mormons, whichever group came to the door, and that was his way of seeing if I had been doing my Bible study. Because I would have to sit down and talk to these folks. You know, like they would let them basically, like, you know, they're gonna give you their spiel, you know, and they're gonna show you the magazine or show you the book and talk about their stuff. And then if you've been going to the Southern Baptist Church, you've been studying your Bible,
Right.
then you're gonna say, well, what about this? What about this? And they're gonna come at you with a part of some made up stuff, and you're gonna say, oh, okay. Well, okay, I don't think that's me. So, you know, I appreciate y'all. Y'all want some water or something before you leave? You know, this and that.
Listen.
But it was, you know, a very different approach to it, you know. And I get it. See, that's that vulnerability as a people. You know, we don't want people come around, oh man, they come pushing their religion on us, this and that. But when you got somebody, again, this is the man who, again, you know, I'm watching beat white men in the street at 10 years old. Like, okay, oh no, you're not shying away from them folks. Ain't no reason for you to shy away from them. Let them come on in and sit down. This and that. Because that's the Christian thing you're supposed to be doing.
Right.
So
And if you're strong in your faith, they could say whatever to you. You're supposed to be all right.
So as believers, are we vulnerable? Dr. Al.
Absolutely.
Everybody's vulnerable. Everybody's
Absolutely.
vulnerable. But when we are talking about our community, we are the most vulnerable. Within our community, the most vulnerable out of the most vulnerable is the black man, because we're targeted. So, you know, that's just how it goes.
Wow.
You know what's going to be really messed up? If we all end up in the hot place and we all thought we was living the right way, because it seems like, according to what's been spoken to the masses, at least that from what I've been told, it seems like if you're not perfect, you're not going. Even like, you know, I ask for forgiveness on a daily basis when I feel I've done wrong, and even when I may have done something and didn't realize it. But it seems like if you're not perfect, you ain't going. And I don't know no one that truly in their heart believes they're perfect and without sin. You know? And if you say you're without sin, even thinking something bad about someone is a sin. So we might not even know, like no one might not never see you do nothing bad. But if you just look at somebody, like, look in your head, you thinking, look at this person. They got some, like, thinking anything negative about someone is supposed to be a sin according to religion. So who hasn't sinned? Who doesn't sin? You know, So it's like I said, I know in my heart that God is way smarter than us. You
Right.
understand? And God knows we've been tricked and told the wrong things by and confused by different people. So I believe we're gonna be judged based on our heart and true intention. That's what I believe. That's me though. But y'all, that's me. I'm not
Well,
telling y'all what to do.
Okay.
And Lord,
Empress
if I'm
says,
wrong, forgive me. You
Hey,
know.
Empress says, we are energy, spiritual souls having a human experience. Energy never dies. We only transform.
all right. Well, there's a biblical principle in that, so I see it. That's all good.
Read, read King Me 305. Read King Me 305.
All right. Welcome, King Me 305. I grew up in a Jehovah Witness household. Oops. I'm sorry, King Me, but my mother really did tell me and my brother to run when they would come to the door. I'm sorry. I was too young to really understand the principles and structure at that time. I'm being honest. I mean, we were little, but she did that. But
Right.
yes, I grew up in a Jehovah Witness household. I was too young to really understand the principles and structure at that time.
Hmm.
Right.
Wow.
Um,
Wow.
it's been great though, but we pushing 5 now, and I got to get up.
Right. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Like I said, I enjoyed myself. I took down a couple dollars tonight. On my sports betting. You know what I mean? Uh, So like I said, those who are into that, if you're trying to get yourself a couple dollars, nothing's guaranteed, but this to me, it's better than playing scratch offs if you're into that, or you got a better shot at winning than playing scratch offs in my opinion, because my picks are based on past performances. That's all I can do. The luck part is that it works out. You know what I mean? That's the luck part. I'm not just guessing. But tonight I took down a nice little 3-leg parlay and men's college basketball. Y'all can check my channel, Graham Fishburne TV. Subscribe and you know Oh, I can't wait for that Cinder Williams interview, Joe Eyes.
Thank you. Yes, we have to. It is supposed to be next Friday, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but I think she's on the Central Standard Time, so we've got to get that part straightened out. But yes,
Yeah,
unless
she's on the
something.
West Coast. She's on the West Coast.
Okay, so if something changes as far as the time, I'll let you know. But so far it'll be Friday. So thank you. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I told you. I told you I'd make the call, and Showbiz Sin stepped up to the plate. Shout out to her.
Yes.
Shout out to her. You know, I told you a lot of people asked me, to introduce them to her, but I said no because I don't respect what they're doing. But I see what you're about. You know what I mean? And I like what I see, so I figured y'all make a good team. Y'all team up and make something nice happen for the people. You know.
Truly appreciate it, as well as Dr. Al. You've dropped so many gems. You have to come back and discuss more, but because I don't think, this is my opinion, that some of our men either believe this or accept it.
Right. You got to work with the willing first off.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
And sometimes things, again, that whole patience thing is very real. Sometimes you just gotta let it be. Sometimes all you can do is plant the seed. Sometimes all you can do is drop the tip and keep it moving. Thank
absolutely.
you,
Thanks a
Amy.
lot, King Me 305. I see you.
Thank
Salute.
you, Amy. And
Absolutely, Al.
that is uh, that is just how it is. Again, I took it from the premise that as a woman, especially as a sister, you asking when we had made the comment about, you got to spend a moment in our shoes to understand it, like the sister Shahzad had said, and then you'll have a little more bit more compassion when we seem like we're not feeling you, and you just don't understand what we're going through out
Yes.
here. You
Yes.
know, especially for the working class average brothers that are doing the best to stay alive and try to get a little ahead and stay, out of trouble and out of jail and out of all this stuff. I mean, there are all these little traps and booby traps. Remember, I told you the game, and you're going along, and you got this pack on your back, and it's like, man, how I'm gonna do this? This is like, what the heck?
Right.
Right.
Right. Well,
And
gentlemen,
the best and only thing we got is the fact that we can see that there have been so many others that have got to that top. You
yes.
know, so along the way we can see that there are some of us making it's not impossible. So
Right.
it's keeping us going. And hey, even if I don't make it, if I get as far as I can, I can leave my water and leave a couple of my stuff at the side of the road for the next brother that's coming up. Maybe that's going to help him get further enough away that he get up there.
Absolutely.
That's what has helped us do what we are able to do. Like I said, like that cockroach, we still here. And it's like every time they get up, like they still here. Like, yeah, we're still here. Sorry.
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned the cockroach. That's just another proof of God and God's glory. How does something as minute? Well, a cockroach is minute to us as humans, but plays a major part in the life system. Period. Like as far as insects and bugs and all that. When we try to squish one, we're not thinking that roach got a roach family somewhere is trying to get back to. They be running for dear life like they want to live. Like, did you notice that? All living creatures want to live. Humans are the only ones that we see committing suicide. I can't
All
even say
sentient
that.
beings.
Yeah, right. But all living things have that in them, that instinct that they want to survive, they want to make it, they're gonna run and fight, and you get them in a corner, they're gonna try to fight to get you because you're not getting them. So that's how you know this thing. It was created by something much greater than us, and that's just the bottom line. I ain't no fool. I don't know it all, but I know something. You know what I
There you
mean?
go.
But
All right, Joe, I got to
hold on,
sign out. Thank you.
hold on. All right. You want to read this, Doe Eyes, or you want me to respond to it?
You can respond to it.
This Risley,
Rizzy, yes.
Riz, what? Yeah, Risley committing suicide over cockroaches. Nah, I didn't say that, bro. You wasn't listening. That's not what I said. You wasn't listening. You know, but what I said was human beings are the only living creatures that do stuff like commit suicide. You'll never see a animal or a roach try to commit suicide. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying all living creatures have the desire to live. That's what I'm saying. And the point behind that was just to say that everything was definitely created by something way greater than us, which I'm gonna say is God. All right, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So he
That's
came
all.
on the back, and Rizzy's cool.
Yeah.
Rizzy's
Yeah,
cool.
but like, I mean, all right, cool. I'm just saying,
Yeah, he came in on the back end. You didn't know.
All right.
Right.
Good night, guys.
All right. Good
All
night. Thank
right,
you, Dr. Al, so much.
And
all right,
if
Al.
we're gonna do something else or a part two, or
Yes,
definitely
definitely.
we want to talk about some of those concepts I talked about.
Yes,
Uh,
most definitely. We
you
need
know,
more to become interactive with that because to me it is plaguing our community
all right.
exponentially.
All right.
So you have a good, well, it's morning now, Dr. Al, and the same to you, Mr.
Risley
Graham.
Rizzis, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. We
Yes.
all good. Yeah. Mhm.
All right. Well, thank
But
you,
All right.
everyone, so much
Good
for
night.
joining and commenting and engaging. Everyone be safe, be well, and be healthier. Have a very good night and safe night, Dr. Al.
All right, you too. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
brother Graham.
Peace and blessings, everyone.
Thank
Till
you.
next time. Till next time.
Indeed. And Mr. Graham, thank you
Yes,
again so much. Today
you
was a
got
rough
it.
day, as I said earlier. I had my moments on and off, but when that email came, I was like, oh my goodness. And I still have another one that I'm waiting on. But again, um, it's the publicist. I may even put up my DM from Mr. Harper, but again, some people you have to go through the publicist and they have more than one person. I'm like, okay. But again, just knowing that it's coming, I'm happy with that. It's just, I don't want the audience to get a little bit antsy.
Right, right,
I'm not
right.
going to
Well,
push it and then
well, I'm
upset
I'm
him to the
sure I'm
point
sure
where
that's gonna go down. I'm sure that's gonna happen.
oh, it is. It is. I'm just going to have to wait, and everyone else is going to because I'm not going to run that off because I know a lot of people want to see that as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, Hill's dope. I like Hill Harper's work. Definitely. I might watch In Too Deep in a minute.
Oh my
You know.
goodness. I'm
You
going to
know.
look at I don't know what I want to look at. I don't know if I want to pull up an old wire. I'm not sure.
Oh well, if you know they have a with the Wire, they done made little movies based on certain characters. So, like for instance, if you want to watch Omar, they have a whole Omar film like that lasts like about an hour and change, where it's just his scene.
No, I would rather watch Stringer Bell or
Oh, you like
Proposition
Stinger? So
Joe.
they got Stinger, they got Stinger. I mean, they got Stringer Bell. They got him.
What
They
about
got
Proposition Joe?
Yeah, they got Prop Joe, but it's not gonna be as long. Like just like Stringer won't be as long. They got Marlo is about an hour. Omar, uh, yeah, you listen. To me, those are the best characters. But yeah, those Proposition Joe was something else also.
He
So
was.
yeah, he was
I
something
wasn't
else.
happy when, well, I had a feeling because he was playing too much, but I was kind of surprised. But he took it like Cleo and set it off. He was like, oh, all right, jig is up.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And even Method Man's character was real greasy on that one. Method Man, he plays the greasy guy real good, you know.
But you know what? I did not know his acting skills were that good. And I tell you another person, and then I'll let you go. As I said to Empress earlier, Crash was one of my most favorite movies. Every actor and actress in that, to me, that's why they won. I believe they deserve that win. Stellar. Oh my God! Thank you so much, King Me. May that
Okay,
blessing
King Me.
be
Okay, King
returned
Me.
to you
Salute.
abundantly. I didn't expect that, but thank you. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, the movie Crash, but every scene. I mean, I looked like Roscoe, the snotty nosed kid from Martin, when I left that theater because I'm serious. Every scene had something that, well, if you're human, it would have touched you in some way. But the Terrence Howard part really got to me. Um,
Uh-huh.
the little girl part, you remember that when she was running to her father?
And
And
Crash,
yeah,
yeah, and the with the revolver, yeah, yeah,
yes. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
And
I
then
remember that. Hmm.
just beautiful movie. Even at the end with one of my biggest crushes, Lorenz Tate. And he ended up being the brother of Don Cheadle, who was the detective in the film.
Uh-huh. So you like them short guys. Lorenz, he's a great actor. Shout out to my guy Old Dog. Yeah, he's about 5'6", 5'7". You like them short dudes, huh?
Well, I'm 5 foot even, so
Oh, okay. I had no idea you was a fun sized woman.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm 5 foot even. But
We
yes,
call that fun size, fun size. But
he played that role. But Ludacris,
yeah,
the very end, when he let all of those go, now that teared me up.
yeah,
That
yeah.
that really got to me. So that's probably what I could watch.
Right. You know
I
what it is?
shoot.
At an hour on an hour like this, 2:27 Eastern, I'm in New York, so I'm like, I don't really around this time I usually may watch some comedy like some old Martin episodes, maybe the Wayans brothers, just something light, just to. But what I want you to do when you have a chance, check out this film. I'm gonna start telling you different films I think you should check out every so often, and then we could just talk about it. Not it don't gotta be on here. Maybe I'll talk to you through the email, however you want to do it. But I want you to check out this film called The Devil's Double. You want write that down so you don't forget. The
The
Devil's
devil's double.
the
Are you trying to
Devil's
take me to a dark place?
No, it's
Oh, okay.
about it's about Saddam Hussein's son, one of his
Oh,
sons. Yeah, one of his sons, and you know, pretty deep movie. It's action packed and it's based on real things that were going on back then and whatnot. And I can hey, you'll trust me, you'll enjoy it. I would never steer you wrong when it comes to stuff like this. The Devil's Double.
now is
Check
that
that out.
on Netflix?
It may be. If not, it's online. I watched it for free. It's links everywhere. You just gotta. You know what? I'll email you the link so you can check it out. I'll email you the
Okay.
link.
I
Yeah.
also will look it up. But yeah, I look at a lot of things. Papa Duck, um, and I looked at this. I'm not sure if you're into him, but there's this documentary out called Died Suddenly, and I put it in the chat. And it's related behind the medicine, if you will. And everybody, every race and culture was talking about that. So that's something that I think I would implore people to look at.
Okay. All right.
It's called Died Suddenly, and I put it in the chat earlier. But again, just like a lot of people said, there's so much information out there, but I don't want to say it's hidden because it's not. It's there. It's just I don't think enough of us we seek certain things. We
They
seek
shadow
things, but
ban. They shadow
we
ban a lot of stuff.
yes. Or like
Mhm.
a friend of mine, well, YouTube friend of mine, I had wondered, what happened. I'm like, oh my God, hopefully he's not ill. So I said, let me text this guy and see how he's doing. And he said they banned him for a little bit because of a video. And
Mhm.
he is on people's necks. Every time something comes out with the ADL, we've been on together, and I'm like, Lord, please don't let this man say anything wrong. And I know we should not have to worry about censorship, but certain things we just know we can't speak about too much. But
Right.
he's on the money though. The ADL they speak about. Well, that's the Anti Defamation League, and their leader always talks about all of these crimes. But I'm asking, well, where are the statistics? Because if you compare them to some of ours, I mean, there is no comparison.
No.
In my opinion. So
I agree
it's
with you.
like, but yeah, he sent me something about um, how they're going to try to implement something else. And I said, did you go live about it? He said he couldn't because they gave him a strike. So he has to be really careful. And
Yeah,
it's
that,
really
that
bad.
that's how they play. That's how they play. That's
They
how they
got
play.
me when I first started. And the only thing I said was, um, what did they strike me for? Oh, because I was telling my story about surviving C19 with lupus. I never gave any misinformation, and they said I was giving misinformation. But I was telling my
Wow.
story, and they didn't give me a warning. They struck me.
Yeah, that's that. Listen, Doe, let me tell you this. Doe, yeah, listen, Doe Eyes,
Yes.
Doe Eyes. Yeah, let me tell you this. Uh, Not Hassan Campbell. I was moderating for Hassan Campbell on the main channel that got taken down
How
at
is
5.
Poppy doing?
He's good. He's good. He's good.
Good.
He's good. He'll probably be back like he never left real soon. But what I was gonna say is that another guy whose channel I was moderating for, he's not as big as Hassan, but he's real popular also. Me and him had a falling out, and so his fan base, you know how they do. Me and him ain't cool, so they ain't cool with me no more. You understand
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying? So
that
they,
that
so they
that
turn on
happened.
me, yeah, they turn on me, a bunch of followers, even though the guy was dead wrong with the reason we had a falling out. Our falling out was simple. I'm gonna give you the short version. Uh, I was moderating for him. At first, he was just building up, but once he started making some money, I'm like, yo, I'm your only moderator, and I'm knocking all these trolls out all day. I'm putting in this work. I'm showing up every time you go live on time. I'm like, we got to work something out where you send me something to my Cash App. So he told me, yo, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna do that. Then he decides later on, as most of our people do, when because the greed sets in, yo, yeah, I'm gonna send him something. I'm gonna send you a couple dollars, like but it never happens. Months go by, it never happens. So long story short, I said, you know what? I see I'm not gonna get nothing out of this, and you're making too much now, where it's not fair to me. See, people don't get it. You got I don't like certain people I moderate for. It got nothing. I'm not gonna ask them to give me anything if they're not making nothing. But if you're making thousands of dollars a month, what am I telling people send you money for all the time like that? And I'm getting nothing. I'm a grown man. I have rent. I have kids. I'm not obsessed with you. I'm not a fan like that. Like now you have some people that are just straight up fans, and that's who you should have as your moderator if you're the type of person who wants everything for yourself. You understand? No one tries to
Wow.
get rich. No one tries to get rich off moderating. And if you are, you're a fool. You like but the whole point is time is money. If someone's taking the time to make sure that they weeding out all them people, them hateful trolls that they call them, to make sure they're not messing up your thing, you should be grateful. Like, yo, I got somebody I can trust that's really doing not just blocking people because he don't like them. Because a lot of moderators just block people they don't like without the owners without the owner's permission. They just block people just because, oh, I don't like that person. Get out of here. Block, block, block. No, that's not how it works. A professional moderator just makes sure that the trolls stay at bay and that the audience keeps their comments respectful to the host. That's what it's about. It's a business. People don't get that part. But anyway, the point I was making was this. When I had started going live because the person had got arrested.
Oh,
So, yeah, the person got arrested. They got into some serious trouble. So I was like, you know what? Let me help them out. I started going live. And the whole time, the first 2 episodes I started going live, I was like, free this person. Yo, send whatever donations you can to his people. I posted the links, like, to try to help him to get his bail money and everything. When he finally gets out, you know what he does? He don't even say, hey, Graham, thanks for that. I show up, right? He don't say nothing the first day. The second day, at the very end of the show, he decides to say, "Oh yeah, yeah, oh Graham Fishburne is in the building." That's that snake sucker stuff. You understand? Because what it was, he felt like because I started going live, you're going for 2 weeks. If I didn't do something, the people they're gonna go to everybody else anyway. So I can't go live. Like, you understand what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to take his audience, but that's how he took it. If I'm trying to,
oh,
yeah, if I'm trying to take your audience, then why, if I'm trying to take your audience, then why am I saying free you? Why am I telling people where they can go to donate money to get you out of jail? But that's how our people are. Like, you know, that I
Unfortunately, yeah,
yeah,
unfortunately, folks are like that, and I give out sticks. I want to be
snakes.
clear on that as well because I do a lot of these quiet streams, and a lot of times I'm not here. I'm at work, so I allow people to visit one another and help grow their channels and trust that they do the right thing by those sticks. That way, they have the tools where they can go look at the content. If it's something they want to subscribe to, they can do that. That's the purpose of me doing that during the quiet streams. Now, some people will come in and they'll spam, and I don't really want that happening when I have these guests like that. Some people understand, others don't. But I'll specifically say when I'm doing the streams, networking, connect with one another. That's why you'll see the sticks. But again, if I see you doing something wrong, no, you're going to go bye-bye. And that's a courtesy that I'm giving and trusting the folks to do the right thing to actually go support these people. It's like pulling teeth sometimes to have people to tap the like. But if you go to some of these other pages from these other cultures, that's one of the first things they do. And you see tons of comments. And I spoke on this before. We're not doing that. So we got to learn how to truly support people
Right, right.
and not just
And
shout out a page. No, I mean, there's times there I was on maybe for 4 hours going to each of the pages, sharing what they're doing. That took some time out. But if you're dedicated to helping to network and showing other content that's out there, and there's a lot of content out there, things I didn't know. You'd be surprised. It can
right,
be time consuming, but it does help people grow. You
right.
would really be surprised.
You're right, and I had started rambling about it so a little bit. The point I was trying to make was that I had got struck because this person's diehard fans kept coming to my lives, and just so they can flag it, just flag, flag, flag. And I'm brand new with a small amount of subscribers, so YouTube is just hitting me in the head like, oh, all right, he's out of here. You understand?
That's
So
false flagging, though. You're not really supposed to be doing that.
yeah, but they let it go. And what I was gonna say is this: the same podcaster, I had sent him a video clip that I found online for him to show his people, because I thought it was funny and whatnot. And he had mentioned it, so I found a clip on it, and it was, I don't know if you're familiar with Dubai, how these Instagram models and whatnot go over to Dubai and do all this nasty stuff with rich Arabs over there.
No.
Okay, well, anyway, I sent him a video clip of a girl doing something disgusting with one of those guys. He puts it on his thing, it's all good. When I later on, after me and him had a fallout, I ended up posting it on my channel on one episode because they let him have it. So that when I posted it on mine, they took it down and said it's breaking YouTube rules and regulations. I'm like, how is that possible when this person got thousands of views on the same exact clip?
I've seen that happen to other people, and I
Like,
cannot tell you how that is possible. That's
I'm like,
crazy.
wow. YouTube, you know what it is? YouTube picks and chooses who they want to chastise and who they don't. If you're not pushing what they want, like I told you, I also got my another episode taken down because I showed a domestic violence situation. It was just a little kid. It's his birthday party. It's his birthday, not even a party. It's his birthday. They got a cake, some ice cream for the kid. It's the mom and the dad, for Indian mother and Indian father. For some reason, the father decides to start, hitting on the mom in front of the kid while the kid's candles is lit and everything. And then the baby, little boy, probably 3 years old, hits his mother too. And I wasn't glorifying this. I'm saying this is so sad that this father is doing this in front of the little boy, and now he's growing up thinking it's okay to beat on women. YouTube made me take that down. They shut that episode down. You know what I mean? They told me I had to remove it or I was gonna get another strike. You
Yep,
know?
they will do that. I mean, but every time I put up when Honorable Judge Joe Brown is coming up, before I even hit create and set it up, I'm automatically ad limited. And I think it's because they see his name.
Yep.
We haven't even began the conversation and they will ad limit me. But I've seen other programs and the language and the behavior, your head would spin like, what was her name? The Exorcist or Carrie or who was it? Whatever movie that was a long time ago. Her head turned around. The Exorcist, I think. Your head will spin so quickly. Some of the things that YouTube allows, that's clearly, well, they're getting a little bit more strict now, but still, some people get away with.
Empress said Linda Blair.
Linda Blair, yes. Yes. So it's like, I don't want to have to continue to feel like I'm walking on eggshells, but at the same time,
That's why I don't go live anymore, because I feel like I'm walking on eggshells on here. Imagine if this was my primary source of income.
yes.
I'm like, yo, at any given time they could just snatch the money from me.
Yeah.
And I'm a father. I can't have that happen. So that's why I'm like, it's cool. It seems like it's fun trying to become a big YouTube success and whatnot. It seems as if if I was to try it, I gotta stick to what's safe. My sports betting. You know what I mean? Like giving out picks. As long as I keep giving out these winning picks like I'm doing, my thing will grow and grow and grow. Because there's people with thousands of subscribers that all they do is sport. You know what I mean? That's safe. Yeah, that's safe. You know what I mean? I gotta keep it safe, on my channel.
Well, if that's your niche, then go for it. I mean, I know a couple of people that do that, but because I'm not into gambling, I don't know too much about it. But I mean, yeah, and gamers I heard can do quite well. So I think there's a lane for everybody. You just have to get in and, when it's your time, it'll be your time.
Yep. That's for sure.
But it's funny though how you will get struck. And Empress said she was struck. And I can't imagine why. And I've seen her content, but it's the powers that be.
Yeah, they don't want you to shine. They like, oh, you want to shine?
Well, I don't even want to shine. I just want to get information out. But I think sometimes the information is so close to, putting pieces of a puzzle together that I think some people want certain folk to stay in the dark. And I'm a truth seeker.
Right.
Always have been. And I'll speak up. And I ask, that ministry, why is it you all don't even seek about nutrition?
Right.
To me, that was extremely bizarre.
Yeah, I agree.
And I never received an answer.
Oh, well, you know what it is? Most people in those positions, they live by that rule of do as I say, not as I do, and don't question me. Don't ask no questions. You know what I mean? Most of those pastors. Are you familiar with the film Friday?
With
the first one. The first one. Okay, remember Bernie Mac played the pastor, the preacher? May he rest in peace, Bernie Mac.
Yes.
Remember when he saw Miss Parker? And he went across the street.
Go into that, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's how half of them, I believe half of them get down, oh, Miss Parker. And then you heard her mumbling, yeah, we gonna go inside and say a little prayer. Meanwhile, the husband comes home and he come running out in his drawers. What was you doing in your drawers? And you just went in the house to say a little prayer. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you, it's a money grab with a lot of this. You know, some are real, you know, but some really believe what they preaching. But
Like Creflo Dollar,
hey,
Creflo
listen,
and Taffy.
listen.
No.
Uh, yeah, you know, listen. Creflo Dollar. That's from what I was told, that's the rapper Mace's mentor. Like that's who mentored Mace. From what I was told, I have to say that's a legend. But you know, the rapper Mace.
Yes, that was one of my
Yeah,
favorites.
yeah. I like Mace's music. You know, I hit Mace up in a DM every so often and whatnot. We're not friends or anything like that, but you know, he responds to certain stuff. And
So is he still on the Christian side, or did he come back to
uh,
mainstream?
he's rapping. He's rapping again. You
Oh
know, he's rapping again. I'm not gonna judge him. You know, it's
no,
yeah,
I can't judge anyone. I know, was it Salt or Pepper? I want to say Salt maybe. She ventured off to more spiritual. I don't know if she's still there or if she's gone back into mainstream. I haven't followed them in a while.
right.
But I mean, a lot of them
Uh,
do. You know, they grow, and I don't
I
know. I
know.
don't know if they get hit with something or they just decide they want to do something else.
Yeah, Craig Mack found the Lord before he passed. You
Oh,
know.
flavor in your ear.
Yeah, Craig Mack. Yeah, he passed away years ago, but
Yes.
yeah, I actually met him, and he was a real down to earth brother. You know, I met him in Manhattan in some store I was in. I forget now, somewhere around 34th Street, and he was a pretty down to earth brother. He actually told me he wanted to get into acting. You know,
Wow. We've lost
yeah,
so many. Um, Biz Markie was from this area, but I think he went to New York a lot. Do you remember him?
yeah, of course.
I
Uh,
remember seeing
uh,
him.
uh, uh, um, damn,
You got what
what's
I
his?
need.
Yeah, oh baby, you got what?
Yes. Nobody beats
Yeah,
Biz. Yeah,
R.I.P.
he's from
Biz,
Maryland.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
I don't even think he was 40. He wasn't that old.
Wow.
He was not
Well,
that old, but he had some
no,
health.
he was into his 40s. Because he died a few years ago. So he was
Yes.
yeah. I'm 41, so he had to be at least 45. 40. He had to be about 48, probably.
I
I'd say
don't think he
about.
was that old. Was he?
I mean, yeah, because my child's mother is. See, now I'm giving you my business, but my child's mother is 47, so he got to be about like 40, maybe 50. These guys are getting up there.
I
These
didn't
guys,
think he was that old when he passed. I know Heavy D wasn't that
you
old when
know,
he passed,
I'm a Google it. Let me see.
and that was one of my favorites. Gerald Levert, oh my God, the big teddy bear. He wasn't that old when he passed, and his brother passed away. So to me, it's just strange. We lost so many artists. I mean, at young age, it's like every time you would turn around, you would hear this and you would hear that. And I'm like, I don't even want to hear any more of that. You know, and they weren't.
Bismarcky, may he rest in peace, passed at
Mhm.
57.
No, he
He
was that
died at
old.
57 years old. Yeah, I
Oh
told you he
my
was up there.
goodness. Well, now watch
Yeah.
it now. I'm 54. So watch it now.
But you know,
He
good
don't,
black don't crack.
but he didn't
Good
even
black
look
don't
that
crack.
old.
Oh,
He didn't look
nah,
that
not at
old.
all. Not at all. Not at
I
all.
mean, he had a lot
I
of
I
life in him.
actually
Wow.
yeah, I actually seen he was on that show Eve was on. Remember Eve was on a sitcom for a minute,
Yes.
a comedy. It wasn't a sitcom, but a comedy. Eve. What
She
was the
had her
show
own little
called?
show. Yep.
Oh, it was Eve, right? It was Eve, right? That was the name of the show, right? Eve.
I don't know if that was the name, but it was a cute show.
Yeah, yeah. And Brian Hooks was on there, and the other guy, her boyfriend, that played her boyfriend. I forgot the other guy's name, but I know Brian Hooks because I stay in contact with Brian. So the point is, Biz Markie was on an episode. He played a cable repairman, and his scene was so hilarious. You know, like what happened was he caught one of the guys stealing cable right inside the house, and they were roommates, and the roommate didn't know his roommate was stealing his cable. So he was like, this is a federal offense. And you know how Bismarck he made his faces and
Yeah.
whatnot. So so the roommate made made his roommate give him some money, and then Bismarck he put his hand out like like and looked at the guy funny as heck. I'm saying you have to see it yourself. You have to see it yourself. But
Those
it
old
was hilarious.
sitcoms are so funny, and a
Yeah.
lot of them, thank goodness, are still in syndication. I remember I used to binge watch Martin, and when he was the some type of martial arts.
Oh yeah. I'm Empress says she remembers that episode I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah.
But my
Uh
favorite was when
you
he
talking about
played.
Dragonfly Jones. Dragonfly Jones.
Yes, but my favorite was the security guard Otis.
Otis, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Otis
Otis is the
he
man.
tore up.
Otis is the man. He said I one funny episode I remember with Otis was when Gina and Pam were witnesses to a bank robbery.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a funny scene. Otis started beating up the bank robbers in Gina's house, and the light skinned one started screaming. He said, "Stop screaming like a sissy boy and take your whipping like a man." Yeah, yeah. Otis is hilarious. Martin,
All
yo,
those characters were.
yeah. Martin is hilarious. Jerome, yeah. Empress like Jerome also. Oh yeah,
Oh,
Jerome and I think Jerome and I watch your mom.
I really thought
Yeah,
they were gonna do a reboot,
yeah,
but maybe not because what's his name? Tommy.
yeah.
Rest
He
in peace.
passed.
Another one. I'm like, shh.
Yeah, he passed away. R.I.P. Tommy Ford. You know,
Yes,
yeah, he passed away also. You know,
that was a shocker, but that is classic.
yeah,
That was
and
the Wayans brothers too, but I
oh
can't
yeah,
watch it
yeah.
anymore because what's his name? John Witherspoon. Bang 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 bang. Yeah, I can't watch that anymore. I would get sad.
Right. Well, R.I.P. Mr. Witherspoon also. You know he had his own YouTube show called Cooking for Poor People.
No,
Oh, you weren't familiar with that?
no.
Yeah, it's on YouTube, Cooking for Poor People. And he had like a few episodes. He had about, I'd say about 7, 8 episodes of him cooking different poor people meals and whatnot and cracking jokes while he's cooking and what. Yeah, it's cool. You know?
Spiritual said, now you know you
Uh-huh.
ain't got no job, Tommy. That was funny. That was
Uh-huh.
funny. I like I said, almost every episode had me in stitches. I remember when Martin had to go, he had to get his driver's license or something, and a friendly fellow, I'll just leave it like that, came in and he said to Martin, "You're so almondy." And when he did that spin, I almost fell out. He called him Almond Brown. That
Yeah, he
was so funny. At least to me, it was.
no, it was hilarious. Yeah, that guy was hilarious. He was on a few different episodes of Martin. He was on the episode at Gina's like little all work get together in our house. Also, he tried to come on to Martin on that episode. Also, he
Yes,
called them Almond Brown. I think he called them Almond
Almond
Brown.
Brown. Yeah, you so
Yeah.
almondy. Sherman Hemsley. Yes. Rest in peace
And
to Sherman Hemsley.
he said, "Be gone, poof, be gone."
Yes, Sherman Hemsley. He was on. I don't know who wasn't on Martin. Everybody was on Martin.
Yeah, Will Smith was on Martin.
Nah, see, I didn't know that. I know Kid was with him and
Look,
Shanae.
Shaquille O'Neal was on Martin. Biggie Smalls was on Martin.
I remember that one. Snoop. I remember that one.
Yep.
Randall
Uh,
Cunningham. Was it Randall Cunningham? He was on there.
yep.
A lot of people were on there.
What's the guy who he's the sports announcer now? Charles Barkley. He was on.
He was on there.
Yep.
I am
Yep.
not a Barkley fan. I wasn't even a fan of his when he was the ground mound of rebound when he was playing for Phoenix. I never liked Barkley.
Yeah, Barkley always had that funny style, that fake bougie attitude. Like he seems like the type he always wanted to turn his nose up at the brothers and sisters once he made it. That's what I get from him. I don't dig it. And that's why I believe Shaq is always coming at him. I think at times when Shaq is like getting in his case, he's genuine with that. You know what I mean? That's my opinion.
I mean, you can't take away that he balled, but I just wasn't a fan.
Right, right. He was a great ball player. I'll give him that. He was a ball player. He was a ball player. He definitely was. But
Then Empress said Coolio. I didn't know that.
say it again.
She said Coolio was on Martin.
Yeah, he
He's
was.
gone
I don't.
too.
He
Oh my
was.
goodness.
He was. I forget the episode, but he was. Also, Outcast was on there also.
Really?
Yeah, on the. I don't know if you remember the episode when Jerome was Pimp of the Year or Mac of the Year. Mac of the Year. Yeah, Jerome won Mac of the Year against Antonio Fox. Yeah. Against Huggy
Huggy
Bear.
Bear. I told you
Yeah.
those on shoes with the fish in it. I said, you know what? This is too much. This is too much. And he looked almost the same when he was younger. He didn't age that much.
Yep. Yo, in case any of these people see it eventually, you celebrities, knock it off. Just stay down to earth. Like, it's just money. Like, they get lucky because some people get so mesmerized. Like me, I don't never get starstruck you could put me around the biggest star. I'm going to just say, hey, what's up? What's happening? I met Jay-Z before I said that. And he's a billionaire. He's one of the highest celebrities. You know what I mean? Financially, and you people got to realize these people are human beings just like you. They just got money. And you can get it too if you put in that work, and you might be able to get to it too. And if not, it don't matter. As long as you got food, clothing, and shelter. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. Not worship these people. Don't do that.
I mean, like you said, they're people at the end of the day. That's just what they do. And I feel sorry for a lot of the younger ones because I think they have to grow up so quickly and some of them end up okay, but others not so okay. And I think it deals with sometimes parents, maybe management. It could be a variety of things, honestly.
Yeah, you seen what happened with Gary Coleman. May he rest in peace.
Yeah, well, all of them except for I think Willis is the only one. Not Willis. Oh my God, I just called that man Willis. Um. Oh my God, what was his name? What is his name?
Todd Bridges.
Todd Bridges. Yes, he's the only one left, and he had his problems. But Dana, the sister who played Kimberly, she's gone. Arnold is gone. Young
Listen,
ages.
One thing about this game, for some reason, they got to get something on you. Before Gary Coleman passed away, he did this film called Midgets and Mascots. Right, it was a comedy.
Really?
Yeah, midgets versus mascot. It's hilarious. It is hilarious. I watched it. It's hilarious. But Gary got upset because they actually showed his penis, his real penis, in the
Oh
the
my
film.
God.
Yeah, they showed it in the film, and he wanted it taken out of there, and they wouldn't remove it. And then he ended up passing not long after. But yeah, like I said, for some reason they always got to get some type of dirt on you. Like they got to get some type of dirt on you.
I didn't
So,
even think you could even use that name. I thought that was offensive. I thought people had to be politically correct and say little people. But
all
maybe that
right,
was
well,
then.
let me clear this up.
No, I'm talking about. Well, I mean, if they named it that movie, then
Yeah, that's the name of
doing
the
that
movie. Yeah,
of
that's
the
the name
movie.
of the
Yeah.
movie,
No, you
and
didn't say
it's a
anything wrong. It's just I'm
okay.
surprised that they named it that. But then again, I guess I'm not really surprised. I'm surprised
Yeah,
they did that though. That's
yeah.
dirty.
Listen, I mean, the ladies was the all of us. I'm gonna just say this: all of a sudden, ladies was interested in Gary Coleman before he passed.
Now see,
Like it
I'm
was
gonna stop you
shocking.
right
It
there.
was it was shocking. Like
Um,
I showed a couple of females the clip, and they were like amazed, but he still was peed off because he's like, yo, I'm not into porn. Like I don't you know it. What happened was it was a fight in a shower scene between some little people, and he was trying to break the fight up, and his robe opened a little bit. You know. Yep.
Lord have mercy. When I
Yep.
said I was a truth seeker, I didn't mean the entire truth
Hey.
or the hidden truth. Let me say it that way. I wasn't talking
Yeah.
about the hidden truth. Let some of the truth stay hidden.
Yeah, listen, look, Colonel Taylor, him,
Now,
uh,
see, why'd you have to bring him up again? I will
50,
never
look,
watch.
50 Cent exposed himself on is it Power? You
I don't
know,
even watch 50 Cent. I never got into Power. I never
right.
really got into Empire. I watched it in the very beginning, and I was like, I wasn't impressed. And then when that whole, what's his name, Jussie, or
Jussie Smollett, yeah.
yeah, when that happened, I was like, okay, this is
Yeah, I
weird.
don't I don't know what that was about. That ruined the series in my opinion. Like I think that's why they stopped making more episodes because of all that happened. You
Well, I
know?
knew from the beginning they wouldn't go the distance. It's just a feeling that I had, but
Uh-huh. Yeah,
it was a lot of hype.
Empress said she saw a Denzel movie called Heart Condition. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I seen that film,
I
Empress.
never heard of that, Empress. Thank you. I'm gonna have to start binge watching these things.
Yeah, so it's listen, I can keep you in the house a week with the films. If you'll stay in the house a week straight and miss
Oh
work
no,
and
I can't do that.
everything.
No,
But
unfortunately, I'm not a big YouTuber, and not at all. No, I
hey, me
have to work
neither.
and
Hey, the
straighten
bills got to get
out.
paid, right?
Absolutely, and this is not going to do it. I appreciate what people send, and I put it back in the channel when I have my trivia nights and my spins. But no, so shout out to the ones that are really, I mean, with all the bells and the whistles and doing their thing. Because even the little teeny ones, I do put up. I'm looking at, okay, I should have done this. I should have done that. This could have been more this way. They put a lot of work into it, and they spend a lot on their equipment. So they deserve everything that they get. So absolutely no hate to any of them.
Yeah, listen, you get you'll be all right. I don't know. I'll email you a couple of things you could add to your repertoire, like as far as some gadgets if you want. that don't cost that much, and it'll help you, with some special effects and whatnot. When you what are you using, StreamYard, right?
Yeah, and
So
I'm getting tired
yeah,
of it because it'll hang up, and I'm like, okay, yes. Information Man show. Shout out to him. He was another excellent guest who dropped plenty of gems. Hopefully, I'll see him back on again. I enjoy doing those, and again, um, just finding out about current events and perspectives from different people. You know, getting away from, the arguing and fussing now. Don't think that I don't like the quote unquote entertainment part, but I don't like the darkness side. And
right.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
I think that's in a lot of different places. We don't, it may not be highlighted as much, but um, yeah, that I don't really like that at all. I like to laugh, I like the entertainment, but when it goes dark, no.
mm,
It's nice and small and peaceful here, so
yeah.
I'm good
There-
with that.
There's this there's this guy on YouTube. He has over 1 million subscribers, and all he does is reaction videos, and and his reaction videos are like on different things like Egypt and aliens, stuff like that. Uh, what's his name? The Matthews fan. Yeah, black guy. I watch his channel sometimes, but he mainly just does reaction videos for like maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and just watching other people's clips, and making his commentary, pausing it. And he has over 1 million subs. I'm like, wow, it's a few different ways to get your platform big, like,
Yeah, there's actually a very good um, platform called Scammer Payback, where
hmm
these dudes and some women, they actually have call centers set up where they scam the scammers.
wow,
They
wow.
have views out of this world, but it's just funny how good they are.
Who are they? The government? How
No,
do
they're
they?
just regular people trying to get victims' money back.
Right.
It's called
I'm just
scammers.
trying to figure out. They
Yes,
must be hackers or
scammers
something.
payback.
They must be part of the they must be hackers to even be able to track these people down, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, you
Uh,
can't beat somebody without,
they
you
must be
know,
anonymous. They must be part of that group anonymous.
no, I mean, you have to go in there. It's called scammers payback. But
I'm gonna check it out. Scammers
yeah,
pay.
scammers payback.
I'm gonna check
And
it out.
I
See,
just
scammers payback. Scammers payback. Show Doe Eyes TV some love. She giving y'all free promotion right now.
no,
And
they don't need any. They trust me. They get enough. But no,
we know
like
you.
I
We
said,
know
it's
you
just
didn't
so.
ask for it, but you got it. So show us some love. That's
Oh,
all.
thank you. But like I said, you would be surprised um, how much stuff is out there and some of the things that people
Yeah,
do. And I'm like,
yeah. I'm gonna check it out.
unbelievable.
I'm gonna
But
definitely
this
do.
has been a great conversation. Oh my God, it's 3:10. I have got to lay it down. Matter of
Okay.
fact, no, I don't. I'm gonna go drink some tea and then
All right.
lay it down and start off a new day. Hopefully, it won't be raining tomorrow because it rained all day. I was caught out in it, so yeah, I need to guzzle some tea down before I start coughing more than I am now. Don't need to
I
be
hear
doing
you.
that anymore. But thank you for everything. Thank you for everyone that tuned in, for the ones that are still up. Appreciate you all. Again, next Friday, unless something changes, we'll have Cinda Williams, who was in Mo Better Blues with Denzel Washington and Wesley Snipes, and Joie Lee, who is Spike Lee's sister. So please make sure, if you're around, tune in for that. Good night, Graham. Good night, Empress. God is spiritual. And to everyone else who was here. You all be safe, be well. You know the rest. Be healthier. Bye bye for now.